Everything that happened to an ordinary Japanese student Hirasawa Kazuki was so incredible that this guy could not even believe it. After all, he had no outstanding abilities, but now he was in the body of a game character who was destined to die in a few years. The guy continued to stand near the mirror and consider his new appearance and did not understand how everything could happen like that. And only the sound of a broken vase distracted him from his heavy thoughts. An indignant male voice demanded an immediate explanation of who was responsible for it, and then a rough gentleman approached the maid. The girl was so frightened that her voice trembled and she begged for forgiveness, but no apology could satisfy the brutal gentleman, who demanded immediate silence and called the maid a stupid creature. But the girl continued crying and begging for mercy despite the prohibition. The mother and her young son were watching. Kazuki was shocked because he had already seen these events in the game called Brave Hearts. It was a stereotypical fantasy game in which the protagonist named Rainer had to heroically save the world. Although the graphics and battle prices were made too simple for modern games, but the heroes performed a huge amount of actions due to their specialty, magic, and various skills. The battle system of this game absorbed completely and no one paid attention to the quality of the picture. Despite the quite linear plot of this game, it had hidden dungeons and additional plot branches. Also, there was a romantic line of the main character, and there were great engaging dialogues of the characters. Kazuki played this fascinating game many times and completely passed it, immersing himself in this fascinating world of adventures. All this allowed him to practically learn by heart all the lines of dialogue in all the game events. And now he had to find himself in this game and see the head of the Stokes family, Lord Hayden. Also present in this scene was his wife Lady Jessica and the excited maid Clara. Kazuka honestly didn't understand why the characters in the game were now moving as if everything was really happening, and he didn't understand how it could happen that he didn't notice such a drastic update to the game. But in any case, it was just awful to start the game with such an exciting and depressing moment when a young girl was being oppressed and abused. Kazuka remembered that before it was just a fragment from the past, and in the script Clara, the protagonist's mother, was executed by Harold, the heir to the Stokes family, and it is in this scene that he is hugged by the worried mother. But only now Harold is distracted from his thoughts and looks at his hands and realizes that he is the participant of this plot scene. And Lady Jessica calls him Harold and advises him not to worry. At this point, a scared to death Clara begged not to be punished, but Lord Hayden had already raised up his blade and wanted to cleanse this land of a useless woman like Clara. The doomed maid remembered her daughter Colette at the last moment of her life, but at that moment Harold shrank and asked her father to stop. Harold decided to independently execute Clara following the game plot. But Kazuka of course didn't want him, but his body moved of its own accord. Lord Hayden was surprised and Harold explained that he wanted to use the woman as a training dummy for his new magic spells. Harold smiled evilly and called such an execution the best use for a useless woman, as simply pouring her blood all over the floor would be too simple and generous. Lord Hayden was impressed and called his son's suggestion very interesting, and then ordered his servant to throw the maid into the dungeon and keep a constant eye on her. Lord Hayden called Clara a vile half-breed, for even though they had shown her sympathy and allowed her to work, she could not run any errands properly and was constantly ruining their lives. Lady Jessica called the girl an inferior creature from whom more was not to be expected, but in the future she will serve as a perfect target in Harold's magical experiments. Harold followed the story by thanking his parents and promising to have a great time with Clara. Kazuka noticed that he was much younger now than in the original story of the game, but still much the same. Harold Stokes was obnoxious and arrogant, and the most despised character in the Brave Hearts game. And in the end, this heir to Lord Hayden was doomed to die at the hands of the last boss Justice. Kazuka didn't understand why he was reincarnated as this character, and even thought that he was just having a realistic dream. After all, he was just an ordinary Japanese student. The lonely musings were broken by a knock on the door and the guy allowed him to enter. Only now when Kazuka saw the butler Norman in front of him he realized that he had allowed him in too quickly, so it was not a manifestation of Harold's character's consciousness, but his desire. Norman was the most sensible of all the characters and was nicknamed the conscience of the Stokes family. In the plot involving the Stokes family, the butler had the rank of saint instead of an overabundance of hate points. All of this could be the reason Norman was just a butler and not part of the Stokes family. Norm explained that he wanted to consult with Harold on a matter and so he allowed himself to be disturbed. The butler then took a close look at the young lad and decided that he wasn't feeling well, and then suggested that Harold get some rest and talk later if now was the right time. Kazuka replied that she was fine and not to pay attention, Even Harold's second personality couldn't talk like that, and he wanted to reply much more rudely. This made Norman think, and Kazuka once again replied in an uncharacteristic manner for Harold. Kazuka was angry at this moment because he could not handle his words, because he was not speaking the way he should speak, which means Norman is beginning to suspect something. Therefore, it is necessary to adjust to Harold's style of speech. Norman really at this point did not understand what was going on with the heir to the family and why he was speaking differently. In the end, the shrewd butler promised to quickly express his request and only asked for a lenient punishment for maid Clara. This caused Kazur to be shocked, for this request put him in a predicament. He realized that right now Harold had the life of a young innocent woman in his hands, and it was his decision whether Clara would die or not. But what to do in this situation was unclear. Kazura remembered the moment when he suggested to execute the woman himself, and that was just the standard text of the game script. But in reality, he had no desire to follow that scenario and contribute to Harold's desires. Kazura couldn't get used to the fact that he had turned into a horrible and vile person, and so he needed to do something immediately to save Clara. But it was all too complicated and completely unnatural. Clara's daughter Colette was the main character in this fascinating story, and after Clara was to be killed by Harold's magic, the orphan Colette would be thrown out of the Stokes estate. Then this girl, overcoming terrible suffering, will end up in the family of the protagonist Rainer. But if now to save Clara, it means that the main characters will not meet and there will be a completely different development of the plot. However, if we follow the principle of inevitability, then the protagonists will still have to find each other despite any difficulties. Although in this case, Harold's fate will become completely unpredictable, and so it will be possible to independently lead Harold through all the game events, making him not such a vile man. But you must remember that in this game world, laughter awaits around every corner, and if his good deeds to deviate greatly from the plot, he will not be able to read the future and will die from a random event that was not in the original game. But if you don't change the scenario on a global scale, but just carefully direct it in the right direction, then it may be possible to survive in this harsh fantasy world. Kazura continued to ponder and felt the piercing gaze of the butler, who was waiting for an answer. Of course, Kazura wanted to save the innocent woman, but it had to be done very carefully, and so imitating Harold's manner of speaking, he began to show indifference to the maid's fate. But such weak attempts to change something did not work, and of course it was necessary to give a concrete answer because the character's hate points will continue to grow. In the end, Kazura found a way out of the situation and offered the butler to think it over and then voice a proposal to save Clara. Norman did not expect such an answer and wanted to clarify, but Kazura imitated his game character and sent the butler to hell. Norman instantly left the room, but before doing so he thanked the young master. This tedious conversation took away the last emotional strength of an ordinary student, who now had to decide the fate of people. The guy just collapsed on the bed and realized how naive he had been all this time, and it was unlikely that he would be able to change anything. The view with Harold's personality, he would still be considered the most despicable villain, and maybe he just shouldn't resist exploring on the original plot. Kazura suggested that perhaps after his death he could return to his homeworld, but that theory was too risky, and maybe when he died in the game world he would die his death in the real world. So another solution had to be found. Kazura, after resting for a while, decided to look around the room and found many different things. In the end, he managed to find an empty life potion jar and a red marble. These items looked the same as in the game, but the books were written in Japanese, which meant he would have a chance to explore the various records. Kazura still decided that he needed to follow the scenario for a while, until he figured out how to get out of this situation, but if possible do everything to avoid doing the horrible things that Harold had done. But there was also the possibility that this world was not the Bravehearts game world at all, and maybe it was some other world that was just like the original game. Kazura decided that before he started to act he must make sure that this world is the original game and do everything not to die. This is the only way he can change things for the better and prevent evil from entering this world. In the end, Kazura decided to go to the dungeon where the maid Clara was. Continuing to use Harold's manner of speaking, he asked the guard how many people were in the dungeon, and as it turned out, there was only one girl. Kazura ordered his guard to stay outside, and then stormed into the dungeon, where he nearly gave the guard a heart attack. The guard was shocked by the young lord's appearance and only had time to greet him. Kazura, using Harold's angry manner of speaking, ordered the guard not to enter the prison, because he wanted to interrogate the prisoner himself. The guard tried to get to his feet, but of course he was not going anywhere. The prison dungeon was cold and damp, and the only source of light was one small ray. Kazura, advancing forward, soon saw a maid. Kazura asked her if she was really Clara Everall, But the maid was so frightened by the appearance of the vile herald that her body trembled and she decided it was time to die. Kezura stated that of course he could kill Clara right now, but he actually came here for a different reason. Therefore, Clara must answer his questions as truthfully as possible. To begin with, Kezura inquired about Clara's daughter and found out that her name is really Colette. Also, Clara told him that she ran away from home with her husband and therefore does not communicate with her parents. But unfortunately her husband died 3 years ago from a serious illness. Now Kezura finally understood why the main character Colette had no other relatives besides her mother, since her father had died long ago, and the rest of her relatives just didn't know she existed. Asking a few more specific questions about the daughter, Kezura was finally able to make sure that the result of the conversation was positive, as the information corresponded to the original story of the game, and now it was even possible to clarify some unknown points. After the conversation was over, the young heir of the Stokes family decided to leave this dark, damp place. Saying goodbye to Clara, the boy promised that they would see each other again. But the upset and frightened maid spoke only of her daughter, who would be doomed if left alone, because it would be difficult for her to survive in this cruel world. Clara asked the young lord to take care of Colette. Clara did not hold back her emotions and begged the young lord to show compassion and help, because Colette had done nothing wrong and deserved to suffer. Kezura, obeying the image of his character, called it all a vile and stupid humiliation of Clara. After all, she is only trying to manipulate through her tears and fear. The maid was shocked by the cruelty and the heir to the Stokes family left the creepy place. Of course, Kezura sympathized with this doomed woman who was the victim of the aristocrat's stupid cruelty. But even so, he was unable to express his sympathy being hostage to the image of the cruel herald. As soon as Kezura reached my room and wanted to rest for a while, he was greeted by the butler. The young lord noticed the papers in Norman's hands and asked what they were. As it turned out, Norman had in his hands a detailed map of the Stokes family's holdings, showing even the smallest villages. Kezura called such a map a very useful thing, but he was still interested in hearing Norman's proposal to save Clara. It was noticeable how worried the old butler was, but in the end he managed to pull himself together and suggested that the best way to solve the problem would be if Clara left the Stokes domain. Kezura of course understood how difficult it was for Norman to say such a thing. After all, he was addressing a future feudal lord, and Harold was supposed to make sure his population didn't scatter and punish misbehavior severely. But for the sake of one single servant girl, an exception could be made. Kezura spoke harshly about Clara's uselessness and agreed that she had better go in any direction, for he never wanted to see her again, nor did he want to hear from her. Then the young gentleman inquired where Norman wanted her to go, and it turned out that the butler had chosen the little village of Bluch. It was a real coincidence because that is where the family of the protagonist of this game lived. Kezura was pleased with the result, because now he could not doubt that after such an event in the future the main characters will definitely meet, and therefore the main plot will not change too much. Although there were still some doubts because in this case the protagonists would live in different families and it could affect their closeness. Kezura angrily studied the map and asked the butler if it was possible to cross the borders of feudal domains so freely. Norman told him that in fact there are no special rules for ordinary people, unless of course it is a bargainer or a nobleman. But it would be very difficult for Clara to get by if she traveled to a foreign country without money, and needed to help her with this matter. Kezura began to think about the best way to organize the escape of the maid, because first he needed to provide her with money and transportation. But taking a wagon with his family's crest on it was foolish, and would require a permit. All these problems made the lad nervous. Norman was surprised that the young lord had already found out about the maid's daughter on his own and also expected to assist her. The butler was shocked, because if this guy was trying to care about people's fates at such an age, he was completely different from his parents. Norman began to analyze the recent events associated with the young lord and gradually became convinced that Harold specially planned everything to hide Clara from his father, and now he does not mind to move her and thus save her life. So he had cared for the maid from the beginning, but he had done it in such a way as not to arouse doubts in his parents. Such a discovery made Norman promise himself to do the best he could, for he could not fail the young master. Harold's parents were members of the aristocracy, and they adhered to the principle of pure blood. These most in-love people looked down on all noblemen whose lineage they doubted, and they regarded ordinary people as insects. Norman suggested to start by sending Clara to a neighboring town where it would be easier to find work during the harvest festival. But Kezura in the form of Harold called this idea foolish, because in the neighboring town was very expensive to live, and the holiday will soon end, and begin the usual hungry weekdays. Norman could not believe his ears, because the young lord really cared about the maid. If this was all true, then this young heir of the Stokes family could be a real ray of hope for the people of this territory in the future. After all, for many years, everyone had been suffering from the tyranny of his parents. The next day, Kazura decided to try to use his magical abilities and called upon the raging flames to appear before him and show his immense power. After a few minutes, the young lord was still able to fully concentrate his magical abilities, and a magnificent pillar of fire appeared in front of him. At first, this success pleased Kazur, because it was the first time in his life that he was able to create a magic spell on his own. But then he realized that it was just a travesty, because in the game he had seen the fire pillar much more powerful. But still, the feeling of being able to use magical energy so easily pleased the ordinary student who found himself in the body of a game character. Though in this world, it was still too early for him to enjoy and be happy about it. As he continued his magical training sessions, Kazura kept thinking about how he could best save Clara. To do so, he needed to sizzle the entire area so that everyone would believe the maid was dead. Of course, the fake herald couldn't present the charred corpse of the maid to his parents, and so he decided that it would be enough to show the ashes alone as proof and say that she was burned completely. Kazura realized that this girl now for him is no longer a trivial set of pixels on the screen, and so tonight he must save from life. To do this, he must try his best, because otherwise he may meet his death much earlier than he should according to the plot. In the evening, in complete darkness, the mission to rescue the maid Clara began. Soon, Clara's daughter was brought to the designated place on the orders of the young lord, and the girl was happy to see her mother alive. This emotional scene of daughter and mother meeting was too exciting, and Kazura struggled to maintain his image of the game character Harold. He was wondering how the story would unfold now, because now he had broken the originality of the game. The young lord then ordered the girls to calm down and choose one of the two options he was willing to offer them. The first option was that they could die right there and be together at that moment. The second option would allow them to survive, and they must immediately flee these lands and never come back here again. They must leave the Stokes domain forever and sever all their ties and relationships. Clara was shocked by the kindness of a man she thought was a true manifestation of evil. But Kazura, trying to be rude and nonchalant, ordered the girls not to waste his time and choose their fate, as he strongly wanted to destroy them right now. Clara realized the danger she was in with her daughter, and so she thanked the young lord and declared her desire to live. Kazura was pleased with the woman's words because he had no idea what he would do if she didn't want to run away. All this was a perfect solution to the problem, and before saying goodbye to the girls, the young lord put a special pendant on Colette. The young girl didn't understand what was going on but was afraid to ask. Kazura, with a rough voice of Harold, ordered the excited girl to always wear this jewelry and never take it off, as it was his personal condition to allow her to run away with her mother and save her life. Colette agreed to such conditions without a second thought. Kazura asked her to memorize it into words and explained that she must give the item to someone in the future who would need it very much. And that person would be Colette's age, and he would also show skill in all things. Colette would have to make this man promise to become a knight and protect her. Colette was so much excited that her mother had doubts that her daughter would be able to remember everything the way she needed to, and so she repeated all of Mr. Harold's conditions. Colette in the end promised to do everything as it should be done, and Kazura, as rudely as possible, wished them to slowly get away. Kazura ordered the guards to take the two women to the right place and transfer their wagon. In parting, he advised the guards to do their best not to be seen by outsiders, for if they failed his plan, they would be killed quickly. The soldiers were frightened and promised to carry out their orders as they should. The girls thanked Harold for his generosity, and Norman advised the young gentleman to go home, because it was already very cold outside. Kazura asked the butler to go ahead and explained that he had something important to do. The butler did not argue with the young master and went forward without asking any questions. Alone and breathing in the cool forest air, Kazura thought about everything he had done and was surprised at how much he had changed people's attitudes toward him. After all, it was Harold who had been the cause of their troubles, and it was this young selfish gentleman who had crashed into the maid while she was watering the flowers and then fallen on his face. After that, Harold blamed the maid for everything and killed her, making people hate themselves forever. But now everything changed, and he helped two innocent women save their lives so that they could live in peace for years to come. But that was just the beginning, and more needed to be done. Meanwhile, Norman the butler was on his way home and was thinking about why Harold was so upset, and maybe he shouldn't have been left alone. But still, Norman decided not to interfere, because most likely Harold would soon be back to the man he had always been. But suddenly the butler heard the young gentleman's evil laughter, heard the words how disgusted he was with all people. After all, the values of their lives are utter idiocy, and so they should turn to ashes. Kezira perfectly played the role of the mad young lord and imitated the destruction by the magical fire spell of people. Butler Norman was shocked and wanted to find out what happened. Kezira understood that he was now mindlessly reciting a memorized text as if he was practicing his game character's demeanor beforehand, which meant that everything had to look realistic. Kezira thought it was a great idea to send Norman ahead, because his contemptuous laugh and loud conversation with the absent Clara was like the behavior of a real madman. But Kezira was surprised to see Norman again, who had never left this forest, and asked why the butler had not obeyed his orders. Norman didn't know how to explain his act and only apologized. Kezira ordered the butler to forget everything he had seen today, or he would have to take it all with him to his grave and tell no one. And no other answer but assent should he hear from Norman. The butler was so badly frightened that of course he agreed and did not even try to ask what was going on. Norman did not understand why the young gentleman was so desperate to hide his weakness and his desire to help people. The butler began to guess that the young master just took from his parents an example of bad behavior, and not having enough power at the moment, and he is trying his best to avoid contradictions with them. Most likely Harold knew what the consequences could be and therefore imitated his parents, so all he has to do is deliberately deceive everyone around him. Norman was shocked by this, for he could not even imagine how difficult it was for this young boy to live, because he could not talk to anyone about his feelings. The butler did not understand how he did not notice it before, because he could get closer to this boy and help him. In the end, Norman decided that it would not be enough just to regret, and so he has no other choice but to help the young lord, and for this he must use all his strength and opportunities. The butler decided to help Harold until the heart of this innocent boy no longer suffers under the oppression of the surrounding evil from his terrible tyrant parents. Meanwhile, the wagon with the girls continued to move away from the territory where they had lived for many years. As they moved towards the borders of the Stokes domain, they were approaching a new life, and Clara continued to reflect on all that was happening. The guards who were carrying out the young lord's orders were instructed to keep quiet about everything that was happening. Then they told how they had carried out the order, and they were trying to get the horses and wagon ready as quickly as possible, while Harold looked displeased. The two guards and the coachman had been ordered to take the girls as discreetly as possible to the village of Bluch and leave them there. And after this mission was accomplished, they were to go with the carriage to the city of Leeds. Harold had taken care of a special permit in advance that allowed his men to move through foreign lands without any problems. Harold also explained this permission he had received in order to deliver a blade from a blacksmith from the city of Leeds. The guards would have to give the money to Clara as compensation, but the guards did not understand why they should give the money that was to buy the blade and how they would buy the sword. But Harold angrily called his men idiots, who were beginning to annoy him, because they should buy some cheap sword instead of the expensive blade and thus solve the problem. Just at this moment, Clara held the gold coins in her hands and continued to marvel at the games of fate. The coachman informed her at that moment that the village of Bluch was already within sight. The coachman suggested that the women rest a little longer, for they would probably be there by dawn. Clara thanked him for his concern and decided to watch the sunrise. The coachman agreed because it was the first dawn in Clara's free life. The dawn was really beautiful, and Clara sincerely enjoyed the first rays of the sun, which cautiously appeared from behind the mountains. And the fresh, moist morning air gave her hope for the future. Harold's parents were ecstatic that their favorite son had sizzled the vile maid. Lord Hayden was genuinely proud of his son, and Lady Jessica praised the lad for his excellent magical abilities. Kezira, perfectly playing the role of the evil heir, told his parents all the details of the murder and called it an easy case, although he didn't understand how these idiots could take his word for it and not even suspect danger. Kezira was actually shocked by the behavior of Harold's parents, who praised the child for the murder, and realized that he could never understand such creepy people. But the main thing was that the parents believed the lie, and now Clara and Colette were safe. Suddenly Zen burst into the room and inquired what Harold was doing. The young lord ordered the door closed and rudely stated that he should never be interested in his personal affairs. Kezira wanted to get rid of the annoying guy, and in the guise of Harold asked why Zen had shown up at his door. But Zen asked not to be so cold and rude. After all, they had a nice chat during the night moonlit ride. Harold ordered immediate silence, for he remembered what Zen had been up to and he shouldn't talk about it. Unless, of course, he wanted to go to the fish food as a dead man. Zen thought about this not so pleasant suggestion, and continued to pretend as if he didn't notice anyone in the room. But Zen was still glad that Harold wasn't kicking him out. Although of course Zen accepted how vast the difference between him and the young lord was, but now it seemed to him that sometimes Harold didn't notice it. After all, he even talks to him and has his name memorized. Kazura meanwhile continued to think, forgetting at least temporarily who he was in this fantasy world. Zen decided not to bother his master and was just happy to be near him. But curiosity got the best of Zen, and he asked why an aristocrat like Harold was interested in transportation and agriculture. But Harold, in his own manner, offered to cut open Zen's stomach and sow a plant pot inside. Zen of course refused such an offer, but he was still amazed at the plants the young master was carefully caring for. Harold told him that his plants grew in different conditions. Some he watered with water, some he fertilized, and some he didn't fertilize. Harold demonstrated the life potion he fertilized the plants with worked best and increased growth. Zen had never seen such a thing and thought fertilizer should be common. But still Harold noticed that those plants that were watered with pure potion without diluting the water withered quickly before they could produce a crop. And so it was necessary to find the perfect ratio of water to make the result satisfactory. Harold then tossed Zenu some fruit and ordered him to eat them raw immediately. After all, he had come here himself and put himself in danger, so there was no one to blame if he died of dysentery. Eventually Zen all started eating the fleshy fruits and was surprised that they became much sweeter and very tasty. Harold was pleased with the result of the tasting, not at all worried about Zen. None of this was quite like in the game, and it was a surprise that this method of farming worked at all. And now it would be possible to take advantage of such an advantage. There have been several natural disasters in the Stokes domain in recent years, and many farmers are suffering due to low crops and high taxes. Many are even starving and unable to feed their children. If it wasn't for Norman, Kazura wouldn't even know about these problems. Although it was obvious that the Stokes family exploited their subjects as much as possible, it was beyond cruelty and greed. But of course Kazura wasn't worried about his character's parents the moment the starving population revolted. The main thing was to avoid his own death in such a situation, for he was a vile heir. Harold ordered Xena to stop eating and take the food to the cooks so that they too could evaluate the quality of the fruit and compare it to regular food. They also need to find out how effective they will sell. Zen promised to fulfill everything by calling the young Lord General. Also Harold wondered what Zen would say when asked what orders he was carrying out. The young lad promised to keep everything a secret and not to tell what exactly he was carrying out the order with. Then Zen hurriedly left the room, and the young lord did not understand why this guy has so much enthusiasm, and is he so stupid that he does whatever he is told. After that Harold decided to go outside and practice his blade skills, because it was a very important skill in this fantasy world and needed to fight. Harold actively swung the blade, trying to train both hands, because if he is not strong and skillful, it will be much more difficult for him to defend his life and continue the plot of the game. Gradually, the young lord did much better, and it was interesting to find out what his characteristics are, because he is in the body of Harold. Of course this character was a vile scumbag, but still he was considered one of the strongest fighting characters, and to fight against him was very difficult. But still the young student realized that he was still far away from the level of skill that his game character possessed. But there was still time to pump up his magic and swordsmanship, and depending on his efforts, his original story could become no less epic. Battles are important for survival in this world of sword and magic, and of course it's very important for Harold's character, because it will be very difficult for him to avoid duels on his way. He will have to fight with a huge number of opponents, including a whole group of protagonists in full force. But still Kazura, feeling himself in a new body, decided to do everything to get out of this story and destroy all the opponents on his way to survive. In the meantime, the terrain of the world was gradually covered with a horrifying magical miasma, which spread and infected more and more territories and threatened all living things. In a completely different place, a young girl continued to keep calm after a long meditation and communicated about the Stokes family's son Harold. Erica communicated with her father, who apologized for disturbing her, but the girl understood that everything was being done to save their people. It was her duty as a daughter of the Sumeragi family to protect them. But most of all, there was the danger of the miasma spreading, and it was now known that much of the mountain was already infected. There are also constant reports of new outbreaks among the population, so if the infestation spread any further, they would eventually lose forestry and not be able to support people in their territory. It was all very sad, and there was no other choice but to sacrifice his daughter to support the economy. The father sincerely regretted it while talking about his plan to his wife. Juno's young family assistant wanted to comfort Erica, but the girl asked her to leave her alone. Erica realized that she was powerless in this situation, and that was why it was useless to worry about herself. After all, it was the only thing she could do for the sake of her people, and it should be understood that when one flag falls, the other one stays in place and the third one rises up. The financial advisor decided to meet with the young lord, and of course Harold asked if he had prepared a copy of the statement of income and expenses that he had asked to make. As it turned out, all the documents were in order, but still Harold asked the advisor if there were any serious errors in the statement, but according to the advisor everything was in order. The young lord advised not to worry, because he did not want to cause trouble or harm the counselor in any way. After all, he was only interested in the financial situation in his family's territory, and he already knew that in the last few years the finances were getting worse and worse. The biggest reason was the wastefulness of his parents, who spend everything on clothes and jewelry. As a result, his family is trying to compensate for the huge expenses by raising taxes. But this can't last for long because it will only increase the burden on the citizens. The young gentleman asked the advisor if he agreed with his conclusions, and after a short consideration, the advisor carefully admitted that such a trend does exist. The counselor then explained that at the moment there are people who have had to close their farms due to financial difficulties, while the number of immigrants from the nomadic territory is constantly increasing. All these problems could have terrible consequences at some point, and at this rate the Stokes family would sooner or later collapse, losing its influence and financial stability. Harold only laughed angrily and called the counselor a bastard and decided that the collapse of his family would be great news for him. But the counselor asked him not to say such words, because if someone overheard, this information could be dangerous. Counselor Jake then suggested that if things continued in this way, the agricultural sector in particular would suffer the most, which would mean that profits would drop significantly and lead to bankruptcy. Harold explained that this was the reason why he had invited Counselor Jake to come and talk to him, because he was the inspector of the agricultural sector and understood the problems better than anyone else. Jake admitted that he didn't fully understand the purpose of his visit but was willing to listen to the offer. Harold gestured for Zen to show him the results of his growing produce, and it surprised Jake. The young gentleman then asked to taste the fruit immediately and enjoy the red grotto that he had grown himself and therefore needed an evaluation. Counselor Jake was hesitant, but Harold ordered him to eat the fruit immediately unless he wanted to become the fertilizer to grow it himself. Jake realized he didn't have the option to refuse but was still surprised, and that the young evil lord was in the business of growing food. After the counselor tasted one of the fruits, he was surprised by the great taste, and Zen at that moment said that it couldn't be otherwise. Harold only resented Zen's behavior in pretending to create the food. But then Gareth stated that he had nevertheless grown the crop himself through careful experimentation and a special fertilizing technique, which meant that it was an effective way to increase the yield. The young gentleman stated that he wanted to spread this effective technique of growing food and therefore needed the help of Counselor Jake. Such words were not immediately believed by Jake, and he did not expect Harold to ask for help. Harold explained that he understood how costly it could be, and depending on the situation they would need specialized equipment. So he decided that a rogue like Jake, who was familiar with the family's finances and land, would be perfect for the role. Now it was important to determine those factors and set up certain equipment to get started, and of course calculate the necessary costs for the whole process. Counselor Jake has agreed to look into the situation and help improve the current situation to the best of his ability. But there are things that concern him. Harold suggested that Jake of course wants to hear the whole story. Harold also reminded him that if his father were in his place, he would be furious, and at worst Jake would be sent to the dungeon. Everyone present realized that Lord Hayden's reaction was predictable. Harold advised Jake to think about this proposal and the prospect of a better financial situation, because if they did everything right, the result would be worth it. Zen also decided to inquire about the details, but Harold suggested he work his head off. Then the young lord showed him a vial of fertilizer and called it a key. Harold explained that by using the potion of life he had created a new method of cultivation in which it was necessary to fertilize plants with a special solution containing the potion of life. And for starters, they could share this method with a few farmers and start testing the fertilizer on their fields. But the biggest reason to follow this system is to improve your financial situation. Also, in the first phase of the research the volumes will be small, because if the failure is fatal, they will not lose a lot of money and time. It will be possible to provide this fertilizer for farmers who can't allocate more land for cultivation. And even if this method is successful, they will try to limit the spread of economic inequality between farmers as much as possible. And then they will try to combine several farms together, since ideally the Stokes family's stock of life potions should be enough for such a large amount. Most of the potions have expired and need to be utilized anyway, so this way their task is simplified and they don't need the initial cost of making the potion. In addition, the biggest feature of this method is the enhanced growth of plants, and as you know, each plant species has differences in size and flavor. But even now it is possible to notice the accelerated development of plants. Usually it takes 2 months to harvest the finished crop, but using the life potion method of cultivation, you can get the finished fruit in just 1 week or even 5 days. Counselor Jake was shocked because he had no idea that it was possible to grow food so quickly. But he explained that because of this speed of growth, they could not allow this method to spread to other farms and territories. After all, if a huge amount of cheap, high-quality produce were to appear on the market, it would destroy farming outside of their land. Of course, Harold realized that if other people in neighboring territories found out about his unique invention, his personal safety would be at risk because they could lose a lot of money. Also, the young lord realized that if his father, who is very fond of money, heard about this method, he would try to monopolize the process, and so they should start small and be sure to set limits on the crop. And if they gradually gained economic flexibility in the future, they would then have the opportunity to try growing other crops. Harold noticed the scrutiny of everyone present and called them scum. Counselor Jake apologized for his stare and explained that he was just a little surprised by the details, but that the whole plan seemed exciting and it was bound to work. Of course, Harold would only create ideas and leave the rest to the people, but he said he didn't want any mistakes, and if anyone noticed any problems, they should let him know immediately or give him advice. Jake pondered and didn't understand how Harold, at such a young age, could discover a revolutionary method of growing food, and how he could make a careful plan. It could have all been another manifestation of insatiable ambition and self-confidence. Norman also thought about the fact that the young gentleman does not pay attention to money or fame at all, because he is determined to really help the ordinary people, and therefore he is able to compassionate people, all of which made Harold an excellent leader. The young lord decided to ask Jake if he would be willing to be the first hand in this difficult task, to do everything in his power and make every effort to realize this idea. Harold immediately explained that he didn't need Jake's help personally, because together they had to take care of the people who were struggling to survive, because they were just ordinary weaklings who couldn't do anything. While eating dinner with his father, Harold nearly choked on his water when Lord Hayden announced that his son's marriage had been arranged and that he had personally taken care of it. Lady Jessica rejoiced. The young heir inquired as to who exactly would be his bride. Father told a daughter of the Sumeragi family, Erica, and through this union strengthen even more the good bloodline. Also, in a few days they go to the Sumeragi family estate to personally discuss all the details and to get acquainted closer and learn a lot about the family of his future wife. Of course, Harold could not refuse such an offer from his father, and so he was ready. But still he thought about his future and began to remember the events he had already seen in this game. The Sumeragi family is one of the most noble families that helped create this country, and even now they have deep ties to the ruling house. Joining them would give the Stokes family an extra prestige, a few extra drops of blue blood for the joy of their desire to be better than others. Though Harold knew that the Sumeragi family was not thrilled with this union. In fact, they are forced to give up their beloved daughter in order to fix the family's financial situation. Harold realized that this could have been a big blow to his family if they knew the whole truth about Eric. All these changes did not make Harold happy to relax for a while, because he was able to entrust all the worries of implementing his method of growing food to his counselor Jake and knew that he could handle it. It was very strange for a man from modern Japan to speak at such a tender age, but a future one. The plot was probably unfolding as it should, though, which meant that the Sumeragi family's possessions were already being affected by the miasma right now. Going to his room, the young heir to the Stokes family began to study the Encyclopedia of Medicinal Herbs and looked at some of the plants of interest. Zen was still nearby and tried not to disturb his master. Harold decided that even if he wanted to avoid all possible dangers and not die, he could not act in a way that would arouse the suspicion of his parents. Harold also knew that the head of the family, Sumeragi Tasuku, was well connected and compassionate. So if you can get him on your side, your future life will be much easier. And so he will be able to better support the protagonist Rainer while being in the shadows as much as possible. But still there is a great fear that the events will go bypass the original story of the game. But in any case it will be a great solution to get an influential ally in the person of Tasuk. So meeting his future wife is a great opportunity to rub in the trust and get to know the Sumeragi family better, as it will open up great possibilities for future actions. Zen watched his master carefully and wondered what exactly he was doing and if he was inventing new fruits of enormous size. Zen decided in that case that perhaps he might even be of some use. But the young lord continued to play the role of disgruntled herald and wondered why Zen was in his room instead of working. But the curious boy proudly stated he was taking the day off. But this information did not help Zen to continue to interfere with the young lord, and having received a kick he flew out of the room. The following days Harold continued to do business and practiced waiting for the trip. The journey turned out to be quite long and tiring. But after a while Harold was awakened and informed that they were already approaching the manor of the Sumeragi family and should prepare for the meeting. The guests were greeted by a polite servant who invited them to enter the house but warned them that they had to remove their shoes to do so. This was part of the Sumeragi family, and in this way the guests showed their respect. Soon Harold was invited into the room where his bride-to-be was waiting for him. But the boy did not notice any joy on Erica's face, and it did not come as a surprise to him. Harold only remembered that according to the plot of the game, this girl will be a good ally of the main character. Also, Harold realized that communication with this girl should be extremely careful, because her attitude towards him according to the plot of the game is very negative, which was not surprising, because he was a nasty person in the eyes of other people. Erica had a sensitive and trusting character, because she even insulted about the monsters she killed and always wanted to comfort other people. And Harold was the only person she hated. But feeling obligated for the financial support of the Stokes, she still did not turn her back on her husband until the very end and continued to fulfill her role as the savior of her family. But there was no telling what would happen if Erica, in addition to her amazing kindness, gained judgment and common sense, and then agreed to be engaged to Harold, who was no longer on the path of evil. If this is what happens, it would not be a bad development, but if it doesn't make Erica a companion to the protagonist Rainer, it could only get worse. Erica in the future should become an invaluable healer of the team of heroes. They need it very much. Unique abilities, complexity of their conquests will increase many times, and perhaps they will not be able to achieve the main goal. H realized that even if he could avoid every situation where he will be threatened with death, the team of heroes will not defeat the final boss, and the entire world will be destroyed. And this cannot be allowed. That's why he decided to leave the most negative impression of himself, and even if he will be tormented by remorse afterwards, he must now say nasty things to this girl for the good of all. At the beginning of the conversation, the head of the Sumeragi family introduced himself politely, and introduced his wife Komi and of course his favorite daughter Erica. Unlike the head of the family, the women kept a more reserved demeanor. Harold also introduced himself and expressed his gratitude for the invitation, and for a moment he was even surprised at his own words, for he spoke in an unnaturally polite and kind manner. Harold's father immediately asked the girl if she liked Harold, because he was personally involved in the education of his favorite son. Erica still managed to put a smile on her face and confessed her sympathy for the young man. But Harold of course realized that her eyes were completely lifeless and she was trying hard not to show that she was lying. But now the only thing left to do was to make her show her sincere feelings. After they met, Komi suggested that her husband leave Erica and Harold alone so that they could talk and get to know each other better. Lord Hayden supported this excellent idea and Harold decided to take the chance. At her father's request, Erica was to give Harold a little tour and then they should return together for dinner. The girl politely invited to follow her, and Harold thanked for the honor and gladly accepted the offer. But of course it was part of his plans. After the young people were outside, the excited Erica decided to formally introduce herself to her future husband once again and gave her full name. Harold followed the girl's example, and Erica pointed to a huge tree and explained that it was called a cherry blossom tree, and its flowers had been a symbol of the Sumeragi family for years. According to the girl, this tree does not grow here, and after the former ruler had settled here 500 years ago, he had brought some saplings of this magnificent tree from distant lands. Harold really noticed that this beautiful tree was different from the Sakura he had known before. Erica was surprised by this answer, for she did not expect that the boy had ever seen a Sakura tree. Harold realized his mistake and explained that he had seen something similar, but obviously not a Sakura tree. Erica was indignant at such a rude answer and wondered if this meant that Harold was not interested in the Sumeragi family's past and future. Harold, trying to show his indifference, stated that he didn't care at all. Although at that moment he was surprised at how impeccably and politely this young girl was trying to communicate with him. Erica assumed that in that case Harold was only interested in the noble name and her family. That was exactly what the guy wanted, because he wanted to make the girl hate herself as much as possible. So he said he saw nothing noble in the Sumeragi family. Harold called his family much more noble, because at least they don't go around begging for help from other families in the hope of financial prosperity. This made the girl angry, for she had not expected such a rude answer from the nasty fiancé. Harold realized that perhaps he had overreacted, because it sounded like a blood insult, and therefore his actions could interfere with the original plans. The young gentleman of the Stokes family then ordered the girl to shut up and take the letter to give to her father when she returned. But Erica could no longer contain her emotions and refused to comply with the request. Harold laughed and said that if the girl wanted to see her people die in horrible agony, she could leave without turning around and think only of the personal insult. These words made Erica stop, and she wondered what Uncle Harold's method of saving her people was in this letter. But Harold continued to play the role of a scoundrel and said that Erica would not know about it until she opened the envelope, although in any case she had nothing to lose. Erica eventually accepted the letter, but said it didn't show her trust. Harold advised her not to take her word for it and promised that Erica would believe it when she saw it with her own eyes. After the meeting was over, Harold returned to his home where he was met by Norman, the butler. This polite old man advised the young lord to rest and regain his strength after the journey. But Harold replied that he should rest now and asked the butler to tell him how things were progressing with the introduction of his technology in the agricultural field and whether there was any result. Norman said that at this stage everything is going well, and they have explained everything in detail to the farmers, and they have managed to protect their fields without any problems. Therefore, the trial could start in 10 days. This was great news, and the young master asked Norman to keep listening to Jake's reports and to keep him informed, but also not to forget about secrecy. Norman promised to fulfill everything as it should be done. Harold was pleased with the results, and it seemed Norman was perfect for the role because he was perfectly capable of operating from the shadows, and it wasn't as if his parents suspected any strange actions. Harold also wanted to know how things were going in the Sumeragi family, because knowing about Erica's sufferings, there was no doubt that she would not miss a good chance to help people suffering from miasma, so she would definitely give the letter to her father. Harold merely wrote a recipe for an effective antibiotic and about the range of miasma infestation that he estimated from the map, although this certainly won't solve the problem of the epidemic itself. But all his actions should in the future encourage Erica to eventually join the team of heroes to work together to solve the problem and eliminate the threat. Harold did not know for sure whether Tasuku would believe some unknown letter written by a 10-year-old boy and whether this wise man would dare to make medicine according to his prescription. But in any case, the head of the Sumeragi family will have to remember about this letter when the medicine will be widely used and will solve some health problems of people. But for now, it's enough that Erica decided to take the letter and will probably give it to her father, which is a good start for the future story. A few days later, the young lord was training with Zen, calling him a foolish idiot who couldn't fight back and wouldn't even try to strike back. But Zen was both afraid of hurting Harold and unable to deal with his attacks. Harold stated that if his opponent didn't fight back to his full strength and didn't even try to hit him, he would feel his full strength, so he should immediately get to his feet and fight for his life. But it was clear that Zen was not fit for training. After a few minutes, Harold defeated his opponent and decided that the soldiers should probably not be enrolled as instructors, because they are too afraid of hurting him because of his father's anger. But it's very difficult to learn real fighting techniques in this environment. Gareth thought it might be worth asking his father for a swordsman from the other side, although it is unlikely that his father would want to put his son in danger, because an experienced swordsman would not hold back during lessons. At this moment, the servant announced the arrival of a guest, and it surprised the young lord because he did not expect to see any visitor, and wanted to find out who it could be as soon as possible. To his surprise, young Lord Harold saw that the guest was Erica Sumeragi and did not understand why the girl had come to visit him after their conversation. This unexpected arrival of Erica made Harold angry, because it was all very bad timing just before the start of the tests on the farms, when he should not be disturbed by anyone. But the Lord tried to calm down and to understand the purpose of the girl he had insulted, and whether she had brought an answer to his letter. But if so, there was no need to send Erica as a messenger. But still, the reception could not be refused, and so Erica was invited to talk. During their tea together, Harold hoped to understand exactly what this mysterious girl was up to. The young lord wondered what had brought Erica to his home. Trying to contain his emotions, Harold hoped to hold this meeting as soon as possible and find out the reasons for Erica's arrival. For starters, he stated that he had no free time unlike Erica, and therefore she should be grateful for his attention. Erica apologized for her uninvited arrival. Sending the maid away, the young lord suggested that the girl not waste his time and explain why she had come. If she did so as soon as possible, everyone would benefit. To begin with, Erica expressed her gratitude on behalf of her entire family and bowed politely, and then explained that they had indeed managed to save many of their inhabitants thanks to the recipe for the miraculous cure. Harold was pleased with the result because it meant that Tasuka had been able to create an antibiotic that was effective, and it worked much faster than expected. Harold stated smugly that the Sumeragi family was probably really cornered, if not so desperately clutching at every saving straw. Erica didn't argue and confirmed her family's plight. Harold hoped that he would get some privileges for his help, but then explained that all his advice was only a temporary remedy and would not solve the main problem, and that the medicine could cause side effects if used for a long time. Erica was shocked and asked him to clarify whether this medicine does not cure the terrible disease completely, because she had not expected such a thing and her father does not know it. Harold explained that a complete cure is only possible for mild symptoms, but not for those people who are in serious condition. This cure is only a prototype, for he had no intention of caring much for the wretched. Erica didn't argue despite the rudeness. The girl of course understood that they were engaged for political reasons, and that material aid and money and goods in exchange for prestige was the main motivation of this union. But still Erica couldn't understand why and when this rude guy had created the cure, and it was unclear whether it happened before the decision of their engagement or after, because you can't develop such a unique medicine in just a few days, and maybe there was a similar outbreak somewhere else. The girl was lost in speculation and could not find the cause. While Erica pondered over the motive and Harold, the young lord gradually began to lose patience. Erica noticed this and explained that she had another letter from her father to deliver, and Harold immediately snatched the letter out of her hands. Now his hunch was justified and Erica had indeed come as a messenger, and apparently her father had decided that it would be more respectful if he sent his daughter. The letter thanked Tasuka for his help in curing the illness and provided the prescription. Judging from the contents of the letter, Erica's father was indeed truly grateful for saving his people, and hoped that this event would increase their mutual help and trust. Tasuka reported his observations, which allowed him to detect no side effects at this stage of treatment, but he promised to closely monitor patients who took the medication in large doses for long periods of time. This content of the letter greatly surprised Harold. Tasuka tried to include everything he wanted in the letter and described all the details of the treatment with the medicine. But as it turned out, the letter also contained a second page, and Harold was surprised by Tasuka's eloquence. On the second page, Erica's father spoke of the dire situation of his estate and suggested that there might be some unforeseen circumstances in the future, so he hoped that Harold would listen to his request. Tasuka appeared to want to ask Harold to take care of his favorite daughter, hoping that she would be allowed to live at the Stokes estate. Tasuka explained that he could not do otherwise in this situation, for as a loving father he wished only the best for his daughter. Harold was shocked by Tasuka's words, and the girl noticed the young lord's condition. Erica realized how much inconvenience she would bring to Harold if she lived with him under the same roof. But as it turned out, the girl had already sent the carriage home and now could only hope for help from Harold. This so angered the young lord that he barely restrained the urge to hit Erica. Having calmed down a little, Harold appreciated the courage of his future wife, and Erica at this moment laughed and thanked for understanding, because of course she put her fiancé in a hopeless situation. But then Harold shouted angrily that he was not going to accept such an insolent unilateral demand. Erica was not at all surprised and reminded how Harold had been influential in saving many people, but for some reason was now cold towards his fiancé. Harold explained the generous compensation for his help in saving people, but he didn't expect that compensation to end up at the same table with him. Erica agreed that it wasn't in her plans either, but her father had made up his mind. Then the girl stood up and at the table apologized for the wasted time and promised not to bother Mr. Harold with her problems and desires anymore. This surprised the lad, and such a thing he had not expected. The girl hurriedly left the Stokes estate and in farewell once again apologized for disturbing him. Harold did not expect such a decision of the girl, because he was only expressing his displeasure. Thinking about everything that had happened, the young lord felt a bad feeling and realized that he had to make an important decision that would affect the development of the original plot. As a result, Harold decided to go to his father in order to avoid various situations that would harm him. After all, it was quite possible that someone could overhear his conversation with Erica. A few hours later, after Erica left his estate, young lord was already in his father's office, and learned that he too had received a letter from Tasuka. which means that his reign will now live in his house. Harold was not in favor of the idea because it looked too suspicious, but Lord Hayden advised his son not to be so modest, for their families had already expressed a desire to unite, and so there was no problem. Lord Hayden explained to his son that Erica was due to arrive at the eastern gate of their domain, and therefore he should immediately take a carriage and personally meet her in a respectful manner. Harold immediately realized that Erica's trip home would take a week, which meant she had planned a contingency plan and knew before they met that he would refuse her. And his father, like an idiot, decided to honor that request. I mean, it's possible that Erica could have come here as a spy or for some other secret purpose that no one knew about. But the worst part was that such a development did not happen in the original story of the game, and it all happened because of the letter he handed over with the prescription, which meant Harold would have to keep an eye on Erica's behavior. Soon he met Erica again, who pretended as if their previous conversation had not happened and thanked him for his help. But Harold advised not to smile, because he saw through her and then asked who had come with her. As it turned out, Erica came with her companion Juno, who had taken care of her since childhood and never left her. Juno, like her mistress, smiled and thanked Harold for his help. But all this did not please the young lord, because he had enough problems with one Erica, and now it turned out that there would be two girls. Moreover, he did not remember Juno in the original story of the game. Therefore, it is likely that there will be a new plot event with Erica in addition to completely unknown to him characters. Harold decided to stay as far away from them as possible so as not to risk his life. He ended up stating that he has very little time, so he's not going to take care of them all the time. In any case, they could stay as long as they wanted as long as they stayed out of the way. The girls once again thanked him for his help and promised not to disturb the young master, though it would be better for Harold if they went home right away. Lord Hayden was much more positive about the arrival of the young girls and was ready to provide them with the best possible accommodations, for he was trying to organize his son's wedding as soon as possible. Lord Hayden ordered all the servants to show maximum hospitality to the girls, because otherwise they risked going to the dungeon. Harold was shocked by his father's behavior and was ready to attack him, but of course this was not allowed. But his father did not stop and advised Harold to show concern for his future spouse and organize a tour of their city. After all, being able to accompany a woman is a necessary skill for a nobleman. Erica gratefully accepted the Lord's words and thanked him for the raging tour. Erica asked Harold to take care of her and did so as if there was no disagreement between them. Harold was shocked because he only now realized that he had had no other choice from the beginning. It wasn't long before Erica appeared at Harold's house. At Sumeragu Manor, the head of the family and Kuryu were reading a letter received from Harold. The contents of the message were very suspicious, for the young lord had spoken too openly about serious matters. Tasuka realized that whether or not the letter was true, it could not be of any benefit to the Stokes family. But it was obvious that the letter hinted at the decline of their family. Kuryu still doubted that such a letter could have been written by a very young boy and perhaps someone was behind it. Tasuka didn't deny the possibility, and if so, Harold served the role of messenger. And it would be good to find out who exactly the true author of this letter was and why he had chosen such a twisted path. After all, if he was sincere about helping the Sumeragi family, there's no denying the possibility that it was done by someone who wants to harm the Stokes family. It is quite possible that this person is close to their family and he has influence over young Lord Harold. Or this man is just skillfully manipulating everyone around him for his own ends. But this whole situation looks as if the heir Harold is completely subordinate to someone else's will. But one cannot deny the possibility of a cunning provocation to test the Sumeragi family in a critical situation. Therefore, there is a great risk for them to lose everything if they try to find out everything thoroughly. After all, they are now in a position where they can simply disappear without help. And if the person who wrote the letter really wanted that, it would be enough for him to just stay out of the situation. The two men eventually agreed that the true author of the message did not wish death for their family, and so whatever was written in the message was most likely a truth that should not be spread. Tasuka finally decided to act and ordered Kuryu to immediately prepare everything necessary, and to use the medicine only with the consent of the sick, having first explained to them all the possible risks. The head of the Stokes family organized a fine reception for the guests, and Lord Hayden advised them not to be shy with the food. Then he told them that they were prepared with the best products grown and harvested with love on the Stokes lands. Erica and Juno did look like cheerful girls and thanked their hosts for the wonderful food. Erica played the role of the foolish bride perfectly, and Harold tried to understand her motives. Lady Jessica noticed her son's depressed state and wondered what was going on with him. But of course the guy was not going to tell about all his worries and only replied that he was fine. Despite the fact that Lady Jessica was a very cruel woman, she was also a loving mother and started to check Harold's condition, fearing that he was ill. But Harold did not like such moments and asked his mother not to embarrass him in front of the guests. Harold's parents laughed for their foolishness and apologized for treating him like a child in front of the bride-to-be, because Harold had always been a very shy child. But in fact, Harold was not only worried about his personal reputation, because his parents now looked much more stupid than he did. They were deliberately trying to create an image of loving parents and kind people in front of the guests, and Erica could see it in the eyes of the servants. Erica and Juno couldn't say what they were thinking and kept calm, even as Harold mentally cursed his relatives and tried to eat his portion and leave the room as soon as possible. Alone in the room, Erica and Juno discussed Harold's behavior, who was indeed a very naughty child. But Erica remembered her father's words, for he had suggested that someone might have completely fixed Harold and manipulated him. Oh, judging by Harold's character, he wasn't the kind of person who tended to listen to other people's opinions. But Juno reminded Erica how she had wanted to test him, but it hadn't worked out. Erica still felt that at this point it didn't matter if Harold was trying to deceive them or not. After all, until they knew his true intentions, they would not be able to get rid of the threat hanging over the Sumeragi family. Juno's companion agreed with Erica's opinion, because it was for this purpose that they had come all this way, and ended up in this place, which was saturated with deceit and cruelty. Erica knew it too and asked Juno to be careful, but the companion promised to do everything in the best possible way, so there was no reason to worry. After all, for an agent like her, unraveling secret cases is the main pleasure. Juno really understood everything perfectly well, and decided that it would be unwise to just sit idly by, because if Harold's behavior was just a game, it was important to find the mysterious puppeteer. Tasuku had thought so, and had sent his daughter here to act as a distraction during the day and a decoy. But the main strike force, of course, was Juno. And while Harold's father was going about his daily business and his mother was completely disinterested in her son, she would have to make her move. Although Juno realized that all this could be in vain, because the other side has not yet shown itself, although there were many reasons for it, and so the elimination of the puppet will not give any useful results. And judging by the behavior of the young heir of the Stokes family, there is a very high probability that his consciousness is completely controlled and he does not even understand what he is doing. That's exactly what the wise Tasuka had claimed. But whether that was actually the case remained to be seen through the process of observation and secret investigation in the Stokes family. Juno decides that if it is true, she will have to use all her skills and talents to find the right character. The next day, Juno found out right away that there were rules in Stokes territory that if someone didn't like something, they had to tolerate it or be damned. After all people except the aristocrats here are common trash. All the common people pay huge taxes and struggle to find the means to feed themselves. Stokes is obsessed with weapons and they have a huge army, and the common people can't dare to rebel. Juno also met people who were afraid to talk to her and discuss the situation, but she just wanted to find out the rumors in the city in order to better understand what people were thinking. In the end, she found out that many people believe that Lord Harold's son is involved in something. But everyone is afraid to discuss this topic on pain of death, because Lord Hayden's cruelty was boundless. The girl continued her investigation and communicated with a lot of people, who cautiously still told some important details from which it was possible in the end to form a general picture. Of course, all this was at the level of ordinary rumors, but still even among the rumors it was possible to find the truth. After all, that was the job of a professional agent who could analyze information. Meanwhile, Harold and Erica went on a tour of the city as Lord Hayden had planned. But as soon as they saw the young heir of the Stokes family, they immediately hid in their houses and only whispered behind his back. The streets were instantly deserted by Harold's presence, and it was so unpleasant for Erica that she did not enjoy this excursion, for even the merchants winged their stores. Harold didn't know much about the city, because it hardly appeared in the game and there were no detailed maps, so he had to ask Norman in advance about all the interesting places. Eventually, they managed to find one open store with a scared merchant. Harold demanded from the merchant some goods for Erica and of course for free. The frightened merchant instantly complied and didn't even think to contradict. Erica was shocked at the merchant's mistreatment but still thanked him for the gift. Harold saw the girl's emotions and realized that his reputation scares people. After Harold had sown rumors of Clara's brutal murder, he had no idea that it would have such a negative effect among the population. For now he was hated more than his father. But it was not important from whom people learned about the death of the maid, because the most important thing was the safety of Clara and Colette. Their parents could not be allowed to start looking for them, and there was no other solution. After an unpleasant visit to the shop, Harold said that he was tired of walking, and so it was time for them to return to the manor. Erica herself was not thrilled with the excursion and agreed to the suggestion. After the walk was over, Harold met with Jake and asked about the progress on the farm. As it turned out, everything was excellent, and Jake was pleased with the results in all 6 places where a great harvest was expected. After a little thought, Harold said he wanted to expand his production, for he realized that he could not stop with the results. But Jake explained that they didn't have enough labor, and even if he took a shovel himself, it wouldn't help. And Norman warned of a collapse in market prices if they couldn't control the farmers. Harold agreed, but still asked if there wasn't a way to get more people involved, since the estate had a huge staff of servants that could be utilized. Butler Norman thought it would be a good idea to bring in Ario and Maxon as overseers, since they were on the hook for involvement in a delicate case. But Harold disagreed and thought it would be wrong to pull 2 soldiers off duty for the sake of taking them to a remote village, and perhaps it would be better to bring in complete outsiders from other estates. Norman was surprised, and Harold decided that he could somehow convince his father of the necessity of hiring workers from other estates. But the main thing would be to keep them from running away in the end. Jake didn't mind and decided to finish his report. He said that so far there had been no evidence of soil depletion from the use of fertilizer, and that so far they had managed to harvest 7 crops with a deep red color, 6 with an oversaturated color, and 11 with a blue tint. And the cooks who used the vegetables all the time didn't notice any difference. Harold was pleased with the information, but still decided that problems might still remain. So Jake should continue to monitor and report back. Meanwhile, Juno came back to the room surprised to see Erica and asked why she had come back so quickly from her excursion, since the city was very big and they could walk around all day. Erica said she had heard before about the low support for the Stokes family in the community, but she hadn't realized how bad it was. And the frightened faces of the servants were a clear confirmation of that. It was all very sad, and Erica didn't understand why she had gotten a groom from such a horrible family. Juno, having collected many rumors and herself understood that the Stokes family was not noble at all. Erica did not doubt Juno's abilities, and her companion explained that it is enough to find out a few secrets about people, as immediately appear many more mysteries, and it is normal. At the same time, there are so terrible skeletons in the closet of this family that she is even uncomfortable to tell about them to Mrs. Erica, so as not to harm her psyche and not to disturb her healthy sleep. But then Juno did tell about a horrible incident that happened not too long ago. She learned how the young heir Harold had personally burned a servant girl and her family with his magic. The innocent woman and her 9-year-old daughter had died that horrible evening. Erica was so shocked that she didn't believe it and declared that it was foolish to believe street rumors. But Juno was sure, because it was confirmed not only by the street gossipers, but also by the court servants who personally knew the murdered maid, so it is not a trivial gossip. But Erica did not understand how it could be, because despite his rudeness, Harold personally helped to save lives and offered an effective cure. And there was hope that this guy was not like his parents. Juno promised to watch Harold carefully and advised Erica not to be alone with this cruel guy, because there was no telling what could be expected from him. Erica trembled with fear and emotion, but Juno promised to protect her. Juno was confident in her abilities and promised Erica that everything would be okay. Though the girls didn't know how Harold was currently striving to solve the common people's food problems and didn't know who he really was. The maids noticed Mistress Erica's strange behavior, for she had not left the room since her walk with Harold. Indeed, it had been like this for 2 weeks, and the girl did not want to see anyone. Harold continued his swordsmanship training and chose a place far away from where he supposedly sizzled Clara, as he did not want to attract the attention of outsiders. The young heir to the Stokes family sought to maximize his ability to wield a blade and use magic, in order to learn how to defend himself in the future. Gradually, the progress of development allowed him to use effective battle tactics using thunder and lightning spells. This was a powerful and deadly way against enemies. Magical lightning strikes in addition to slashing lunges with his blade gave Harold confidence in his abilities, and he was even able to destroy thick trees. Of course, all of this was a significant improvement over those pitiful training sessions in the beginning. But still, Harold realized that it would not be enough. Even perfectly learned the elementary techniques of swordsmanship, Guy realized that to the original character of Harold he is very far away, and therefore need not stop. It remained only to continue to strive for the level of the original Harold, because thanks to his strength and skill will be able to do everything much better and maximize their safety in this world. Meanwhile, Juno was not far from where Harold was trading. The girl watched how easily the young lord handled the blade and supplemented the blows with magic spells. It was all a fine demonstration of a skilled swordsman. Juno didn't know for sure if this guy was a threat to them, but she expected to talk to him and find out in person. But at the moment she had other serious concerns. Having seen Harold's abilities, Erica's companion was afraid to say anything to him that he wouldn't like and didn't know if she would have a chance to survive if she did, because he was dangerous. But still the girl hoped for her ability to dissolve into shadows, and if something went wrong during the conversation she could always disappear without a trace, avoiding death. But at that moment a blade stabbed into the tree behind which Juno was hiding, and the girl stepped on a dry branch and gave herself away. Harold ordered to come out immediately, and the companion decided that now I was definitely finished. The first thing that came to the young companion's mind was to simply run away, but she was afraid and was not sure if she would be able to do it in such a situation. Juno assumed that Harold had probably seen all of her covert movements from the beginning. Although he was only 10 years old, he already possessed such incredible talents, and therefore could easily deceive her. There was no doubt about it, because as soon as she was distracted he immediately deduced her location and threw his sword. And if she hadn't been behind the tree, you'd be dead by now. But in fact it was an accident, and Harold's blade slipped out of his hand during another lunge. He didn't know who was in the bushes, and he was no less afraid than Juno. Harold realized that he was too exhausted during the training, but he acted as if he was challenging his opponent to a fight, which was not the case. But then fear was replaced by surprise. Harold did not understand what exactly Juno was doing here, and the girl began to apologize for following the young master. This whole situation raised a lot of questions. In the end, the young master decided that apparently the girl was very interested in watching the child playing with the blade, and it was very good that she was not hurt. Harold, maintaining his image of an angry aristocrat, called it insolent to watch himself, because Juno should know her place. The guy promised that if such a thing happens again, she will instantly say goodbye to her life. Juno also had great acting skills and skillfully portrayed an innocent and distressed girl who was very sorry for her mistake. Although she was glad at this moment that everything went this way, Juno saw the young aristocrat as a warning and realized that she wouldn't have a second chance to survive if she made the same mistake again. But she was still grateful that he didn't kill her at that moment. The experienced secret agent could not have imagined how easily this young boy would expose her, and now she had to thank God for the sturdy wood that was in the blade's path. Juno wondered how she would protect Mistress Erica, for Harold could so easily surpass her ability to stay in the shadows, and with such an overwhelming difference in ability, she wouldn't stand a chance during battle. The young nobleman turned out to be not only a strong swordsman, but also an incredibly resourceful man, so it is unlikely to be possible to match him, and it remains only to admit defeat. Harold decided to change the topic of conversation and inquired about the well-being of the sad Mrs. Erica. Juno immediately told about the bad feeling and explained everything by the tiring trip and unfamiliar environment, to which Erica cannot get used to. Harold purposely showed no ill feeling for his fiancée and suggested that the guests get out to their homes if they were so homesick. Juno called Harold very cold to his beautiful bride and advised him to find at least a little warmth in his heart, for in that case he would lose nothing, but might find something new. Harold of course realized how rude he was being, but he had no other choice, and so he called Juno a naive fool, and then explained that his relationship with Erica was doomed to failure from the very beginning, because he had no desire to marry her. Juno masterfully surprised and asked the guy to explain his true intentions. At this point Harold realized that he had said a lot of unnecessary things and too hasty. After all, there was no way to let anyone know about his plans to break this stupid engagement. So in this situation Harold made the only right choice and stopped this conversation, pretending that it was time for him to leave. But still he was worried about Erica's condition, because in the original game she was not sick and was not in such great despondency. In fact, there wasn't even such a parameter as sickness in the game, which meant that this game world had long since changed. Although it was quite possible that the current situation was a plot twist that could lead to Erica's death and other unpredictable events. The young girl was really in a terrible moral state and showed no desire to communicate or act in any way. All she did was just stare at the sky and cry. After Harold returned to the manor he realized that he had forgotten his sword in the forest, and so he hurried to take it away, because it was impossible to throw away a weapon that cost a lot of money. But when the young nobleman was about to return to the forest he noticed Erica. Harold was surprised to see his bride alone at night and did not understand why she was walking here. Erica didn't expect to meet anyone either and became very agitated. Harold knew about Erica's sickly condition, and breathing the cold night air in her condition was not the best decision, especially in such light clothing. But in any case, the young aristocrat realized that he couldn't do anything to help Erica without violating his image as an evil fiancé. The only thing he could do in this situation was to escort the girl to her room. He asked why Erica was walking here, and then called her a fool for choosing to walk alone on a cold night, aggravating her illness, so she should go back to her room immediately. Of course, the guy wanted to just inquire about her health, but his manner of speech was incorrigible. Erica continued to remain silent, and this irritated Harold, so he demanded an immediate answer, because it was impolite to remain silent when other people were addressing her. Although Erica's condition was understandable, because from such a constantly rude attitude one could lose all desire to talk to a person who constantly insults her. In the end, Harold decided to call a maid, who escorted Erica out. Harold expressed his indifference to Erica's state of health, saying that he didn't care, and that she could continue to freeze outside if she wanted to. But the girl spoke up at that moment and asked him to wait, as she had an important question. Harold continued to be rude and advised her to speak faster, because he didn't have time. When the girl plucked up her courage, she explained that she had heard that Harold had once personally burned his maid, and so she would like to hear about it from him. At this point, the young aristocrat understood the reason for Erica's condition, and it was obvious that the rumors being spread eventually became known to her as well. He wondered how he could clear up the misunderstanding. After a little thought, the heir of the Stokes family admitted that it was certainly not true, and at that moment a hope for the best appeared on the girl's face, which dispelled all the bad thoughts. But in the next moment, Harold again put on the mask of a cruel aristocrat and said that he had burned not only one maid, but also her daughter, so you cannot underestimate his achievements. Erica was shocked and tried to find out why he would do such a cruel thing. But Harold blamed it on the women, who are too stupid and useless. After all, for him all these people are just talking animals, and therefore he can kill them only at his whim and desire. Erica was shocked and asked him to stop immediately, but Harold continued to play his role, saying that the dead women should be grateful that they went to the other world together, so they would not be lonely. Especially they are just lowly creatures in this world, who exist only to do the bidding of real aristocrats, cook their meals and clean their houses. Erica couldn't hold back her emotions any longer and finally gathered all her strength and slapped the vile guy, for whom human life was worth absolutely nothing. The fleeting hope for the best was replaced by rage. Erica did not hold back her tears and called Harold the worst person in the world she had ever known. The young aristocrat pretended as if he didn't care about Erica's words, and when she finished the conversation he thanked her for such a wonderful idea. Erica felt the cruelty of this world again, and Harold genuinely wanted to tell the whole truth in this moment. The burning on his face from the hard slap still made Harold think about everything that had happened for a long time, because he had to lie and cause trouble to people on purpose for their safety. After returning to his room, Harold was in a depressed state and didn't even immediately notice the noisy Xena, who as usual asked a lot of questions and wanted to play with the young master. But even this noisy and silly fellow noticed how distressed Harold was and offered his help. But the young aristocrat complained of fatigue and asked not to be disturbed, and so it was better for Zen to leave his room. Zen didn't want to do that. You started to resist, but Harold as many times before simply pushed the boy out of his room, accompanied by insults and kicks. Zen honestly didn't understand what was going on, but he could feel how hard it was for the young nobleman at that moment. And Harold, left alone, sank into sad thoughts. The man from another world, who had to play the role of a cruel nobleman, found it hard to accept what was happening as a reward and felt how it depressed him. It was obvious that his words to Erica were too rude and he was speaking on purpose so that she would leave him. But in the end his rudeness was so vile that the young lady couldn't stand it. But Harold realized that he couldn't be wrong and he couldn't afford to get used to anyone in this world, which meant he must continue to play his role as a cruel aristocrat. Harold slept for a very long time and was surprised to realize that half a day had passed, but he still felt a strong moral pain and regret for his action yesterday. If he was still a player, he would have probably just replayed this scene a few times to savor such a spectacular moment. But now he was in a different role and he didn't want to accept it. The feeling of intense hunger still made him get out of bed and head to the dining room in search of food. For this feeling of stomachache, his morale was only getting worse. In the dining room appeared the butler whom Harold had previously invited for a conversation. Norman expressed his concern about the young nobleman's condition and suggested that perhaps he had slept so long because of accumulated fatigue. But Harold stated that he was fine and that he just couldn't sleep for long, and then suggested to return to the problems on the farms and reminded him that they had already discussed the general secrecy and lack of labor. Of course, Norman remembered all that and also remembered the offer to hire complete strangers from other estates, provided they were completely loyal. That's what Harold wanted to talk about. The young aristocrat suggested finding some trade guild to make them buy the rights to a special method of growing food, and then get a good percentage of it. That way they could shift all the problems with the farmers to the guild. This proposal caused astonishment in the butler, who did not even expect such a drastic change in the young master's plans. But Harold advised him to take his words seriously. In the guy's opinion, the scheme should have been very simple, because they just sell the traders a method of cultivation, and the traders implement this method for farmers and eventually get their share for this great invention and do not have to worry about secrecy. In theory, of course, everything was perfect, but the only problem was that it would be difficult to find a reliable trade guild that wouldn't end up cheating him and going under the control of another feudal lord. Norman agreed with such concerns, because usually the guild was staffed by very cunning and greedy people. But Harold reminded him that he was the one asking the questions here, so he wanted to discuss the problem with Norman and Jake. The butler had immediately warned of the lack of reliable connections in this area, even though the Stokes family had some prestige, which would not be enough to intimidate the large trade guilds, and some small traders would obviously not be up to such an important task. Harold agreed with Norman, and also realized that his parents probably had good connections, but he could not initiate them into the secrets of his unique method. Despite all the difficulties, the butlers expressed their admiration for the genius of the young master, because it would be a great solution to make the merchants do all the work and only benefit themselves. But Harold immediately said that there was no point in a brilliant idea if they couldn't use it, so now it would be better to explain everything to Jake and maybe he would come up with a solution. When the young aristocrat had not yet returned to his room, Zen knocked insistently on his door and promised to enter even without permission. But when he entered, he was disappointed by Harold's absence. Zen eventually decided that Harold had probably gone to practice fencing again, and then strolling through the house he noticed Lady Erica, whom he had almost never met before. Zen greeted the girl affably and explained that everyone here knew him, and then inquired where Juno's companion was now. Erica politely told her about her assistant's personal business that had caused her to go to town. But Zen still decided to continue talking to the nice girl, and told her that if she was looking for Mr. Harold, he was not in the room, as he had already personally checked and could go wherever he wanted. The gregarious fellow told her how Harold had been too busy with important matters lately, and it was a cause for concern because he might overwork himself and weaken. Zena's strange attitude toward the nasty aristocrat surprised Erica. Then the boy inquired about Lady Erica, who, despite her attempts to look good, was still sad and under the impression of the events of last night. Zen offered his help and explained that he knew more about what was going on in the manor than anyone else and could talk about anything. Erica admitted that she was very upset about how Mr. Harold could kill servants with his magic without regret. But Zen immediately called it all just silly rumors, because this family has too sinister reputation, so ordinary people start making up different scary stories. And personally, he does not believe in it, and Erica also should not take it as truth. But the girl explained that she was told about it personally by Harold, and Zen must have been familiar with the murdered woman, as she worked in this estate, and hardly such a thing can be a secret. Zen of course hadn't expected such a response and didn't know what to do. Erica continued to be indignant, and explained that after such a thing she could not imagine how she could follow Mr. Harold at all, because he was a real ruthless monster. Zen instantly lost his self-confidence, and Lady Erica admitted that she couldn't accept Harold for who he really was and would never forgive him for killing an innocent man. And despite the fact that she is his fiancée and sincerely wants to save her people through this marriage, it is very difficult for her to forget everything that she has learned about and be at peace with Harold. The girl started crying and talking about how she will never be able to suppress these feelings and no good purpose will make her marry Harold. And right now it was the only thing she could think about. But after a few minutes of pouring her emotions out, she still managed to calm down and apologized for her condition to the unfamiliar guy. Then Erica hurriedly left to her room, but Zen regretfully realized how much this distressed girl had fallen into illusions, because in fact Mr. Harold was a very kind man. Zen of course knew how the young aristocrat, for the sake of saving a woman and a child, was not afraid to become a mad killer for everyone. But now the girl, who for the sake of her family and nation is trying to sacrifice her true feelings, unfortunately cannot learn the whole truth. In fact, these two people are very similar, and despite their young age they stick to their principles. And it would be a terrible mistake if these people ended up parting ways just because of a misunderstanding between them. Zen saw it all as an event that should not have happened, because these two young people have great strength and kindness, so they should open up to each other and be together. Despite all the prohibitions, Zen decided to act in his own way and offered Lady Erica to go with him to an interesting place. Zen of course realized that he was violating his master's orders, but he could not do otherwise now. The good-natured fellow was very afraid of Harold's anger, but he couldn't let his soul end up in pieces, so he had to step in and stop it from happening. For Zen, this was the decisive moment when he could change everything, and he realized that if he turned his back now on the ray of light that could melt the horrible cold ice, he would regret the lost opportunity for the rest of his life. He would never forgive himself if he didn't show courage now and do everything in his power to save Harold and make that sweet girl believe in his goodness. Zen, despite the fact that he considered himself a simple, rather stupid and inept man who might not be able to communicate with Harold anymore in the future, decided to take the risk. After all, he realized that for the young lady the best choice would be Harold, and so he asked the girl to give him some time. Erica paid attention to the guy's determination and agreed to accept his proposal. In a few minutes they were already near Harold's room, and the girl sincerely did not understand why they came here, especially going inside without any permission from the owner. But Zen, already realizing that he had no way back, asked Erica to be very quiet, because most likely Harold was already on his way here, which meant he shouldn't know about her presence. Zen quickly tried to hide Lady Erica in Harold's room, and when his master entered, he had already managed to pull it off. The young aristocrat was surprised to see Zen, but the boisterous lad once again began to play the complete idiot. At his master's indignation, Zen began to justify that he had only decided to check on Harold's condition when no one answered him. But Harold called Zen a complete moron who doesn't realize that you can't go into a room for permission. Erica, meanwhile, was in the closet and didn't understand why she had even agreed to the proposal of a guy she didn't know. After all, she was now in a very stupid and dangerous position and was silently listening to someone else's conversation. Meanwhile, Zen declared that he had not just come to see his master, but had prepared a report. Harold was still outraged and suggested that the fool tell his report as quickly as possible. Zen very quickly oriented himself in the situation and began to talk about his concerns about the rumors about Clara, because these rumors spread very quickly, and the interest of people and various merchants in this problem is only growing. Zen told about how he had been asked for all the details of the maid's destruction, but he tried not to talk about anything. Still, the rumors were too damaging to Harold's reputation, for ordinary people were beginning to embellish the events of that night. But Harold didn't care what people said about him, and so he called Zen a useless idiot who only liked to talk and wasted his valuable time with non-existent problems. Still, Zen was not as stupid as Harold thought he was, and in the end he was able to get the young nobleman to say that he was not going to go out and tell people about how Clara and her daughter were safely hidden in a remote village. These words showed the most incredible emotions in the girl who was still hiding in the closet, and now she realized why Zen had brought her here. Meanwhile, the rowdy boy continued to chat with Harold, apologizing for his foolishness. The young aristocrat explained that if his parents somehow found out how he had deceived them, Clara and her daughter's lives would be in danger again, so everyone should continue to think of him as a brutal killer. But Zen decided to build on his success and offered to reveal the truth to Lady Erica. Zen noticed the doubt on Harold's face and reminded him how Lady Erica was too much depressed by all these rumors. But the young aristocrat was not about to give up and rejected the foolish offer. Zen honestly didn't understand why he would hide the truth in front of a man who wanted to believe in Harold. But the alien from another world knew that he could never reveal the truth to Erica, because otherwise the original plot of the game would change and it could lead to death. Of course, Zen's kindness was respected and helped Harold in some difficult moments, but all his good intentions could lead to death, and of course they could not be accepted. The young aristocrat decided to come up with some good reason for his refusal, so that in the future Xena would not even think of blabbing to Erica. And so Harold declared that he wasn't going to talk to a silly girl who cried about anything. Harold suggested that perhaps the girl's tears were not related to him at all, or perhaps she sympathized with the innocent women who died from the magical flames. But it didn't matter, because in any case Erica's tears could be for someone else, so she remains just a naive fool who doesn't understand anything in this life. Harold called Erica too kind person, but this is the kindness of the weak, which cannot change anything in this world. Therefore, if such a person were to walk hand in hand with him through life, he would only receive countless sufferings. Zen began to understand his master's train of thought and assumed that something in this way Harold was taking care of Eric. But the young aristocrat bellowed back that he was only thinking of himself first, even if it would help Erica, because he wasn't going to marry some silly and whiny girl who cried at every occasion. Zen still didn't expect to hear about Harold's unwillingness to marry such a beautiful Lady Erica, and asked him to explain why it shouldn't be done, because it was against his parents' wishes. But the young aristocrat said that even a foolish idiot like Zen should have realized that the whole engagement game of his parents was all about money and influence. Harold then told how the Sumeragi lands had fallen into rapid decline a few years ago due to the miasmas. It was a disaster of unprecedented proportions for the entire continent. But none of the neighboring feudal lords rushed to help Erica's father. It was only his father, for the sake of their bloodline's coveted marriage, who decided to arrange this sham marriage. Zen didn't even think about the depth of the problem, but still assumed that breaking this engagement would be fatal for the Sumeragi family. But Harold advised not to worry, as he had already made all the necessary arrangements. Harold then recounted how, during a visit to the Sumeragi domain, he had asked Erica to give his father a letter with very important information that Tasuka could use. Cursing Xena for his foolish curiosity, Harold nevertheless revealed that the letter described methods of defense against the dreaded disease, though it also focused on predicting the likely extent of the contamination. So if the area was only slightly contaminated, with the cure Erica's father would be able to restore his forestry and bring people back there. And in the future, he's going to offer Tasuka his unique method of growing food. But at this stage, this method has not yet been tested, so the letter was not much information about it, and he only hinted at the possibility of introducing revolutionary technologies. And as for the engagement, he immediately suggested to do everything to break it off. After all, thanks to the cure and a new method of growing vegetables, the Sumeragi family will be able to survive a terrible episode in their history, so there is no need to marry Erica. And once they rebuild the forest industry, they won't need outside help anymore. Tasuka realizes this, of course, so it will be easy to convince him to break the engagement, since no one will be hurt by it and everyone will be happy, except Lord Hayden. Zen thanked him for his openness and admitted that he hadn't even realized how much. Brilliantly planned. Harold felt a little better after that conversation and was surprised at Zen's cleverness. And that's why the young aristocrat decided to warn the curious man of his unenviable future if he did the wrong thing. But Zen pretended not to understand, and Harold asked him to come closer. The young aristocrat explained to his friend as quietly as possible that he should start thinking about finding a new master, because the Stokes family would cease to exist in the near future, and then Zen would risk turning into a beggarly vagabond. This time the curious lad was really quite surprised, for he was sure that thanks to his miracle farms, Harold was trying to prevent the fall of his family. The young aristocrat explained that for some time he would certainly be able to delay the fatal moment for his family, but in any case it would not solve the problem of ruinous taxes and senseless spending, especially since he was already tired of taking care of everything on his own. Zen still didn't want to see the Stokes family destroyed, even though they were cruel, because he didn't understand what would happen to the people who lived on their property. But Harold didn't know the answer to that question and was satisfied that Tasuki Sumeraga's family would be alright. This time Zen no longer understood his master and saw no connection to Erica's family. But Harold, once again convinced that he was a moron, told how in that letter he had asked Erica's father to take care of all the refugees in case the Stokes family fell. Ordinary people always need care and help, because otherwise they will all starve to death. And so it should be a good-hearted father of Erica, who will certainly show nobility and accept all suffering people. But Harold still allowed for the possibility that Tasuka would be a scoundrel and not do his bidding. But that possibility was too small, and therefore one must have faith in Mr. Sumeragi. Harold looked contemptuously at his curious interlocutor and explained that he had put him in a very difficult position and he did not know how to deal with a man who had learned too much. Zen felt fear at this point and began to promise Harold to never tell anyone about this conversation. Erica was in the closet at this point trying to make sense of what she had heard, for everything she had known up to this point had completely lost its meaning. When Harold finished talking to his friend, he ordered him to leave the room immediately, and Zen, playing the idiot, promised to do so immediately. But before he left, Zen inquired about his master's future plans and offered him a joint swordsmanship class. This really surprised Harold, for an opponent out of Zen was completely useless. But Zen began to talk about how he had always considered fencing to be his secret passion, and so he just dreamed of seeing the legendary art and inimitable style of Mr. Harold. The curious boy began to ask the young nobleman to take him with him, so that he could see the magnificent blade movements. Harold immediately remembered that moment of Juno watching him and decided that Zen wanted to follow her example. But then the young nobleman did ponder the possibility of practicing his swordsmanship and introducing this foolish chatterer to his magic lightning. Harold accepted Zen's offer and thanked him for his request, for he was really going to try out his new special technique on someone and Zen would fit the role. But the curious lad didn't immediately understand his master's intentions, especially when he had 2 blades in his hands. Zen assumed that Harold was going to show a special technique of fighting with 2 swords, because he himself was very reluctant to fight. But Harold already had a strong desire to practice fencing and punish the foolish lad for his curiosity. But at the same time, the young aristocrat advised his opponent to move as quickly as possible if he didn't want to die. Zen was horrified at the prospect of being for his master, but he had chosen this path himself, and so all he had to do was follow orders. Meanwhile, as the doors to the room slammed shut, Erica decided to get out of her hiding place. Carefully leaving the dusty closet, the girl began to move on the creaking floor and tried to be unnoticed. But thoughts of what she had heard kept her on her mind, and now she saw Harold as a different person. The only thing the stunned Erica could think about was that the maid Clara and her daughter Colette were actually fine and living safely in a remote village. The young lady hurriedly made her way to her room and informed her companion Juno, for her father's secret agent needed to know the whole truth so that she would not have time to take any irreparable action. Trying to regain her breath, Erica immediately explained to Juno that they had an important mission to accomplish in order to find out all the circumstances related to the maid Clara. Erica told his companion in great detail about how Harold had deliberately created the image of a brutal murderer for himself in order to save the maid Clara and her daughter. The young aristocrat was concerned about his parents' reaction, because if they knew the whole truth, they would track down the maid and kill her, and Harold would be a traitor to them. Erica also mentioned how the young lord had decided to help her father rebuild the land so that the Sumeragi family would be independent of any outside help. Juno was shocked by such news, for it was really convincing, especially the cure, and Erica wanted confirmation of Harold's words. In this whole story, it was unclear how exactly it was possible to create a new medicine in just a few days, because people were suffering from an unknown disease that was very little studied. Juno asked Erica if she wanted to say that this young gentleman had a supernatural gift of foresight. Although how he was able to predict the Sumeragi family's crisis does raise a lot of questions. Erica agreed that there were a lot of unknowns in this story, but the only thing they could be sure of for sure was that Harold had somehow managed to develop an effective cure for humans. After all, this whole process must have taken a very long time. Juno remembered Harold's phenomenal abilities, which she had seen during his swordsmanship training, and didn't understand how he couldn't notice Erica hiding in his room. It was impossible that this calculating man deliberately wanted to make things so that naive Erica would hear his words. But it was very difficult to come up with such a cunning plan at a young age, and if it was true, it was scary to imagine what kind of person Harold would grow up to be. Juno had already thought out her plan of action and decided that this young guy was not destined to become a husband for Erica. After all, such enemies at a young age inspiring endless terror must forever remain children. After a while, young Lord Harold realized that it had been 3 weeks since he had been slapped on the Tarek and a whole month since they had arrived. It all seemed too suspicious and was beginning to tire. Harold wanted to send the girls home as soon as possible, but he didn't have time anyway because he was trying to find a suitable trade guild to use in the future for his plan. A few minutes later there was a knock at the door, and as it turned out it was Norman the butler, who decided to inform the young lord of his father's offer to go to him immediately for a talk. Lord Hayden occupied the spacious study, and he immediately recalled Lady Erica's failing health. That was why he had to honor their request and allow them to go to Sumeraga's domain. Harold was pleased with this news, but still expressed regrets in front of his father, as if it was very hard for him to part with his beautiful bride. But Lord Hayden still decided to help his favorite son and ordered him to go with the girls. At such a nobility of his father, mountains did not even count on you. Were shocked by the proposal to live for a while at Mr. Tasuka. Harold tried to object, but of course it was useless. His father explained that Lady Erica was the most important jewel in Sumeraga's domain, which meant that his favorite son should take possession of this jewel, and was obliged to show attention and care for his future wife, and the mother of his future children. Harold could hardly contain his discontent, because he was not going to get close to the girl he was trying his best to get rid of. And of course he realized that his father was a calculating scoundrel who was trying to raise the prestige of his family. Everything that was going on was worse than ever. Harold did not understand how he could follow his plan and stay as far away from Erica as possible. And going to the same place with her and being there all the time was like walking through a minefield with his eyes closed. But then Harold decided to use this trip as a great opportunity to spread his unique method of growing food. After all, he would be able to personally negotiate with Tasuka and sell him the technology on behalf of his family. After all, that was exactly what he was going to do once all the experiments were completed. Although of course now was not the right time, because the experiments were not yet finished. But if the circumstances were so, then it is necessary to act according to the situation. Harold was happy about this opportunity and was sure that Erica's father would agree to his terms, and at the same time, he would satisfy his greedy father, Lord Hayden. The father was really happy when his son agreed to travel to foreign lands for the sake of his bride, sure that the relationship between the young people is perfect. Harold masterfully played the best child in the whole world and promised his father to fulfill his destiny as heir. But in truth he hated this greedy and cruel lord, whom he never wanted to see again. Meanwhile, a mysterious stranger appeared in the distant village of Blush, who decided to ask some important questions to the locals and communicated as politely as possible. The tall blonde man explained his purpose of the visit as a search for a woman named Clara Emerald, and asked for help from the first villager he met, hoping that his smile would help in this endeavor. Not far from the place where the mysterious stranger appeared, the former maid Clara lived with her daughter, and was currently carefully hanging out the laundry she had washed. The village was located in a magnificent picturesque place, and the woman even after 5 months enjoyed her new life and could not fully believe that it was not just a dream. But sometimes Clara remembered that terrible day when Lord Hayden was about to execute her, and she would leave this world forever without ever seeing her beloved daughter grow up. But unexpectedly, at that critical moment, a little boy who was only 1 year older than her daughter Colette lent her a helping hand. But the most surprising thing was that the boy turned out to be the Lord's son. Clara often thought about the Lord were Harold, and she wondered what had happened to him and how he was doing. The woman even contemplated the possibility of contacting him, but then reminded herself that it was deadly dangerous. Clara should never contact the Stokes family again, because if it became known that she and her daughter had survived, it would bring great trouble to Mr. Harold, and she must not be so mean to her savior. After a few minutes, Clara was distracted from her memories and greeted her neighbor Leona, who had been trying unsuccessfully to find her son Rainer since morning. Clara advised her to calm down and told her how Rainer and Colette had gone to the farm for milk early in the morning and should be back soon. Leona thanked Clara, for she was tired of looking for her son in the village. Clara apologized to Leona for her son constantly bringing their milk too, and also constantly helping Colette. But Leona didn't worry about it and told her how her favorite son wants to join the Night Order in the future, so it would be good for him to train right now. In parting, Leona gave her neighbor permission to burden Rainer with work, but still be careful. Left alone, Clara decided to bake cookies for the children when they returned. But at that moment a mysterious stranger appeared, who had already discovered his main target. The tall blonde man asked if the woman in front of him was really Clara Emerald, and the woman cautiously confirmed her name. After a few seconds, the magnificent smile disappeared from the blonde man's face, and he decided to get straight to the point and asked what exactly Clara knew about the boy named Harold Stokes. Clara was frightened and didn't know what to say, but the mysterious stranger merely asked her to confirm or deny the rumors about how the young heir to the Stokes family had brutally murdered a maid. The appearance of the tall blonde man and his strange questions made Clara think about her safety, but she decided that if the man wanted to kill her, he would have done it already. But Clara decided to stick to her promise and replied that she had no idea what he was talking about, then asked him to leave her alone. The young blonde man agreed to comply with the request, but promised to come again. At that moment Clara imagined how the feudal lord had suspicions and perhaps terrible trouble could happen to Mr. Harold, and she sincerely did not want that and began to pray. While the distraught Clara continued to pray for the young nobleman's health in the distant village, Harold, along with Erica and her companion Juno, arrived at the Seminaga estate. The head of the family, Tasuka, was delighted at the arrival of his daughter and showed respect for Harold, then offered to take any room to rest after the arduous journey. But Harold decided to get straight to the point. The young aristocrat had a contemptuous look on his face as the adult Tasuka called him a loser and offered to talk about important issues, and for that he better find time as soon as possible. But after a few seconds Harold realized how rude he was being to the head of the house he had come to, and apparently he could only speak politely in the presence of his creepy parents. The young aristocrat thought to see the anger on Tasuk's face, but it didn't happen, and the head of the family offered to meet tomorrow for an important conversation as he had more pressing matters to attend to right now. The response of wise Tasuk really impressed Harold, because he turned out to be exactly the same cold-blooded leader as in the original story of this game. But Juno didn't take the young guest's insolence so easily. The secret agent of the family decided to act and asked Tasuka to lengthen her time before the important conversation. The head of the family was surprised by the girl's persistence and still decided to find out the purpose of her request. Juno began by giving her report on the Stokes holdings, but Tasuka, after thanking the girl for her work, asked her to postpone the conversation and promised to read the report later. Juno wasn't really satisfied with the work she'd done, for she hadn't been able to learn all the secrets of the Stokes family, and the three cronies had kept silent to preserve any important information. The only one who was helpful was the chatty Zen, who was happy to give away a few points of interest. All of this said only one thing: that young Harold had excellent control over information and his men. But at the same time, Juno's spies were able to secretly find out how Zen, as Harold's confidant, often visits companies and fields, which means that something very important is going on there. But unfortunately, the farmers turned out to be extremely suspicious people and were distrustful of all strangers. And so to penetrate into their environment and learn all the secrets will be very difficult. But in any case, it will have to be done even if it takes much more time and money, because Juno is not accustomed to retreat from difficult tasks and always fulfilled their missions. But unfortunately, being in Simuraga's house now, it would be much more difficult to act. Just at this moment appeared that mysterious young blonde man, who turned out to be a spy working for Juno. The girl was very pleased with the return of her best employee and thanked him for the speed of the task, and then asked what exactly he managed to find out during the trip to a distant village. The mysterious fellow told how a woman calling herself Clara Emerald really lived in the village of Blutch, but Juno asked for more details and an explanation of whether the spy had managed to meet her in person. The blonde guy told about meeting Clara, but unfortunately the woman did not want to talk to him, but he is sure that she certainly knows Harold Stokes. Juno thought about the information for a moment, and then she said that there is no other way but to go to the village of Blutch and talk to this mysterious woman, because what she says will depend on the fate of Harold. The next day, while waiting for an audience with Tasuka, the young aristocrat enjoyed a fragrant green tea and contemplated his unique method of growing food. After all, he had originally wanted to save the Stokes family, but now there were other goals. Harold speculated that such technology could have been a great advantage for the Sumeragi family if it had gotten to them long before the main game events began. After all, in the original story of the game, it wasn't until 1 year into the adventure that Protagonist Rainer and the others would find an escape from the horrible population destroying miasmas. But now everything is completely different, and if Tasuku will be on Harold's side, they will have more opportunities to support the team of heroes, and Harold himself will be much easier to avoid death. That's why the young aristocrat wrote that first letter from Mr. Tasuku. Harold decided to take a risk and follow a path that was not in the original story. But that wasn't the only difference, because here the potions of life were not the same as in the original game. So in order to sell them to Tasuku, more prototypes would have to be made, and in the process the production technology would have to be improved. Up to this point, everything was going smoothly, but now Harold is facing a labor shortage and they can't spread the unique method of growing products. And when the main scenario of the game starts, there will be no help from Tasuku. The only way to avoid his premature death from the unpredictable situation is to solve this production problem now, and implement his method of growing food as soon as possible. Tasuku-san soon appeared and apologized for the long wait as his work was a bit delayed. Harold ignored the smile on his master's face and suggested the myriad of problems he was facing. Tasuka didn't deny the fact, but still admitted that he had been able to cope with his worries a little easier lately, and it was all thanks to the medicine Harold had generously given him. Recognizing his sincere respect, Master Thought bowed low, and once again thanked the guy for his help, but Harold immediately advised not to bow his head. After all, he was trying to help, not for some stupid gratitude. But Tasuka explained that he couldn't do it otherwise, and of course he didn't know what Harold was thinking when he decided to help. Still, the unshakable truth was that thanks to the young aristocrat the situation had changed for the better. But Harold, once again following his character's principles, called the master of the house a lowlife, for how could such a noble lord come to the point of silly gratitude to an ordinary child? Tasuka did not know how to respond to such a provocative statement, but then the head of the house stated that no matter what, he was happy to meet such a young man whose future was full of rising expectations, and even if Harold himself was not happy about it. The young nobleman complimented Tasuka on his ability to show his appreciation and offered to assist him in a very important matter. Tasuka wondered if this was the very reason Harold wanted to talk to him, but it all seemed too hasty. But Harold said that he had no time or desire to have long, respectful conversations, even with someone as wise as Tasuka, and then invited the master of the house to read some documents. Tasuka was very surprised when he realized that he had in his hands a report on the prototypes of the cultures grown with life potions and carefully described all the stages of the experiments. Also present in the documents was an elaborate graph comparing crop yields when different dosages of fertilizer were applied. Tasuka was surprised to learn that the yields doubled compared to traditional farming methods. Eventually, putting the documents aside, the landlord recognized that the contents were too incredible to be true. But Harold advised him to accept everything in the documents as fact, and if the Honorable Tasuka wanted to accuse someone of lying, he should do it openly. But the wise old man explained that it would be too foolish to simply state it categorically and end the negotiations there, so he was ready to listen to all the young master's arguments. After all, it was he who could provide an effective medicine and teach him how to produce it. Harold immediately stated that it didn't matter what Tasuka was thinking, because listening to the information was free of charge. The old man agreed and asked him to explain what Harold was trying to accomplish by showing him this document with huge harvests of food. Harold suggested that Tasuka take the documents and study them more carefully, because it was just a copy that had been prepared especially for him. After that, the young master took a long sip of flavored tea, and the room was silent, allowing him to think. At that moment, the wise head of the Sumeragi family recalled the information he had read in Jun's report, where she had stated that the young master was not a puppet, and that he was most likely acting of his own free will. Tasuka himself was convinced of this, because it was impossible to manipulate a person to such an extent to make him do such complex and carefully planned actions. But nevertheless, all this is a clever game of Harold, and Tasuka realized that he can right now say that he does not believe the guy and stop these negotiations, then independently launch a unique method based on the clues from the manuscript. But the strange thing is that Harold also realizes this and is giving the initiative to the negotiations. So this is probably just the first act or prelude to the main action. Tasuka decides that it would be dangerous to refuse to negotiate under these conditions, because he has the opportunity to check the results of the research himself, and maybe it would give his family a chance to fix a complicated problem. Wise Tasuka decided to wait for the main proposal from Harold and try to understand his true motives during the conversation, because such a cunning man should pursue some personal goals. Tasuka broke the silence and asked for permission to listen to Harold's proposals. The young aristocrat agreed and remarked that otherwise the negotiations would not have gotten off the ground at all. At that moment, Tasuka felt an intense curiosity. Harold noticed the emotion on his interlocutor's face and finally advised him to assume that everything written in the documents was true, and he wondered what Tasuka would do in that case. The wise old man immediately called the discovery amazing, and it might be possible to convert all the farms to the new method if there were no problems. Tasuka suggested that once a certain degree of dominance had been achieved, he would personally allow the method to spread throughout the country. Harold listened attentively to the old man and asked if the old man, having such a superiority, would not monopolize it. Tasuka replied without hesitation that if a limited number of people monopolize resources, it will cause conflicts in the future, and he wasn't stupid enough to surround himself with enemies for the sake of fleeting profits. This answer was completely fine with Harold, because he thought exactly the same thing. Even so, there was nothing wrong with getting rich from this method, but being an enemy to all the people around him is an unpleasant side effect. Harold then decided to move on to his main proposal after all, and asked if Tasuka was willing to listen to him. This sly way of talking began to bore the head of the house, and only his equanimity allowed him to politely ask for the proposal to be voiced. Harold, enjoying this exciting moment, slowly offered Tasuka to become a joint developer for him, and then called the old man a loser who was very lucky to meet such a brilliant guy like him. Tasuka asked what the point of this idea was, since he had never been involved in such developments. But Harold explained that it was only temporary, because now they were using Sumeraga's name everywhere and Tasuka would be responsible for the results. The old man didn't understand why they would use his name to develop a unique method. But when talking in private, Harold's behavior changes completely, which means he is hiding his abilities from his parents. After all, if the head of Stokes, Lord Hayden, and his wife knew about the skills of his only son, then at the conclusion of the engagement, they would not fail to boast about it, or at least indicated it in the letter. There is also detailed evidence of the impending collapse of the Stokes family, and Harold himself wrote about it in the letter he passed on through Erica. So there are more and more questions. Tasuka decided to find out everything at once and therefore asked the young aristocrat if he was really hiding his unique method of food production from his parents on purpose. Harold explained that for this you need to understand the nature of his parents, if they know about it. Exactly what Tasuka was talking about, they will completely monopolize this method and will profit from it. And he himself lacks the handy people to make his plans a reality. If he manages to increase the number of farmers, they will lose control and their method will already belong to other people. Tasuka agreed with such concerns, but still didn't understand why the young aristocrat had come to him, for given the future profits anyone could have accepted such an offer. But Harold explained that of all the losers he sees around him, Tasuka was the easiest to deal with. But if he refused like an idiot, then of course he would have to find other people. But most likely he wouldn't need to, because no one could refuse such lucrative offers, especially if the well-being of his own people depended on it. Tasuka was amazed at the young nobleman's self-confidence and asked what was the basis of his confidence. Harold reminded the old man that he simply had no other choice. Tasuka realized his predicament that he was having trouble getting out of, and he didn't believe that Harold had taken such a confident stance without any basis, and that he had probably planned it all out a long time ago. Harold was more like a man who used logic to cut off his opponent's escape routes in advance, but the way he did it was bewildering and admirable, because Tasuka didn't even notice it. The head of the Sumeragi family began to supply all the events and recalled that first letter in which Harold provided help in the form of medicine and warned of the extent of the epidemic. In the letter, Harold also explained to Tasuka that for the two of them this engagement with Erica would be more painful for his father, as he would be forced to sacrifice his daughter for the economic support of his estates. The young aristocrat also spoke of the actions of his parents, who imposed incredible taxes on their people in order to live in luxury. So it's likely that a rebellion is about to happen. And in that case, Tasuka gets his only chance to snatch his precious daughter from her doomed family. Even Harold talked about a method to create an effective medicine, and a way to use it against miasms. Next was to create a line of defense based on a map of the greatest spread of the epidemic. And third, Tasuka had to be ready in the near future to use a technology he had never seen before and use it to rebuild his economy. Following all these instructions, Tasuka will be able to restore his holdings without the support of the Stokes family, but most importantly to fulfill all three basic conditions for future success. And it is these conditions that will determine the breaking of his engagement to Erica. Tasuka only now realized what technology the letter was talking about and asked Harold to confirm his assumption. The old man was surprised at the young nobleman's foresight, but what was the significance of it all? But Harold advised not to think too much, for Tasuka was not going to change his answer anyway. The old man agreed because it was very tempting for him to get the chance to save his people and his family. But he still cared about the reason why Harold cared so much about Sumeraga's family. Harold thought about the answer, but then stated that even if he tried to explain it all to Tasuka, he wouldn't be able to understand, and so they would only be wasting time and emotion. Harold then decided to return to the main topic and asked what Tasuka's answer would be. And if the foolish old man could not be trusted in this matter, then that was the end of their conversation, and he was off to find other people. Tasuka was still puzzled as to why the young aristocrat continued even in such a situation, offering him the right to choose and making him decide everything on his own. But the old man realized that if he agreed, he could save not only his family and people, but also the future of his daughter. And in case he refuses the offer, he will have to accept his daughter's engagement and his family will have the support of the Stokes. But in that case, Harold will lose, and all his efforts that you have spent on spreading the new method will come to nothing. But even realizing the danger of rejection, Harold continues to stick to his negotiating style and gives the choice to his opponent, realizing all the advantages Tasuka will get. In the end, the head of the Sumeragi family agreed to accept Harold's proposal, although this did not surprise the young aristocrat at all, and he even praised the old man for such a quick decision. Then Harold advised Tasuka to prepare the fields and the right people as soon as possible, because in the near future he would start telling everyone about his method of growing food, and that would be enough for the first stage. But in the future he would need a trading company or even a guild with a huge reach and full control. But these problems should be handled by Tasuka personally. The wise old man realized that with a trading company they would be able to capture markets and promote their technology throughout the country, and in the promising future they would spread their influence to the entire continent. Harold continued to talk cheekily and praised the old man for having a pretty good brain, which was much bigger than the rest of his subordinates, which meant he was capable of handling problems. Tasuka was really satisfied with the result of the negotiations and advised the young aristocrat to contact him in any matter, and then promised to provide him with everything he needed without any restrictions. Harold decided to take advantage of this offer and asked the old man to provide him with the strongest martial arts instructor so that he could gain combat experience and increase his skill. After the negotiations were over, the young aristocrat decided to relax in the hot water, for it was the best way to feel bliss, especially such conditions were only in Sumeraga's domain. Harold enjoyed the hot water and watched the cherry petals floating nearby while thinking about all the events. He was happy with the result of the negotiations and how quickly he had found a good partner. Meanwhile, Tasuka and his family decided to talk to the secret agent Juno, because this capable girl promised to tell the important news about Harold. Juno immediately reminded how she had personally observed Mr. Harold for a long time on the orders of Mrs. Erica, and therefore she had a definite picture of his character and abilities. Erica immediately apologized to her father for using his spies without permission, but she had compelling circumstances for an important mission. Tasuka asked for details. The young lady asked her father if he knew of the rumors about how Mr. Harold had allegedly personally killed his maid and her child using his magical powers. Tasuka knew about it, of course, as it was mentioned in the report, but he was inclined to believe that it was the result of silly rumors spreading among the people. Erica explained that she wanted to see for herself if it was really just a rumor. The father was interested and asked if he understood correctly that the woman was really alive with the child. Erica told the purpose of finding out the truth was supported by Juno and her team, and at that moment the secret agent indeed confirmed that the rumors spreading turned out to be inaccurate. After all, the maid Clara and her daughter Colette were currently living in the small village of Bluch outside of Stokes' domain, and they were in no danger since no one knew about it. Clara had not even changed her name, and so she was quickly located. But the woman flatly refused to talk about the incident, and so Juno personally went to her to talk to her. The secret agent of the Sumeragi family immediately found the house and knocked on the door and asked Clara to give her a few minutes of her attention to talk to her. Juno tried to explain as politely as possible the reason for her unexpected visit, and without hiding her name introduced herself as a representative of the Juno family, and then asked her to clarify some important information. But it was obvious that Clara had already guessed the reason for the mysterious stranger's appearance and realized that the tall blonde man was the first envoy of the Sumeragi family. Juno apologized for her subordinate's behavior if he had offended the woman in any way. Then Juno told how Mr. Harold and Erica were preparing for the wedding. But because of Mr. Harold's possible involvement in the brutal murder of innocent people, many in the Sumeragi family have a bad attitude towards him. At this point, Clara breaks her promise and stands up for her savior. Juno immediately explained that she personally does not believe in such cruelty of Mr. Harold, because the main proof of it is Clara herself. But the problem is that Mr. Harold himself spreads these rumors. The young aristocrat has specifically taken on the stigma of a brutal murderer and personally pleads guilty to the crime, feeling the hatred of the scorn of peasants and townspeople. Though he tries to keep a cool head, he suffers greatly. Juno explains that she has no intention of revealing the truth, but if Clara can tell her the details of the case, Mr. Harold can gain a valuable ally in her person. And it is Clara who can help Mr. Harold in this situation to reduce his guilt and get recognition from the people he cares about, with whom he will have to unite in the future. Clara was doubtful, for she had promised never to tell anyone about that terrible day when she had almost died. But thanks to the young gentleman she had escaped death. A feeling of guilt gripped the woman, for it was because of her that the young lord was suffering, and so she was too emotional about the visit of the strange girl. Juno advised her to calm down and explained that even if Clara couldn't decide to share the truth, she still wanted to understand at least a little of the details. Juno promised to do everything possible to help Mr. Harold and Mrs. Erica, even if Clara did not want to help her in this difficult case. But Clara didn't want to be left out. After that, the woman suggested her guest to follow her, because the information she was going to tell should not be overheard by random people, and it was better to discuss it in the house. Clara promised to do everything in her power to help Mr. Harold, for she owed him not only her life, but also the life of her beloved and only daughter. Juno found out that it all started the moment Clara almost wounded Mr. Harold. After that she was going to be punished, but the young boy, saving her from her father's anger, offered to kill Clara himself, using her as a test subject in magical experiments. Then Harold deliberately locked the frightened woman in the dungeon, and in the meantime, having won the necessary time, carefully prepared an escape plan, and then secretly took Clara and her daughter out of the territory of Stokes. Everything necessary and even household items, as well as money for the first time, were generously provided to the fugitives personally by Mr. Harold. Therefore, the young aristocrat specifically carries the stigma of a murderer, thus continuing to care about the fate of Clara and her daughter Colette. And all these actions from the very beginning were aimed only for their protection. This information came as a complete surprise to the head of the Sumeragi family, and then Tasuka asked why Erika was in such a hurry to leave the room without waiting for the end of the conversation. The girl explained that she owed an immediate apology to Mr. Harold and hadn't even tried to sort things out earlier, so she was ashamed of the night she'd vented her emotions and hit the guy. Erika thought her behavior was so vile that it wasn't worthy of forgiveness, but even so, she should express her apology. But Tasuka ordered his daughter to stop immediately. The head of the Sumeragi family reminded of how much risk Mr. Harold was taking to protect the women, and now that they had learned the whole truth, they should keep it and not divulge it. After all, if Harold-san found out about his secret being spread, he would become even more cautious and push Erika away from him even more than he had before. Tasuka, understanding his daughter's emotions, still advised her to be more patient. Tasuka asked Erika to explain her desire to apologize and if she could swear that she didn't want to be forgiven just to comfort herself. But Erika didn't know how to answer and asked how she should proceed. If she can't even make up for her mistake and bow her head to the person she offended as an apology, how should she proceed? Tasuka was worried about his only daughter and, gently stroking her head, advised Erika to become a person who will support Harold-san in everything. This guy is such an exceptional person that his incredible power is repulsive, and if Erika really wants to atone for her actions, she should get close to Harold. Tasuka advised to carefully watch what the young aristocrat is trying to accomplish, for Erika must be his ally in everything and understand him better than anyone else. The girl thought about the idea and decided to follow her father's advice. Tasuka explained that it would be a very difficult task, and although Harold would certainly need allies, he would probably not have room and time for friends, and it will be difficult for Erika to take a place beside such a man. Erika must realize that despite all her efforts and attention, she will not be an exception for Harold and will ignore her attempts to get closer, and perhaps their hearts will never meet. So Erika must now first of all answer to herself whether she has the real determination to believe in such a man and follow Harold-san relentlessly. Tasuka asked his favorite daughter not to answer that question now, for she could decide what to do in the process of following Harold. But for now, it would be enough for Erika to apologize for raising her hand to her fiancé. Those words made Erika think about many things, but still she really couldn't make a final decision now whether she would support Harold in the future, so she just silently left the room. Tasuka stated that after Erika found out about her engagement, she had been very depressed, but now her condition was much worse. Her spouse remarked that the reason this time was the exact opposite. Tasuka called it all an integral part of growing up, but his wife carefully replied that he sounded like they were watching their child grow up for the first time. Tasuka replied that looking at his beloved daughter, he felt these feelings much stronger than before and was pleased that he could help her in such a difficult situation. After some time, the young aristocrat made a long trip and found himself in the place that Tasuka had recommended him to visit to learn new types of martial arts. Harold was delighted by the sight of the largest martial arts temple in Sumeraga's domain. In this place, adults and children alike learn the skills of archery, swordsmanship, magic, and many more martial skills. But Harold still didn't understand why Tasuka had brought his sad daughter along on this trip. But the old man was not going to argue and only explained Erika's arrival with the desire of the martial arts master. The young aristocrat did not understand what Tasuka was trying to tell him and therefore decided not to get into it, because he did not care. The main purpose of the arrival of the guy considered the acquisition of useful combat skills. Soon Harold had already changed into special clothes and Tasuka asked how the guy knew how to do it. But the guy wouldn't tell the truth and only called it a simple matter. Then Tasuka turned to a guy named Itsuki, and after that this young martial artist hugged Erika, with whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Itsuki didn't let Erika go for a second and kept asking about her health and promised to give her a lot of souvenirs that he had prepared for this meeting. But the girl at that moment tried to pull out of her brother's embrace. Harold thought it was all a silly joke and accused Tasuka of deception, for there was no way that some ordinary guy would be his rival. But Tasuka advised not to jump to conclusions, because in fact Itsuki's strength is absolute. But Harold wanted an outstanding instructor for himself, and how could such a master be an ordinary kid? But Itsuki, having heard the criticism in his address, advised Harold not to forget about his young age. But first, Itsuki introduced himself and explained that he was Erika's older brother and was ready to show his skills. Harold didn't expect to see another Tatsuki kid and eyed him suspiciously. Then the two boys started to get closer, and Itsuka asked his rival if he was really Erika's fiancé, because that was an important detail. And a few seconds later, the master's strong hand grabbed Harold by his clothes. But as it turned out, Harold had feared aggression from Itsuki for nothing. After all, this cheerful fellow began to cheer and shake his favorite sister's fiancé. Such behavior caused only bewilderment to Harold, and he decided that he was just another cretin in front of him. All the students who were in the huge training hall noticed how Master Itsuki was next to Erika's fiancé, and decided that it was a great chance to see the legendary art of fencing of the best fighter. Meanwhile, Erika's brother continued to vigorously shake down the young aristocrat, whom he had already heard of and was looking forward to meeting for a training bout. But Harold was shocked by Itsuki's behavior and demanded that he be released immediately. The top swordsman of course sensed his rival's anger and suggested that he should not miss such a great opportunity, and get his weapon out as soon as possible while he was in such an excited state. Itsuki hurried to find the bamboo swords, and at that moment Erika helped her older brother. Harold watched carefully as this strange guy attentively regarded his sister. In fact, the young aristocrat didn't know much about this swordsman because in the original game he was only mentioned in passing by other characters, and that's why he didn't remember him. However, there was no mention of his character anywhere in the game, and it was surprising to learn how much he loved his little sister. At this point, Itsuki tossed a bamboo sword to his opponent and asked if he knew how to wield it. Garik made a few spectacular movements with the bamboo blade and realized that it was just an ordinary pathetic stick. But such a weapon was too light. After all, he had long been accustomed to training with a real steel sword, although perhaps it was influenced by his in-game character traits. Meanwhile, the numerous students had already taken their seats on the podium and were waiting with interest for the start of the training match. Harold felt a strong sense of excitement, and he did not like the attention of so many people. Itsuki Sumeragi, even though he doesn't appear in the original story, is still a part of this world of sword and magic. He was chosen by Tasuka to be Harold's sparring partner, which means he is very strong. But even so, the young aristocrat remembered the fight with the original Harold, and that instilled confidence in him. He expected that all the best qualities of speed and stunning miracle swordsmanship techniques were to be had in this body he was destined to reincarnate in. On top of that, Harold had been practicing a lot lately, and was confident that he could fully control his body in any situation, which meant he had a chance of defeating Master Itsuki. Seeing the opponents prepared for the fight, Tasuka decided to explain the rules, and the main one was that one could not use anything but bamboo blades during the battle. It was also forbidden to attack vital organs including the head and face, and completely forbidden to use magic. There was no time limit during the fight, and the winner would be decided the moment his opponent could not continue fighting. In all other respects, there were no differences from a real fight, and if no one had any questions, it was ready to begin. Unlike his opponent, Harold expressed dissatisfaction with the format of the fight, but Tasuka explained it all with his desires to prevent injury and serious maiming, and he would not impose such restrictions if the defense was worn. Harold didn't argue this time. He agreed with the stupid rules, but Itsuki understood his father's desire better, because he knew that even bamboo sticks could be used to injure himself during fights. Itsuki had fought many times against experienced adult fighters, and he considered himself strong enough to leave all his peers behind because of his skills. But now Erika's older brother, he was a little disappointed. He had expected to have fun, but he was only competing against the young son of an aristocrat, and he couldn't be allowed to hurt him, because it could cause problems for his father. Itsuki, considering that he was not allowed to fight for real, decided to give his opponent some advantage in this fight, as he was probably much weaker. Erika's older brother suggested Harold to make the first strike in this fight, and thus show his best attack, if he even knows how to swordsmanship. Everything was ready for the duel. The silence in the huge hall added even more to the humidity of this fight. All the spectators were eagerly waiting for the start, and old Tasuka waved his hand. The young aristocrat Harold rushed into his attack and tried to deliver the strongest and most accurate blow he was capable of. But he immediately realized how fast his opponent was. Somehow, unbelievably, Harold lost his weapon, and it was so fast that no one present even had time to realize how it happened. Itsuki explained to his opponent that if this was a real fight, he would have died long ago. But Harold was not going to give up and show his fear, and advised his older brother Eric not to get too excited, because it was just a warm-up before the real strong blows. Though of course the young aristocrat did not think that he would have such a strong opponent in front of him, because he did not even manage to catch his movements with a glance. Still, Harold calmed himself with the fact that it all happened because of excitement and surprise, and he simply did not have time to defend himself from Itsuki's swift blow. However, Erika's older brother had somehow managed to calculate his movements and at the last moment had changed the trajectory of the blow, allowing him to knock the weapon out of his hands instead of striking a strong blow to the body. It was as if he was offering to continue the fight for real. Harold realized that he was facing an opponent just like him, who wanted to fight at full strength and test his fighting ability to the fullest. To confirm this speculation, Itsuki apologized for his fleeting arrogance and offered the young aristocrat a serious duel with him, this time without silly restrictions. This only infuriated Harold, who called his opponent an idiot since he only now realized why he was even here in this arena and had come from miles away. Itsuki didn't react to his rudeness, only agreed with a nod of his head. But then Erika's older brother declared that this time the first punch belonged to him. A strong excitement gripped Harold at this moment, and he prepared to punish the cocky master and see his true speed. Tasuka warned his son, but Itsuki was not going to disappoint his father and decided to fulfill his promise, but to do even more and be very serious during the fight with the young aristocrat. The second round of the training fight began with Itsuki's swift attack. Harold was marveled at the speed of his opponent, for he far surpassed him in movements. But despite his opponent's superior speed, Harold was still able to fend off the attack and confidently claimed that he could fight back now and knew how Itsuki worked. But the strikes continued and their pace increased with each passing second. Itsuki, watching his opponent's tense face, wanted to see how much strength Harold had and how long he could withstand the onslaught. The spectators watched the fight with interest and noticed that Harold's speed is also at a high level. But so far he has not shown any other qualities and is only holding back Itsuki's pressure. So if Itsuki doesn't allow his opponent to use his speed, all his actions will be too predictable and his punching power will drop and it won't be too hard to fend them off. Especially Harold has no real fighting skills and throws himself at Master Itsuki's every trick. One of the masters explained that the level of Harold's sword skills is not different from an amateur, and thus he will not be able to read the best attacks of his opponent, and will inevitably be defeated. Although the young aristocrat tries to compensate for his lack of speed, he can't last long, and thanks to his experience, Master Itsuki will gradually seize the initiative and gain the upper hand. Therefore, the outcome of this fight is predetermined from the beginning, and it is only a matter of time before Harold runs out of stamina and can no longer resist. Everyone was confident in the skill of Itsuki, who was really dominating this fight at the moment, and asked Harold why he had gone on the defensive. But the young aristocrat only smiled evilly and saw his opponent's breathing become heavy. But still, the skill of Erika's older brother was much higher than Harold's, and it was too affecting the course of the fight. Despite this, the young aristocrat did not give up trying to win the fight. Gradually, the fight gained momentum, and now it was more like a real fight, because the rivals were trying to make the strongest blows without thinking about the consequences. But unexpectedly, Harold lost his blade again at the moment of Itsuki's blow, and it was a strong surprise for the master. Then the young aristocrat took a few quick steps forward, and after that he made a strong blow with his palm to the chest of Itsuki, who did not expect such strong resistance and for a few seconds lost his vigilance, deciding not to hit an unarmed opponent. After landing heavily on the floor, Itsuki noticed his opponent quickly picked up his blade and then touched his head with it. But at that moment, Tasuka ordered the fight to stop. Erika's older brother was surprised at his defeat to a guy 3 years younger than him. Harold is the kind of opponent who progresses over the course of a single friendly fight and learns from his mistakes very quickly. But despite his defeat, Itsuki was not upset and offered to repeat this amazing fight to Harold. But the young aristocrat only replied that next time the result would be exactly the same. Itsuki asked for an explanation, and Harold said that he was so stupid that he had not even memorized his father's words about the bamboo sword being the weapon. And now it's hard to imagine that the next head of the Sumeragi family will be a man who has such a puny little brain, since he couldn't even learn the rules of the fight, and he didn't even realize how he ended up on the floor. These words only made Erika's older brother laugh, but Harold did not understand the reason for his opponent's amusement. Then the guys started to argue, and Itsuki asked his opponent to refrain from rude remarks. Itsuki was really happy with the result of his first encounter with the future husband of the younger one, because he turned out to be a worthy opponent, and will be able to protect Erika in the future. Harold hurriedly left the training room, continuing to be angry at Itsuki's jokes. Erika's older brother was indeed a funny guy and called Harold his brother-in-law to him. Harold didn't like this sudden friendliness, and this despite his personal animosity towards Itsuka. It all seemed suspicious and inappropriate, and he didn't want any brother. Harold of course realized that his opponent was much stronger and his attacks were almost putting him in a difficult position. But still, losing to a kid because of disqualification is worse than losing normally, which means more training. Once outside, the young aristocrat was marveled at the nature surrounding this place. It was so quiet and beautiful here, and there were no noisy merchants. It all reminded Harold of his beloved and native Japan. But of course this wasn't Japan, and it had been 5 months since he had been here as the local antagonist, and he was to die 8 years later according to the original plot of the game. But that only added to the uncertainty. Harold didn't know if his death would find him before the hero told the story. But even if he defeated the final boss and saved the world, whether he would have a chance to return home was unknown. But it was also possible to stay forever in this fantasy world as Harold and forever forget who he was in his past life. The boy didn't want to give up and tried not to cry, because the original Harold never cries. At that moment Erika appeared next to him, and it was another surprise lately, because Harold didn't expect to talk to his future wife right now. Shortly before the meeting with Erika, the young aristocrat thought about a lot of things while being alone and enjoying nature, and realized that he had no opportunity to show weakness, because the real Harold would never cry and regret. Meanwhile, in the training room, Itsuki was chatting with his father, apologizing for calling Harold his little brother too soon. But Tasuka explained the young nobleman's displeasure by saying that his son had teased him too much. Erika decided that this was an appropriate moment to apologize. Itsuka asked to go after Harold since he was a bit upset, and so she could show some sympathy as his fiancé. This act would bring them closer together and show Erika's love. The girl agreed with her older brother's words, but she didn't know for sure if Harold needed her sympathy, because before he never gave the impression of a man who needed it. Eventually Erika went out to find Harold and decided to talk to him, because she couldn't give up her desire to be close to him. The young girl remembered her wise father's words about how he called Harold an exceptional man, and it was this uniqueness and strength that repelled outsiders. Erika cautiously approached the boy and realized how much of a predicament he always found himself in. But no matter what, he always met difficulties with an open face. And his arrogance, perhaps it was just an indication of confidence. But there is no such thing as strength alone. And so the lonely Harold had never had anyone to whom he could show his weakness and show his true colors. After all, even for the sake of those whom this young man undertook to protect, Harold deliberately stimulated pride and arrogance and completely isolated himself from the emotions of outsiders. It was probably the same desire to become someone who understood Harold that her father had talked about, and she must do everything to fulfill that mission. Erika didn't want to hesitate anymore, even if she couldn't become a close person for Harold now. And even if she lacked a lot, she had to act. After all, in the future she must become a close ally for Harold, who will help him to overcome all the difficulties of this life and advise him only the best. Erika expressed her admiration for the fight and explained that even for her, who was not familiar with fencing, it was clear that Harold was a strong opponent for her brother, and his trick was to lose the battle in order to win the war. But Harold took the girl's appearance as an attempt to mock him, because he knew perfectly well that he had lost the battle. Erika laughed and then apologized for saying something unnecessary and offending the young nobleman. But because of her stupidity, she really wanted a duel. Harold was incredulous at Erika's appearance to understand what exactly this girl was up to. After all, how could she speak so politely and sweetly to a man she hates? All this is too suspicious, and Harold did not want to have anything to do with Erika, because such communication could lead to his premature death, which he tried to avoid most of all in this world. The young nobleman ordered to get away immediately, for he had no desire to talk. But Erika did not back down and asked him to explain why she could not communicate with her future husband. The guy said that it would be much more comfortable for him. But Erika refused to fulfill the demands of the young aristocrat, because she could not afford it, and therefore Harold should be disrespectful and give her some time. In the end, the guy gave in and offered to tell her what Erika wanted as soon as possible. The girl thanked him for his time and explained that she was sorry for her behavior the night they met. After all, she had not only been unable to contain her emotions, but she had cruelly insulted Harold and even raised her hand against him to be the worst mistake. Therefore, she was ready to offer her most sincere apology. These silly words only made the young aristocrat laugh, who did not even expect the girl to come to him for this meaningless apology. Of course, in reality, Harold realized that he had deliberately made Erica angry that evening and her emotions were quite natural. But the most important virtue of this kind girl was her ability to rethink her actions and apologize for them. It was for these qualities that all the players had always loved the character Erica so much. Harold assumed that now Erica wanted to pour all her unearthly kindness on him, but it only made him very annoyed, and he did not want to feel this kindness because he knew the future terrible plot. Therefore, the young aristocrat Erica's words are meaningless and they mean nothing to him, and she herself looks like a stupid idiot in this situation when she tries to show remorse. Therefore, her deceptive kindness is of no use to anyone. Harold complained of a terrible nausea from her ostentatious friendliness and suggested that Erica had better go play with her maid now and not bother him anymore, and also never to get in his sight again, because it would be the best gift for him. The young aristocrat showed his cruel emotions to the maximum and called the distressed girl a disgusting creature who only tries to pretend that she is kind, but in fact she is not. Erica was shocked by such a cruel answer and did not even know how to react, but Harold was not going to continue this meaningless conversation and hurried away. In fact, he was angry at himself for having poured out all his accumulated irritation on the girl. But still, Harold realized how much the girl was right. But he didn't need her kindness. Erica at that moment decided that she lacked too much to fight against the blows of fate. The girl understood how hard it was for Harold to refuse kindness, but she still decided to do her best to understand this man, no matter how many insults she would have to endure to do so. Erica hoped to become close to Harold in the future, but she realized how hard the road ahead of her was. But it was obvious that this man needed support. For some time, the young girl continued to stand still and did not want to ask to wait for her, but she promised herself that in the future she would catch up with Harold and walk beside him. She should not leave this mysterious man alone, because she feels the determination that comes from her heart, and therefore this is her main purpose. In the vast expanse of the Bin Plateau, a squad of armed soldiers were fighting a huge monster, but there was no way they could handle the powerful creature. Harold was also involved and ordered everyone to stand aside. The young aristocrat decided to destroy the ferocious beast himself, which as it seemed to him was just a vicious snarl, but was not as dangerous as the soldiers imagined it to be. The lad calmly watched the monster approach him at breakneck speed. At the last moment before the furious monster struck, Harold managed to jump aside and struck a precise blow with his blade, cutting off its horn. The pre-aristocrat was pleased with the result of his attack as he was able to perform the task better than a great number of soldiers, and now the blacksmiths would be happy to have the horn as a valuable material. But the monster, even without its most dangerous body part, was still a stranger and continued to roar horribly. And then it turned out that in some incredible way this creature could read spells. After a few seconds, the monster was actually able to use its magical abilities and use the Earth Executioner spell. With a powerful blow, it literally shook the entire Earth and made it split open. Harold didn't expect such an unexpected attack at all and still stood there watching a huge amount of rocks and dust rising up in front of him. But despite this, the young lord had no sense of fear and decided to finish the job before the end. Making a high jump, the guy tried to approach the monster as quickly as possible and strike. It was a perfect chance to use a magic lightning strike, and Harold chose a suitable position and got ready to destroy his powerful opponent with a precise hit. The Storm Petrol spell was incredibly powerful, and after it struck the huge monster, the creature was reduced to ash in a matter of seconds. The squad of soldiers was stunned by the abilities of the young lord, who single-handedly was able to the middle-class monster. But Harold ordered the soldiers to waste no time and immediately clear the way. The commander ordered the first squad to immediately fetch the horn and all the other soldiers to drag the monster's burnt soul aside. All this was accompanied by curses and insults from the commander, who called the soldiers untalented idiots. But the soldiers continued to discuss the incredible strength of Mr. Harold, and some of them told the newcomers how almost 3 years ago, Mr. Harold had started a campaign of conquest. But even then, he was already quite a powerful man, and now he was even more powerful. But it wasn't really that important how strong the young aristocrat was. After all, he is the heir of the Stokes family. Although his parents were strongly against the idea of their son, but still they had to agree after Mr. Harold showed them his skill. But despite all his strength and skill at the very beginning of the conquest, Harold was wounded, and if his parents knew about it, the captains of several other guys would have already left this world. The young rookie soldier was shocked by the danger, but advised him not to worry, for he would never meet the wrath of Harold's parents, though he himself would soon realize it all. 3 years ago, terrified soldiers brought a wounded Harold to Sumeragi Manor and asked for immediate help, for he had lost too much blood. Juno was shocked and was the first to rush to find out what exactly had happened to the young nobleman. The captain of the guards explained that Harold had been wounded by a strong monster during the conquest campaign, but the girl did not understand why Harold at his young age decided to participate in this dangerous endeavor. The captain still advised not to waste time and immediately show the room where they could put the gentleman, and also asked to quickly call a doctor or someone else who has healing magic. The captain at this moment was very worried about the health and life of the young master, because he was fully responsible for what had happened, and felt guilty that he could not protect Harold during the attack of the monsters. But Harold, even in such a state, was still rude and called the captain an ungrateful bastard who wants to say that it was not worth saving his miserable life. The captain immediately apologized to Harold, and the guy ordered him not to look at him like a child, because all of them are not soldiers but damned losers who fight worse than dead men. And if they don't like such a low grade, they should try to swing their blades better next time. These words surprised not only the captain but also Juno, and then the stunned soldier apologized for fighting badly during the monster attack. Harold didn't want to listen to anyone and asked to be left alone. Then heading forward, Harold ordered the captain not to say a word to anyone about his injury, because if his parents found out about it, all missions would be closed to him, and therefore it was necessary to make sure that all soldiers kept their mouths shut. The captain promised to carry out the order, but he felt terrible, because he was ashamed that he was protected by the man he had sworn to protect at the cost of his life. But in that moment the young lord had done much more for the soldiers, for he had saved their lives from the punishment that would inevitably have come upon them from his father, the cruel Lord Hayden. And even now, 3 years later, the captain remembered that incident and thanked Harold. The captain also wanted to become much stronger, and the case for that was all he could do. While the captain was thinking about his destiny, Harold decided that he had already accumulated enough combat experience against all the monsters he could find and was now much stronger. Although of course there are still many monsters that the king would like to meet, but for this he would have to explore new territories and risk the lives of people, and his soldiers are unlikely to be able to withstand such trials. Then the young nobleman remembered about Tasuka, and he was curious to know if this wise old man was able to achieve any success in their common business and fully master the unique method of growing food. It was for this purpose that Harold decided to immediately stop hunting monsters and go to Sumeragi Manor, for there he could have a good rest and learn the latest news. Soon the young lord had already met Tasuka at his estate. The wise old man had heard how superbly Harold had fought during the taming company, and the lad inquired how the negotiations with his father had gone. As it turned out, the negotiations went perfectly, and there was an exemption of the farms from the contract fee, a reduction in the fee for using the special method of cultivation, and a refund of some of the taxes on the crops. The Stokes family would now be able to use the new method of farming at a lower cost, which meant that the method could be spread everywhere. But Harold decided that it would be much better to agree on a joint management and full merger. Tasuka still offered to be patient until Harold and Erica were officially married, but the young aristocrat only laughed in response and said that he would be very interested to see his father's reaction when he finally found out that the engagement would be called off. Tasuka decided to change the subject and inquired about another battle against the monster and how successful it had been. Harold was already tired of the monotonous questions and explained that he constantly wanted to know the same thing from him. Tasuka advised him to calm down and reminded him how Harold had returned to his house many times with serious injuries, and so he would always worry when the guy went to fight monsters. But Harold asked not to think so badly of him, because he wasn't going to let some stupid monster hurt himself again. Tasuka explained that he was just surprised to hear Harold say that at his young age. Harold replied rudely as usual and advised the old man to keep a better eye on his son in that case. This rudeness caused nothing but laughter from Tasuka, and he expressed his hope to see another fight between them. Then Tasuka remembered another important message and offered the young lord to take part in a fighting tournament in Delphi, if of course he felt confident. The participants of this tournament are divided by age, so Harold will not be able to meet Itsuki. But in any case, such experience will be very useful for the young aristocrat. Harold was interested in this proposal because it was very interesting for him to try his hand and fight with other people, especially these battles will not be to the death. After a little thought, in order to look at the waiting old man, the young aristocrat still agreed and said that of course he would participate in this tournament. Tasuka thanked him for agreeing and promised to inform Itsuki immediately, and then decided to return to his work. Harold said goodbye to the old man and wished him to work until the day he died. But those were just words, and in truth Harold wished nothing bad for the man. Harold thought about the upcoming tournament where he would be able to meet strong opponents like Itsuki, whom he didn't even know about. It would be nice to know about them beforehand, but in any case, participating in the tournament was the right decision and would deepen his relationship with the Sumeragi family. Harold had tried to stay away from Erica for 3 years and they only spoke when necessary. In all that time, it was impossible to improve his impression of himself and the guy was happy with this result. Still, due to the progressing outbreaks, he couldn't afford to let his guard down until the heroes group solved the problem. Harold was aware of the fact that in the future a huge number of problems awaited him, because 5 years before the main story of this game, he must completely secure himself from accidental death and provide for all options. Meanwhile, in the port city of Delphite moored ship on which arrived the protagonist Rainer and his close friend Colette, the young country boy was delighted by the sight of the huge city and was excited about the trip. Rainer liked absolutely everything around him and was most impressed by the huge bronze statue of the ship. But his father called him a chump who doesn't know how to behave in society. Colette asked her friend not to make so much noise and to hurry up and sign up for the tournament. But Rainer was too cheerful young lad and didn't want to lose such an opportunity to explore this huge city. After all, he had gotten out of the village for the first time in his life, and now he would go out. Rainer's father was very much worried about his son's behavior, for he could not calm him down or influence him in any way. Colette asked Mr. Orbel not to worry and promised to bring Rainer back immediately. Orbel apologized to the girl for the trouble he had caused and decided to apply for the tournament himself on behalf of his son, to meet near the huge fountain with the statue of the ship. Colette tried to catch up with her friend as soon as possible, but could not understand in which direction he went, and then losing her vigilance the girl fell. The locals advised her to watch her feet carefully, but at that moment Erica was nearby and offered her help, because she noticed how Colette was bleeding from her knee. Erica suggested the girl to go to a quieter place and then she could help her, but Colette was shy. But Erica asked her not to worry, because she is not the kind of person who turns a blind eye to the suffering of others and is ready to help anyone. Colette was delighted by the stranger's words and thanked her and then introduced herself. Nadia fit Erica quickly healed Colette's wound and the village girl was surprised to see the effect of the healing magic. But Erica explained that she was just learning so she had little experience. Colette thought that her new friend had come to this huge city to participate in the tournament. But Erica is only here as a support and is not going to fight anyone. Then Erica asked what goals brought Colette to this city. The village girl told about her friend who wants to join the knightly order and so she decided to accompany him. In Erica's opinion it was great for the young lad, and Colette told of her friend's incredible strength, for Rainer could defeat even the grown men in his village. Erica assumed that Colette had come to this town from the village of Bluch, and the blonde girl talked about how she had been forced to move from another place with her mother 3 years ago. At that moment Erica realized everything and remembered Harold, which meant that Colette turned out to be exactly the girl she had imagined her to be. The blonde of course didn't realize what was going on and continued to smile sweetly. Erica asked her to ignore her brooding, and Colette thanked the brunette for her help. But she needed to find her friend as soon as possible anyway. Erica said that if their meeting had formed a strong thread, they would definitely see each other again when they could be good friends for life. Colette was surprised at such a suggestion, and Erica asked if she didn't want that. But the country girl was just shy and thought herself unworthy to be friends with a real city lady. But Erica called all these stereotypes nonsense, because if they managed to meet again, it would be a proof that their connection was real, and in that case it would be quite natural to become good friends. Colette agreed with that, and Erica asked her to keep these beautiful feelings in her heart until the next meeting, because the most important thing in this world is to feel something good. Then the girls said goodbye and went in different directions, but Colette looked after the brunette for a while, and quietly said that she would be looking forward to the next meeting with this mysterious healer. In the evening, Itsuki was happy to see Harold and offered to have dinner with him since he had already finished his registration for the tournament. And if they are in the harbor city, they have a great opportunity to taste the first-class seafood. Unexpectedly for Harold, Erica was waiting at the table and the young aristocrat didn't want to socialize with her at all, especially when her older brother was around. But he couldn't do anything about it anymore. Erica also looked unhappy and she expected to dine with Itsuki only, but her older brother offered to leave them alone if he was bothering her. Pretend as if he didn't understand what the girl was unhappy about. But Harold ordered Itsuki to stay put, for it would be an agony for the young aristocrat to be alone next to Erica. The girl at this moment also wanted to leave the place very badly, but she couldn't be disrespectful. Itsuki reminded that at this tournament one could get seriously injured, and that's why Erika with healing magic would be very useful, because no one else had time to keep him company. But Harold explained that he wasn't going to get injured at all, but Itsuki advised him to be careful, so Erika would accompany them. At this point, the girl said she wasn't going to contact Harold unless absolutely necessary. If they are all together in one place, then this meeting is simply necessary, because if unexpectedly need help, there will be no time for silly explanations. Harold at this point mentally agreed with the cheerful guy, but did not speak about it. After finishing their meal together, Erika was left alone and met her friend Juno. The companion was surprised and asked if Erika had really had lunch with Harold. The brunette explained that she had been forced to be there for her older brother and they had discussed her helping him heal. Juno asked Erika if she had told Harold about her meeting with Colette, but the brunette decided to still keep it a secret. But Juno didn't understand why they had to hide it even now. Erika reminded her that for Harold they didn't know any details about Clara and her daughter, and that meant until Harold himself told the whole truth she shouldn't reveal the secret. But still Erika hoped that during the future meeting with Colette in Harold's presence he would no longer be able to hide the whole truth, and that the sweet country girl might become an ally. But still Erika felt a strange feeling of jealousy, because the beautiful young blonde Colette could become someone more for Harold and become attracted to him as a man, and then maybe he would reciprocate her. But Erika was still able to suppress her feelings of jealousy quite a bit, that if she got a rival in love, then maybe she would go along with it and could step aside. And if Colette made Harold a happy man, she would be powerless to prevent it. Meanwhile, the young nobleman had reached the tournament site and was surprised at how huge the arena was. Walking through the city streets, Harold noticed two guys who were having a fight and were ready to fight. This surprised the young nobleman, because he did not expect that taverns in this city were open in the morning. The guys were so drunk that they did not restrain their emotions and after insults started to fight. But judging by the reaction of the locals it was quite normal. One of the guys flew far away and ended up very close to Harold, and the young aristocrat decided to push the drunkard away, sending him to a jug of cold water. Everyone was surprised at the stranger's interference and the other drunken lads immediately showered Harold with insults. But the aristocrat suggested that the strangers bathe in the cold water, for they needed to put their brains in order. But one of the biggest guys, daring from the alcohol he had drunk, promised the stranger to beat the crap out of him and not even look that he was just a teenager. Just at that moment the city guards from the royal order appeared. The guys in heavy armor ordered everyone to immediately disperse and calm down, and then called the damn drunkards scum. Meanwhile, the drunken man was already rushing to beat up Harold, and the guard who was trying to protect him was not in time and was surprised at the angry look the young man gave him. Harold was fully confident in his abilities and waited for the moment when the drunken man approached him, and then gave him a strong elbow blow to the body and knocked him out. After that the locals rewarded the young aristocrat with applause, and an admiring guard praised Harold for such skill. The adult soldier then inquired about the situation. Gallet explained that it was only to congratulate some drunks, and he had to push away one of the guys who flew right at him, and so they had a claim. The gatekeeper liked the story and asked the guy to stick around. The guard decided to show concern and find out if the young man was hurt, but the Geralt said that he was fine and this drunk was not suitable for him even as a warm-up before a good workout. Waving his arms cheerfully, the guard was surprised by the boy's self-confidence, and Harold advised not to make any sudden movements, or you could pull some muscles and feel a lot of pain. All this conversation too quickly bored the young gentleman, and he advised the guard to get out and interview some local vagrants, because he had no time to talk. This only brought a smile to the guard's face. Just at that moment another soldier asked what he should do with the drunkard who was lying unconscious, and the lieutenant decided to interrogate him after he started. Then he marveled at how quickly Harold had disappeared. The only thing the lieutenant regretted was that he didn't have time to ask the name of the young man, who interested him a lot with his fighting skills. Harold, meanwhile, was already on another street. The young aristocrat immediately recognized the lieutenant and was not going to meet him on the streets of the city at all. This guy was a former knight of the order named Cody Luziel, and was a very strong fighter. In the main scenario of this game, Cody was supposed to be the leader of the mercenary gang Friary, consisting of vagabonds, adventurers, and other rabble. Sometimes he would ally with the hero group, but more often he would just use and abandon people and run off with the loot. In fact, this guy was just a minor character and was not that evil, unlike the other more dangerous characters. But still, Harold didn't expect to see Cody this early on. The young string then pondered the possibility of getting to know the guy better, because it could make his life easier in the future. And if Cody will accompany Rainer and other heroes, then with his help it will be easier to find out the state of affairs in the team. So it would be necessary to meet with him again. The next day Harold met with Itsuki and the girls, and as it turned out he was registered under an alias. Itsuki radiated goodwill as usual and called it a great day for the tournament. Itsuki explained that the participants of this tournament were mostly ordinary townspeople, and that's why he registered Harold under an alias, so that his parents wouldn't be disappointed if he showed his face in this place. But Harold figured his parents would probably be pleased and advised their favorite son to beat up unworthy people as much as possible. Itsuki wasn't surprised at all, but still didn't comment on the Stokes family's cruelty. Soon, the start of the first bout in the age group of 13 and under was announced. The announcer urged the contestants to put up a great fight and then announced the opponents. Harold was listed on the registration as simply Lord Gentleman, and his opponent turned out to be the affable blonde Malik. The young aristocrat asked why he had to wear a mask. Itsuki explained that since Harold was entering the arena under a pseudonym, it would be a good idea to hide his face from prying eyes. But such nonsense angered the young man, and Harold instantly ripped the mask off his face and then threw it to the ground with all his might. Itsuki didn't argue and only asked him to be more careful with his belongings. The arena was filled with noise as the alcohol-fueled spectators were eagerly waiting for the tournament to begin. Harold was still angry with Itsuki, calling him a stupid joker and not liking his nickname and mask. Harold promised himself to take revenge for such jokes, and Malik didn't understand why his opponent was such a mean guy. But the young aristocrat only wanted to finish the fight as quickly as possible and leave the noisy arena. Harold, among the thousands of spectators in the arena, somehow incredibly noticed a young blonde girl, and immediately realized that it was the same Colette whom he had saved her life. The young aristocrat instantly turned his gaze away from the girl and regretted that he had dropped his mask from his face, because with the help of a mask you could become quite popular, hide your identity, and cause fun and appreciate the mask word artifact. Why Harold realized that if Colette was here, it meant that another important character in this game was also here. Just at that moment, the start of the battle was announced and the opponents were called to prepare themselves. This time Harold needed only a few quick steps to defeat his young and inexperienced opponent, and his opponent, having lost his weapon, cried and admitted his defeat. Such a short duel did not please the spectators, and they began to murmur unhappily, and after Harold was declared the winner he quickly left the arena. The young aristocrat continued to think about Colette and realized what it meant that Rainer was here as well. Rainer Griffith was the protagonist of the Bravehearts game who was destined to be his biggest opponent in 5 years, so there was no need to face him right now. Much too badly wishing that Rainer was just a regular spectator in the stands. He then heard the tournament announcer begin to introduce the contestants for the next bout. According to the announcer, the next contender for the main prize of the tournament came to them from the village of Bluch, and of course this guy turned out to be Rainer. The village boy was enjoying his moment of glory and waving his shining blade. This moment irritated Harold the most, because in the original script everything should have been different and Rainer should have gotten to the city of Delphite at a different time and even made a long monologue there. The young aristocrat decided that it would be a good idea for him to leave the tournament carefully before he came face to face with Rainer. But if he did so, it would be a repeat of the morning's events, when he had already tried to avoid meeting the game characters. Rainer's hatred for Harold in the original story stemmed from Clara's murder, and was reinforced by the arrogance of the aristocrat. But now he had already dealt with the Clara problem and was going to lead a quiet, respectable life in the future. And if Clara was alive now, Rainer shouldn't hate him, at least not until they began to socialize. Harold remembered his meeting with Cody and how he hadn't socialized with him, though it made more sense to be friends with him. In the end, the young aristocrat decided to meet him here and thus assess his current strength, and maybe even he would be able to gain his trust, if again he didn't have to say anything rude. And thanks to his knowledge of the original game, he will be able to give Rainer useful advice, guide him, and control the protagonist will go where he sends him and become stronger, and quite possibly save the world much earlier than in the original game. It was a great opportunity to get to the finale of this long story much sooner, and Harold was determined not to miss such a chance. Meanwhile, while Harold was thinking about his future plans, the protagonist of the game had already won his first victory, and was enjoying the applause of the audience. It happened very quickly, which meant that Rainer was already a pretty strong guy. The young mother decided that it was the right time to put his plan into practice, but he did not know how exactly to address Rainer. After all, his entire vocabulary was filled with rudeness and it could turn to a negative effect. In the end, Harold waited for the protagonist of the game and tried to less rudely admire his excellent victory. Rainer looked at the stranger, and it was the town's first encounter with the man who killed him in the original version. Of course, now Rainer wasn't a glorified hero yet, he was still just an ordinary rowdy guy. He immediately recognized Harold and called him the fastest hand in the tournament, and why he started asking how he managed to beat Malik so quickly. Rainer admired Harold's lightning-fast attack and asked him to reveal this secret, and if he couldn't do it, it would be enough to say what technique he trains in. The protagonist of the game admitted that he is also quite fast but can't move like Harold. But the young aristocrat started by ordering Rainer to shut up and followed that up with a defiant gesture. The protagonist then remembered that he still hadn't introduced himself yet, and after giving his name he extended his hand to the stranger, and Harold at this point completely changed the original plot of the game. The young aristocrat advised his new friend to call him by his first name or whatever he felt comfortable with, and the ordinary village naive guy thanked him for the acquaintance and promised his friendship. And then Harold began to communicate again in his gruff manner, and after calling Rainer a dumbass, still praised him for his excellent fighting abilities, which far surpassed all the other participants. After finishing the handshake, the young aristocrat explained that he was not going to help anyone so easily, and if Rainer wanted to learn his techniques, he had to experience it on his own skin. And if he didn't get knocked out in the next round, they would definitely meet in the arena. The village boy gladly accepted the challenge and advised Harold to try his best not to lose in the next fight, and then they will not be able to meet and compare their skills. Harold called his new friend a pathetic representative of the lower classes and advised him not to talk to an aristocrat in such a manner, because the only thing he can understand is how big their difference in status is. Rainer was not offended at all for such rude words, and now he was looking forward to the meeting with the self-assured aristocrat even more. After that, the protagonist of the game wished his opponent good luck and went about his business. Only now Harold noticed how all the other people who were here were looking at him, because they were talking to Rainer regardless of their faces and the surrounding opinion. So now he would have to face hatred and aggression. But Rainer is absolutely sure to easily overcome such a challenge. After all, this is the main role of the hero, who is destined in this story to save the whole world from mortal danger. Therefore, Harold was looking forward to meeting with Rainer to test his strength. Harold patiently waited for the moment when he would meet Rainer and easily defeated another opponent. And now under the noise the announcer suggested to turn his attention to the opponents. The next duel in the age group under 13 years old should be held between the leaders of this group, the mysterious gentleman and the magnificent fighter Rainer Griffith. At this moment, an excited Colette was feeling strongly for her best friend and sincerely wished him victory. Rainer was ready for the fight and kept his promise to face Harold. Harold advised not to get excited too soon, because Rainer would have to show everything he could in this fight and prove if he was really strong as well as talkative. After the tournament host announced the start of the fight, the village boy was the first to rush in, raising his huge blade for the decisive blow. But this attempt was unsuccessful and Harold easily dodged the powerful blow. But this only made Rainer angry and the village boy began to swing his sword desperately. Harold was even disappointed at this point, because he had managed to repel all attempts to strike him and Rainer looked too weak for the protagonist. But the protagonist was just an ordinary kid now, but even so he needed to be much stronger. Colette, unlike the other spectators, just silently watched the fight while everyone else was noisily enjoying the spectacle. At this moment, Rainer didn't understand why he couldn't hit his opponent. The young aristocrat at this moment said that he was facing a real disappointment and a world tragedy. These words made the protagonist think, because he did not understand what he was talking about. Harold angrily called the opponent's attacks useless, and the guy himself is not able to do serious damage to the opponent. Rainer asked why Harold didn't attack himself and only fought back. Harold got angry at that moment and called his opponent a talentless idiot, and then started moving so fast that the protagonist of the game didn't even notice his rush forward. Once he was close to his opponent, Harold said that he could do to him what he had just done to his blade, and therefore Rainer should choose his words carefully before speaking. The village boy was astonished, for his opponent was able to cut his sword in half. Harold said afterwards that people who could not react to such an attack were despicable. Rainer felt a great disappointment at this moment, because he had trained and practiced hard for so many years with his father, a former adventurer. But now, for the first time in his life, he had lost to someone his own age, even though he had only lost to adults before. Continuing to think about his defeat, Rainer was surprised by the behavior of his opponent, who approached the judge and began to threaten him with a sword, because no one had ever allowed himself to do such a thing before. Harold at that moment called the referee a useless bastard and asked why he stopped the fight when Rainer had not yet admitted his defeat. Because it was against the rules. The judge started to justify himself and said that the defeat was obvious, because the opponent had lost his sword. But Harold continued to insult the frightened guy and asked him if he had a spare sword. While the young aristocrat was taking his sword away from the first guy, the audience didn't understand what was going on and started shouting excitedly. But in less than a minute, Harold returned with a new blade and was greeted with cheers from the stands. The aristocrat suggested his opponent get to his feet and pick up his sword if he still had any will left to fight. And this was the only chance for him to take up arms and eventually become a true hero. Harold asked his rival why such a country boy decided to learn to fight and become strong, because he could continue to live quietly in his village. Rainer told how he had always admired knights and wanted to become one of them, in order to become a nobleman in the future and save many people from mortal danger. Even in his childhood, he always tried to help the weak, and once when local rude men decided to offend Colette by taking away her pendant, Rainer decided to intervene and help the defenseless girl. The village bullies mocked Colette and promised to sell her pendant to traveling merchants who would come to their village today, and then spend the money on delicious food. Colette was so outraged at the insolence of the boys that she tried to take the pendant and struck one of them. But of course the young girl's strength was not enough to fight two strong boys. At that moment Rainer appeared and without fear of consequences for himself, demanded to immediately stop hurting Colette, who was much younger and weaker than them. At that moment the girl felt joy and protection. The village bullies were happy to see the squishy guy and began to call him a hero of justice flashing pants, and then told how they were tired of watching his silly games of knight. The bullies began to insult the future protagonist and called him a weakling who can only pretend to be a knight, and then run to his favorite mommy to cry and complain. But Rainer promised that today will be completely different and he will prove his strength. The hooligans wanted to do just that and prepared to beat up the good-natured and weak guy again. The fight lasted only a few minutes and ended with a very obvious finale. And soon after his defeat, Rainer wrinkled his face in pain as Colette wiped away the blood on his face. The girl apologized for causing these problems, and Rainer was only worried about looking too pathetic when he was constantly getting beaten up. But despite his defeat, the future knight still managed to be brave and somehow took the girl's pendant. For Colette at that moment, Rainer was the best hero and she believed in his strength. Rainer, despite the pain and defeat, was happy that he was still able to protect the girl he liked. The future hero then promised to always protect Colette and be there for her. Rainer said that despite his weakness he would train hard and become much stronger, and then the day would come when he would turn into a knight and save all the people who were in trouble. The girl sincerely believed in the good intentions of her best friend and wished him all the best, so she decided at that moment to give him her pendant, so that he would always remember how brave he was on that day. The guy asked, confused, and didn't understand why the girl did this. So Colette said that this pendant was meant for him and this gift would strengthen Rainer's promise to become a knight and protect her. Colette promised to always be by her friend's side and watch him progress towards his dream of becoming a knight. Rainer seemed to grow up in that moment and actually believed in his own strength. Now years later he stood in the arena against the strongest opponent of his life and declared that he would fight to become stronger and save people. Harold only grinned in response and asked why. A loser like Rainer thought he was a hero, but the future savior of the world promised to do everything he could to become a hero. Rainer no longer looked like a naive country boy, and now he felt a strength that he was ready to show Harold. The blade in his hands flashed with magical flame and the future savior of the world felt an incredible lightness in his body for the first time. Thanks to his encounter with Harold, Rainer was able to activate his incredible hero power, and now felt the immense strength flowing throughout his body. The enraged boy then rushed forward to take revenge on the rude aristocrat. The powerful sword stroke silenced the spectators in the arena, for they had never seen anything like it during this tournament, and were now enjoying the battle between the two strongest rivals. And Colette saw her best friend so strong and fierce for the first time. Harold was happy with the result, because his words had perfectly motivated the future protagonist, and now it was really hard to resist him. Rainer did not stop for a second and continued to attack, and this time easily reflected the blows of the aristocrat. But suddenly, after the strongest burst of energy, Rainer felt weak and his eyes began to double. The village boy retreated a few steps back, losing his balance. Stumbling on his blade, the future savior of the world did not understand why his body so suddenly became heavy as if poured with lead. But after a few seconds, Rainer understood everything, because he just returned to his normal state. That meant he had used up the limit of his amplification, but it was not surprising, because until today he had not even known about the ability that was hidden in his body. But even despite his newfound weakness, the village boy was pleased with the result, for he had managed to live up to the expectations that Colette had once placed on him with her pendant. But now he was no match for Harold, and he had to admit it. Suddenly the chain on the pendant snapped and the jewelry fell to the floor with a clinking sound. Rainer remembered again the smile of his best friend, who had promised him years ago to always watch him strive for his dreams. These memories made the country boy feel incredibly strong again, and now he was ready to keep fighting. A magical flash illuminated the entire arena, and now it was time to be afraid for Harold. Rainer was determined to make sure that his last blow would be the strongest he had ever struck in his life, for he had to prove to himself and to his beloved girl what he was capable of. Terrifying fire magic began to flow from the village boy's blade, and now Rainer offered the cocky aristocrat to try and stop it if he had the strength. Harold, of course, was not going to give up and retreat, and tried to counter his opponent with the spell Blade of Nemesis. And now, in addition to the purchased magic, the arena was decorated with lightning discharges. After a few seconds, the two terrifying magical forces collided, and it caused a huge magical burst of energy that made all the spectators close their eyes, and the whole arena shuddered from the intense pressure. After it was over and the dust in the arena had settled, the two rivals continued to stand opposite each other. But Rainer had spent too much energy this time and could no longer stand on his feet, and Harold decided to support and not let the future hero fall. The young aristocrat called his rival a stupid idiot, because he should have used this ability from the beginning if he could do so. But Rainer only had time to call Harold a ruthless brute and asked him to put him down. Harold was really impressed, because he didn't expect that Rainer could use the bravery mode at such an age. Bravery mode is an unstoppable state that increases attack and defense parameters several times for 4 character turns. Gareth hadn't expected that Rainer could fulfill all the requirements for activating this ability so early, but somehow he had managed to do it twice in one fight. All of this could only denote one thing, that the ordinary country boy had become a true hero for this world after all. And now Harold recognized that he had been too quick to call this guy a complete disappointment. Placing his pendant in Rainer's hand, Harold quietly said that in the future they would have to fight again in a deadly battle, and the fate of the world would depend on the outcome. Harold was declared the winner of this fight, and Kaido, who had been watching the battle closely, was convinced that this guy had surpassed all his expectations. While all the spectators were trying to get to the exit from the arena, the excited Colette tried to make her way to her best friend. But in the end she even tripped and then met Harold. The girl looked at the young nobleman with surprise and didn't know how to react to this meeting. Eventually the town broke the silence and inquired why she had given the pendant to Rainer. Then the young aristocrat reminded the girl of how he had asked her to give this pendant to his future protector. And now she had chosen, among all possible candidates, the most clumsy and stupid village boy as her protector. But Colette was not going to give up and said that she believed in her best friend and Rainer was not weak, so he will do everything in his power to protect her. But Harold decided not to argue and offered Colette to enjoy such a weak defense, because this weakling Rainer would be perfect for a cowardly girl like her. Colette was outraged and asked why Harold was saying such terrible things to her and accusing her of something. But after a little thought, the young aristocrat replied that the girl should have already felt on her own skin how it is to be weak and defenseless against strong opponents. But even if after such life trials she chose the path of a weak and vulnerable girl, Harold decided that he didn't care about her problems and she could continue to cry. These harsh words really upset Colette a lot, but still she tried to hold back her tears and wiped her face and then went to look for her best friend Rainer. Soon the girl found her protector in the hospital room, where he had already recovered from the crushing defeat. Colette immediately started asking about Rainer's condition, but the guy didn't suffer any terrible injuries and was only exhausted. Colette asked her friend if he was really going to protect her for the rest of his life, since his wishes might have changed. But Rainer even resented the question and promised to always be there for her, and today's defeat wouldn't affect that. Colette was happy and asked her friend not to consider himself weak because of his defeat to Mr. Harold, because the next time they meet Rainer will definitely win. The future savior of the world asked how Colette knew Mr. Harold so well, because they had never met before, and his real name had been hidden by a pseudonym during the tournament. Colette decided not to hide the whole truth from her protector and told how once the heir to the Stokes family had saved her and her mother from death, and that pendant of the Knight's Order, which she had given to Rainer, she had received from Harold. The country boy was surprised when he found out that he had to fight against a real nobleman. Rainer explained that he immediately noticed something strange, because Harold is very strong and has magic. Also, the aristocrat turned out to be a very strict man, and Rainer told how Harold at the end of the fight advised him to give up his dream of becoming a great knight or to give it his all and never lose again. Colette was saddened and thought that her friend was very upset by such a thing. But Rainer explained his state with other emotions. It seemed to him as if Harold had told him harsh words on purpose, as if he wanted to motivate him. The girl really did not understand how exactly everything happened. But Rainer's condition was surprising. The future protector of mankind was determined to surpass Harold in a duel next time. But now Rainer felt pain, and Colette decided to call the doctor and Mr. Orble and asked her friend not to worry and to try to rest, because he had received a very strong blow. Leaving the room, the girl felt confident and knew that her best friend was very strong and would become even stronger in the future. She knew that her best friend was very strong and would become even stronger in the future. Meanwhile, on the city street, Kaido met Harold and Itsuki. The incredibly cunning and ingenious guy, showing a deceitful smile, offered the aristocrat to join the order. Itsuki, feeling responsible for the younger Harold, stepped forward and asked the stranger who he was. But Kaido only smirked in response and called himself a member of the Order of Knights. This was hard to believe, and Itsuki didn't relax. Realizing this, Kaido asked to ignore his not-so-appropriate image, but that he was a real brave knight was true. Harold got bored and wanted to know Kaido's goals. The cunning fellow again suggested Harold to join the knightly order, and then Kaido called the duel of the aristocrat the best spectacle he had seen in the last time, and such a man should become a knight. All of this was too annoying for Harold, but he wondered how Kaido had found out that he had participated in the tournament without mentioning his real name or telling anyone about it. Kaido was a really cunning and clever man, so he explained how Harold had given himself away by saying that the drunks on the street were just a warm-up for him. So he guessed that the only place that required preparation was this tournament. Harold immediately demanded that he not be called by the name he used at the tournament, and advised Kaido not to break his rules with his vile words and to remember his real name forever. Itsuki was disappointed at this point, for he truly believed that the nickname he made up was liked by the city. These words made Harold even more angry, and he promised to wring the neck of the pseudonym's author. Kaido was only surprised at such a relationship between the guys. Then the sly guy suggested that everyone calm down and go to some cozy place to talk and drink something relaxing. Well, and it will be better than standing on the street. After the guys had taken a seat at the table, Kaido asked why he had to make up an assumed name and deceive his parents in order to participate in this tournament. Said explained it was because he wanted to test his strength, but unfortunately he had only met weaklings. Kaido enjoyed the conversation and disagreed with Harold, because his last opponent, a red-haired guy with a sword, turned out to be quite strong, and he too was invited to become a member of the knightly order. The young aristocrat was angry because of Kaido's words, but the cunning guy immediately asked not to be offended. After all, Harold himself disappeared somewhere, and he needed to find another candidate for admission to the knightly order. Kaido told how he found Rainer in the hospital room, and he was happy to accept the offer to become a knight. The cunning lad noticed Harold's reaction and realized how much he was interested in Rainer, since he was the only one who had fought him decently. Kaido, watching the fight, decided that Harold fought as if he was training his opponent, while Rainer tried his best to adjust and repeat his blows. And although initially it looked like Harold was just mocking his opponent, he didn't actually try to use his speed, but constantly took all attacks, parried or dodged. In this way, the young aristocrat was able to corner his opponent and forced him to show his inner hidden strength. But what this was for only Harold knew, of course. Itsuki asked Kaido how he was going to organize Harold's entry into the Order of Knights if he is only 13 years old, because the order begins to recruit only from 16 years old. Kaido that the exception to the rule is always present in any case, and he has one good acquaintance named Vincent who entered the knighthood at the age of 14. Itsuki found it hard to understand breaking the rules. After all, he always tried to follow instructions. Kaido still clarified that it was quite rare, an exceptional case was usually used for talented guys like Harold. Kaido then repeated his proposal and explained to Harold that by becoming a knight he would be able to fight against the forces of evil, defend justice, and fulfill other important missions. Harold immediately explained his attitude to the foolish goals of the knightly order, because he himself is a real evil. But still he is ready to accept the offer. The aristocrat certainly did not respect the ideals of the Knight Order and only wanted to achieve his goals. Itsuki still did not understand why Harold agreed to join the Order of Knights, because most likely his parents will be against this decision. But the young aristocrat explained that members of the Knights Fire often go on much more dangerous missions, and this was a great chance for him to increase his strength. And about his parents there will be no problem, because his father is now in the army and earlier he wanted to join the knightly order. After all, the Order of Knights is much more prestigious than the regular army because its honorary commander is the king himself, and his parents would not refuse the opportunity to increase the prestige of their family even more. Itsuki suggested that Harold join the knighthood for the sake of his family, but the boy called it foolishness. He explained that he lives only for himself and will only follow his own goals. Back home, Harold surprised his father by joining the knighthood, and then told how he accidentally ran into some drunks and had to fight them, and eventually his abilities were noticed and he was invited to become a knight. As Harold expected, his parents took the news well and called him the pride of the Stokes family, and then even decided to organize a real celebration. After talking to his parents, Harold met with Norman and Jake to talk about his plans. He explained that he would be leaving for the capital in just a week, and that the whole farming process would be possible on Tassoc. But Norman and Jake still had to report to him on the situation, even if nothing much was going to happen. Zen tried to ask questions, but Harold wouldn't give him the opportunity. Norman and Jake at this point decided to keep in touch through letters and immediately warned that this method would take some time, since the capital was far away. Harold replied that it wasn't that big of a deal, but if there was a sudden need to contact him immediately, the Sumeragi family would have to be contacted and he would warn them in advance of that possibility. Zen still broke out of his grip on the city and began to resent the Lord's decision, for he had heard of members of the knightly order going to dangerous and hard to reach places. But Harold didn't understand what the problem was. But Zen was outraged by his lord's action and called him too unique a person for him to take such risks, and what would happen to them if he was killed or injured. But Harold called Zen an idiot and asked why he hadn't thought of that before when he had to participate in destroying monsters. Yet despite the danger, he was still alive and only slightly wounded. Zen asked him not to compare the monster-slaying missions with being a knight, because being a knight was much more dangerous and could get you killed. Harold instantly responded by kicking Zen's ass and ordering him not to be stored up ahead of time. The young aristocrat then suggested that Zen himself go on the dangerous mission first, and in that case he would save his beloved lord and not see him die horribly. Of course, Zen refused such an offer, and eventually Harold decided to end the conversation and advised everyone to get back to work. Norman and Jake continued to comfort Zen, and Harold decided to be quiet. Despite the fact that Zen was too loud, he certainly said the right things and Harold mentally agreed with him. But it was impossible to destroy his image as an evil aristocrat. According to the original scenario of the game, Harold was supposed to join the knightly order at the age of 16. But before that he had long been preparing for campaigns in dangerous lands and destroying monsters. In this case, Harold merely precipitated the events of the original game. But if you think about why such a character needed the knightly order in the first place, and in this decision it is very difficult to understand the reason. Although the Order of Knighthood is considered a symbol of strength and power, and perhaps the original character of Harold just wanted to make sure of his power and get recognition from other people. The real Harold never admitted his mistakes and failures in the original story, and after losing twice to Raynor he wanted more. Eventually he succumbed to justice entreaties and led himself to complete self-destruction. In other words, the real Harold fought throughout his life and was unwilling to use his power for good purposes. Moreover, he was a low man and wanted everything because of his envy and vanity. After a while, a servant entered the room and apologetically announced that the banquet preparations were finished, and then motioned for him to follow. Looking at the empty room, Harold decided to go to his parents' house for the feast. A few days after the banquet, in honor of Harold's entry into the knighthood, he had already said goodbye to his abusive parents, and as he thought he might have seen them for the last time. After a tiring trip, he found himself in the capital of Amagil, and was surprised at how huge the city was. As it turned out, the capital was located on a huge hill, and the higher it was, the richer the houses were. Harold had never seen anything like it before and was especially surprised by the sky ships flying overhead. Everything was luxurious, and it was hard to imagine how much money had been spent on it all. After reaching the place I wanted, Harold decided that this was where he should wait to meet Kaido, and indeed after a few minutes he was greeted by an old acquaintance. Kaido admitted that they had met even sooner than he thought, but Harold advised him not to act like he was on a date, because he had come here to join the knighthood, not to talk on the street. Kaido continued to smile and cheerfully explained that he always keeps his promises even despite the silly jokes. But of course Harold knew who this cunning fellow really was and didn't believe a word he said. On the way to the Night Order, Kaido kept praising Harold for his incredible fighting skills, because he didn't even expect to meet such a talented person again. The young aristocrat thought that Kaido was once again alluding to that strange young knight who was able to enter the knightly order at the age of 14 that he had spoken of earlier. Kaido was even surprised that Harold had never heard of this capable man, for he was a household name to almost everyone in the capital, and even far beyond. This unique man turned out to be Vincent van Westerfort, and he was currently the current head of the Holy Order of Knights. Therefore, it was almost impossible not to hear about him. In the meantime, he was doing important things in his office, but still tired of the monotony of paperwork, decided to walk a little and asked his assistant Shannon if there would be a group training today. But the responsible employee of the Knightly Order immediately replied that no such training was scheduled for today. Vincent didn't understand why Kaido's squad was gathered in the courtyard. Just at that moment, the boisterous and always cheerful Kaido came through the door and greeted the head of the knighthood. Vincent was not at all surprised by this visit and asked what the commotion was about downstairs. Kaido had immediately told him that he planned to give an entrance exam to a promising new recruit, and that was why his entire squad had gathered in one place. Vincent had authorized the exam, but only on the condition that there were no problems. Kaido Alish laughed in response and explained that he couldn't promise anything in this case and everything would depend on the rookie. But still, it would be good for Mr. Vincent to take a look at the training ground, as it might be interesting for him. The words of the noisy knight caused only bewilderment to the head of the knightly order, but still Vincent was interested in some newcomer unknown to him. Shannon called Kaido a loudmouth as usual. The head of the Knight's Order was not surprised by Kaido's behavior, because he had always been noisy and too independent. But he could not be changed, and the main thing was that there were no complaints from the locals. Shannon agreed with Vincent, but she still thought that the head of the Knight's Order was being too lenient with this unpredictable knight. Vincent knew this of course, but he did not answer his assistant. Then the Knightmaster remembered how he had brought Kaido into the knighthood, to a place where he could not bear to be. But Vincent could only admit to himself that the knighthood was a foreign place to him as well. As Harold waited for the exam to begin, he thought about the acting captain of the Royal Knights, Vincent, and decided that he should not compare himself to him just because he had become a captain at such a young age. The man had been the protagonist of many stories floating around and gave the impression of being a very serious character, which was different from Harold. But about 4 years after the battle in Belty's forest, the Order of Knights will lose its influence. Kaido will leave his knightly post and harbors a grudge against all the servants of the law. Eventually, events will unfold in such a way that Vincent, the fearless commander of all the knights, will tragically lose to his best friend and go at the hands of the hypocritical Kaido. But by now, Harold was tired of waiting for Kaido, who was still walking somewhere and not coming back. But at this moment the young lad was noticed by the other knights and started asking why he came here. Harold angrily advised them to pass by, but the bored knights couldn't miss the opportunity to have fun and started asking the young man why he was so angry and if he was some kind of aristocrat. After a few minutes, Kaido still appeared and stopped the silly questions of the knights. All the soldiers instantly greeted their commander and Harold voiced his displeasure at Kaido's absence. But Kaido didn't bother to tell where he really was and just explained everything by two important matters, and Harold suggested that this fool could just go to the toilet. The knights, trying to satisfy their curiosity, began to ask the commander who he brought to them in the order. The knights, despite Kaido's status, began to mock him and called the little guy his illegitimate son. These words made the commander think and he asked his knight to calm down, for Harold was already growling with anger. Then Kaido explained to his overly cheerful subordinates that he had brought Harold with whom they would fight, and because of that the guy would be taking the knighthood exam. Harold as well as all the knights were surprised and realized that this guy is that promising man Kaido told about earlier, but still he was much smaller than everyone expected. But the commander had full confidence in the young nobleman's abilities and advised not to take him so lightly. Although Harold himself did not expect any examinations, because he thought that he had already been enrolled in the knightly order. Harold didn't understand how he could still show his fighting skills, as he had already shown everything during the tournament. But even so, he didn't mind beating up a few soldiers. Kaido meanwhile advised his subordinates to fight at full strength and take the young lad more seriously. Kaido then offered his subordinates a deal, and whoever could beat Harold would get a letter of recommendation for promotion, and many other perks as a well-deserved reward. This of course piqued the interest of the knights, as they had not remembered such generosity from their commander. Kaido realized that his subordinates felt some kind of trick and ordered them to remember everything they knew about and to show their combat experience as knights, because it was a shame for them to be afraid of a 13-year-old boy. All these words made the ordinary knights doubtful, but Kaido advised to show how strong they were so that the promising newcomer would cry and fall to his mommy. Harold continued at this point to glare angrily at the man who had brought him here. Still, the commander's subordinates decided to give the promising newcomer an exam, and Harold noticed how their gaze changed dramatically, all as a result of the commander's inspiring speech. But the young nobleman was fully confident in his abilities and decided to take this great chance to try his skills on the experienced knights, because during the tournament he was not able to show everything he wanted to show. Kaido wished Harold good luck and advised him to try his best not to spoil his reputation, because he was the one who brought him into the knightly order. But the young aristocrat called Kaido an idiot in response. The commander didn't hear Harold's words, and the aristocrat ended up angrily thanking him for the opportunity. Kaido didn't take Harold's sarcasm well and felt proud of himself, for he truly thought he was giving the young man a chance. Harold felt excitement for the upcoming fight, and he hadn't felt that way since his meeting with Itsuki. Battles with monsters did not bring satisfaction, and such a feeling appeared only during the fight with stronger opponents, and victory over them caused a real euphoria. The body of the original Harold was hungry for battle in all situations, and now the man from another world felt like an original character again and suggested that the knights should not be shy and approach him. One of the knights asked the commander if it was all true. Kaido confirmed his promise to grant privileges and promotions, but only after they defeat the newcomer. The first knight thanked for this opportunity and went to fight. The grown man immediately apologized to Harold and explained that he could not lose such an opportunity for promotion, and the newcomer would just have to admit his defeat and understand how cruel this world can be. But the young nobleman called the knight a pathetic fool and promised to thank him for his concern the moment he crawled back to his room to heal his wounds. Kaido climbed onto the balcony at this point and ordered the examiners to be careful not to kill each other, and then ordered them to begin. The experienced knight didn't waste any time and immediately rushed into the attack, swinging his huge blade. But despite the fury of your opponent, Harold kept his cool, and at the right moment parried the blow of the knight, and then shifting a few steps carried out an effective counterattack and forced the first opponent to fall. Such a quick victory surprised all the knights and even the commander himself, because no one knew a novice could knock out an experienced soldier with one blow. Meanwhile, Harold enjoyed the moment and mentally advised his opponent to treat him more respectfully next time. Kaido tried to bring the defeated knight to his senses, but he failed, and fearing for his life, the commander ordered to call a doctor immediately. Harold meanwhile suggested that the next opponent should come up and get his dose of sedative. The next opponent turned out to be the same experienced knight as the previous one, but this guy was much more careful and was able to withstand the first few attacks of Harold. The experienced soldier tried to act as fast as possible, but his sweeping blows did not keep up with the movements of the young nobleman, and Harold not only showed miracles of speed, but also moved deftly. Kaido, watching the fight, was delighted with the abilities of the future knight, because such dexterity was not available to his adult knights, and they in their heavy armor acted much slower and predictable. Harold, meanwhile, remaining invulnerable, asked his opponent if this was all the glorious knights of the order were capable of. After this experience, the soldier could not contain his emotions. Losing all his caution, the knight rushed forward, hoping to silence the young nobleman as quickly as possible. But it was only part of a carefully thought-out plan. Harold, watching his opponent, remembered how he fought monsters and didn't even expect that people also make a special movement. The movements of this knight are as if programmed and easily calculated. Usually people are more varied in their techniques and try to adjust to the situation and only then begin to attack. But this guy was just an opponent from a standard computer game. For the plot of Brave Hearts, his opponent was just an ordinary knight of a rank, and such characters could never stop the protagonist with their monotonous movements. Harold reflected a few more attacks of the knight, wondered if he gives up, because such a cool knight cannot turn out to be in fact only a pathetic clumsy weakling who cannot cope with the usual boy. Harold knew very well that his satisfied smile would be a great provocation, and continued to insult the ordinary soldier who was under pressure from his fellow soldiers and commander. As it turned out, this adult knight possessed magic abilities and created a magic circle around him. But no matter what kind of magic they possessed, the knights are always prepared to use it in the same way, and the blue magic circle means the ability of water magic. Harold knew very well that such knights could only use one slaughter of water magic, and this particular soldier possessed the water strike ability, but it was all still predictable. The young aristocrat and the opponent ahead instantly used his magic ability and repelled the knight's water strike. This shocked the experienced soldier, for he had not expected such abilities from the young man. If you use magic of one element in one rank, you can repel enemy spells, and that's the rule Harold used. But of course it was not possible for everyone to predict in advance what spell your enemy would use. Angry Knight decided that all that happened is a trivial accident, and therefore he must use another, completely random spell, ready in this time, and created exactly the same fireball as the opponent. The second reflection of the magic spell could not be a mere coincidence, and the soldier did not understand what was happening and how such a young guy could anticipate all his moves. But Harold only called his opponent a loser and show something unpredictable, because to repeat the same thing after his trainers is stupid. These words all line of rage in the knight, and now he wanted to kill the guy. But like last time, the experienced soldier could not keep up with the movement of the young rival, and Harold, easily maneuvering, struck the strongest blow on the body, sending the opponents knocked out. Kaido was delighted with the abilities of the promising newcomer and saw in him Vincent, whom he knew many years ago because he was such a young guy. Meanwhile, the young nobleman suggested that the elite group of knights attack together, as he was bored with beating them one by one. Vincent and his assistant Shannon watched the skill of the unknown boy with amazement, and the head of the knightly order could not believe that he was so perfect. In Vincent's opinion, the young boy in this unequal battle skillfully reflected all the attacks of the enemies and in time went on the offense. His lack of mistakes delighted the captain of the knights, and it seemed as if the young lad was in some incredible way anticipating the enemy's movements, as if he knew in advance what they wanted to do. Vincent knew that the knights did have a special style of fighting, but how a normal boy could learn it thoroughly without ever having met a knight before was completely incomprehensible. After all, even if this boy had fought with knights of the order, it was impossible for him to learn all of their techniques during a single fight. At this moment, Vincent felt a bad feeling and wanted to find out more details about the newcomer. The captain of the Knights and Holy Order suggested that perhaps this guy might belong to some hostile force and seek to infiltrate the ranks of the Knights in order to completely destroy their order. Why, Vincent turned to his assistant and asked her to gather all the information about the Order's battles of the last 10 years, from the biggest to the smallest skirmishes, and asked Shannon not to leave out the smallest details in the most minor conflicts. Shannon immediately warned that such a huge amount of information about each knight was painstaking work and would take a long time. But Vincent explained that time was of the essence and she could deal with the minor skirmishes and he could focus on the big battles. The captain of the knightly order still hoped that his fears were unfounded and that perhaps he was wrong about the promising newcomer who could be a deadly threat to the order. For several days, Kaido cheerfully welcomed Harold into the hospitable walls of the knightly order. The boisterous fellow then apologized for the wait and explained that Harold had to pay for the dormitory first, but the nobleman had already completed this task. Then the caring commander of the knights showed the common dining room where everyone was fed for free, but if Harold wanted something unusual, he would of course have to pay for this service. Not far from the dining hall was the training hall and lounge, and further away in a large building was the assembly hall, as well as the decent quarters of the captain and vice captain of the Holy Order. Next, Kaido during the tour showed the huge barracks where the veterans' rooms were on the second floor, and so Harold as a new recruit needed to memorize that so he didn't get it mixed up. Eventually, the friendly commander escorted the newcomer to his room, where he immediately introduced him to the rest of the knights and asked everyone to treat him as a fellow member of the 92nd Company. Harold was still serious and nonchalant, and after introducing himself, he asked all his new allies not to upset him in future trials and battles. But the boys did not immediately realize the attitude of the newcomer and only looked at him with surprise. Just at that moment, a noisy girl appeared and reminded Lieutenant Kaido about how he forgot to take the recruit's uniform and asked him to be more attentive. The lieutenant apologized to the girl, his stupidity she had to work through the break. Kaido then turned his attention to the veterans and ordered them to immediately stop loitering and head to their floor. The veterans of the unit apologized to the lieutenant and explained that they were just curious to know why there was such a commotion, and so they decided to personally check what was going on here. Kaido was unsurprised by the reaction about his subordinates, and the veterans decided to leave the room so as not to worry the others. The knights praised Harold for the excellent exam he had passed, but unfortunately they did not see it themselves. But Harold once again showed his arrogance and suggested that everyone kneel down if they really thought he was the best. These words angered the knights and they advised to show more of his rejection to the veterans of the unit. But the young aristocrat said that he was not going to show formal respect if he did not respect his interlocutor at all, for they had not yet done anything to earn his respect. The girl was shocked by such insolence and her face instantly turned red with rage. Lieutenant Kaido advised everyone to calm down immediately and explained that of course he understood the newcomers and that first they should introduce themselves and the local rules. The subordinates heeded his commander's words and the tallest guy introduced himself as Robinson, The smaller knight was called Shido, and the girl who was not hiding her indignation introduced herself as Eileen. Shido asked the newcomer if Harold had any problems, and the girl advised him to think about his behavior in front of his elders. But the young aristocrat stated that he wasn't going to kiss anyone's ass just because someone was born a couple of years earlier than him. Eileen's reaction was predictable. The lieutenant reacted instantly and pulled the girl aside. Robinson and Shido decided not to argue with the young confident guy and wished him luck following the girl. Meanwhile, Harold thought about meeting Robinson, Shido, and Eileen because he knew about these characters that in the future they would just have to die miserably. In a few years, Kaido will leave the Order of Knights and create his own gang of friary. All this will happen after the events that happened in the Forest of Biddies, where his entire squad will die in a terrible trap. And the only survivor, Lieutenant Kaido, will leave the Knight Order forever, not wanting to serve the representatives of the law, and his last refuge will be his own gang. In one of the game's events, former Lieutenant Kaido speaks the names of his fallen comrades, and among those fallen friends are the names of Robinson, Shido, and the fiery girl Eileen. This was the only role these characters played in the entire original story of the game. There was no description of the characters and appearance of these three knights, and there were only a few letters on the screen. Harold wondered if he should save these knights, because the fatal battle would take place 4 years before the start of the game events, which meant there was only 1 year left. And if Lieutenant Kaido was to be believed, the young aristocrat could not be enlisted in the squad in such a short period of time, which meant that he would not have time to intervene in this battle. Harold decided to find some other effective way, but realized that it would be very difficult to influence the fate of people he hardly knows, and therefore they are likely to die. The only information that could help to save these people was that it was known exactly where they would die. But with Clara it was different, and Harold knew all the details of the events that could lead to her death. But more importantly, Kaido would have no reason to leave the Knight Order and start his own gang if the three knights survived. And in the original game, there are many stories that cannot be completed without the involvement of the Friary gang. Harold realized that the gang created by Kaido is of great importance to the main story campaign, which means that if he influences the creation of this gang, it would be the worst thing he could do, because it would completely change the original story. The young aristocrat thinks about the future, and now he can only forget about the horrible fate of these three young knights or still move away from the original story and save the lives of Robinson, Shido, and Eileen. A few days later, Shannon prepared a thorough report of all the battles that Captain Vincent had requested. The Knight Commander thanked his assistant for her help and continued to prepare Harold Stokes' personnel file. After a while, Vincent showed Kaido the list of knights on the mop-up mission, and Harold asked to volunteer. The lieutenant didn't understand why he needed this information and didn't know why he showed him the list. But the head of the Knight Order said that he was personally interested in Harold joining Kaido's squad, and that's why he was in this room, and now they should discuss all the details. But Kaido didn't want to deal with the green recruit because he would have to be trained and then sworn in, and only then would Harold have to join the Knight squad. But Vincent suggested that he skip the training phase this time, and that it would be enough if Harold took the accelerated 2-week Young Knight course, and if he succeeded, he would join Kaido's squad. The lieutenant agreed with the captain, but warned of the negative attitude of the other knights. Vincent had envisioned this option, and so he put Kaido in charge, while Harold would still be looked at with surprise because of his young age. The Knight Commander explained to his subordinate that the young nobleman had incredible strength, and so in this case they would make an exception to the rules and allow him to become a knight faster. Kaido eventually agreed to make this difficult decision and promised to do his best to promote Harold, if indeed there was such a good reason. Vincent was even surprised at this point at how quickly the lieutenant agreed. But Kaido continued to resent him and still didn't understand why he should try so hard for a new recruit, even one as talented as Harold. Vincent was already thoroughly familiar with the nobleman's file, and asked the lieutenant what he thought of Harold's fighting style. Kaido, after a moment's thought, admitted that he had been surprised from the first time he had met Harold, for he had never imagined that the young man could fight so effectively. Vincent felt the same way, and so he decided to find out exactly who had taught Harold the skill, and why he was here. Kaido recalled the new recruit's background, for he was from the most prestigious aristocrats. Vincent also reported the information that had revealed how Harold had massacred his girlfriend's family with particular cruelty, and that they could not turn a blind eye to such a thing. Kaido suggested to be skeptical of the rumors. After all, there is something chivalrous in the garage. The captain ordered Kaido to take Harold under his care so that he would always be in his sight, for they must be convinced of his nobility and humanity, and no one but the lieutenant could be trusted with this difficult job. Kaido, of course, did not want to play the role of an overseer and complicate his carefree life, so he said that he still did not understand why he had to be so strict with the ordinary newcomer. Vincent tried to explain that in their position they shouldn't blindly trust someone just because of their aristocratic background, because they had already had the unpleasant experience of Nohake's betrayal 10 years ago. Kaido of course remembered how His Majesty's bodyguard working as a spy for the other kingdoms Nohake had killed himself as soon as his betrayal was known, and that's why it was never found out who he was working for and what secrets he had managed to pass on. That's why everyone should be doubly suspicious of all promising recruits. Vincent explained to his friend that he trusted him completely and wanted Harold to be a good man, but that they had to be careful and cautious. The lieutenant understood this and promised to honor the captain's request. Despite their official status, Vincent and Kaido were good friends and held no grudges against each other. But unlike the lieutenant, the head of the Knight's Order was more responsible, and so he advised Kaido to be at least a little serious this time. But Kaido tried not to hear his friend's advice anymore and started acting like a small child who could more easily complain about his earache than listen to his parents responsibly. After the lieutenant went about his business, his best friend Vincent mentally thanked Kaido for his help. After all, despite his lightheartedness, he was the only person he could trust. Meanwhile, the young nobleman Harold was on a mission and washed a huge amount of clothes and then hung everything carefully in the fresh air, spending a huge amount of time on it. Harold's morning in the Order of Knights began at 5 in the morning. Then he had to train for 2 hours, and after training he would go to breakfast. After breakfast, he would do the cleaning and laundry, but after lunch he had to train again. It had been a week since Harold had joined the order, and it wasn't that he was too tired of this work. He just didn't like to spend a lot of time on it. After all, he didn't even have a spare minute to do his personal training. While doing his usual work, Harold unexpectedly met 3 guys who decided to teach him the rules of dealing with senior knights. The 3 cocky guys promised to punish much his arrogance, but the young aristocrat was certainly not worried and called the guys he met real cretins who only waste his time and dishonor Vincent. These words of course made the boys angry, but Harold made such an unexpected jump that no one even realized how it happened. After that, the stunned boys just watched Harold run away at breakneck speed. Despite the calls to return, the young aristocrat sent them to hell and did not understand how Captain Vincent allowed such unruly relations. Once in the mess hall with the rest of the knights, Harold could feel everyone staring at him contemptuously. But the new recruit decided to stay away from them all, as he would get into less trouble that way. And then one older guy, Robinson, came up to him and started to stare at him. Of course, he was with his friends Shido and Isla, and the 3 of them decided to have lunch with Harold. The young aristocrat was not very happy about this meeting, as he even managed to get scared because of the sudden appearance of the named guests. Robinson explained how they had seen Harold eating alone and decided to keep him company, for it was the duty of the older knights to take care of the newcomers. Harold of course responded predictably and advised Robinson to take better care of himself, as he was not socializing with anyone but his 2 friends and he really had no one else around. These words really upset the big Robinson, because as Shido had explained, all the other boys were afraid of him, so they didn't socialize with him because he was so big and scary. Isla had even prepared a napkin for her friend, and Harold was surprised at this level of mutual help. Harold advised not to be upset about it, because all the wimps around him are so scared of Robinson, which means he should be proud of it. This time the aristocrat, to his surprise, managed to say something encouraging. Robinson was touched by Harold's words and thanked him sincerely for his support. At this moment, the new recruit realized that he had another admirer who was probably ready to declare his love. Though Isla continued to be angry with the aristocrat, Robinson didn't understand why Harold didn't get the support of the other knights, because he was always working and living with the others in the barracks. But the young aristocrat explained it all away by the idiots around him who didn't care about him. Shido still advised him to find some friends to rely on in a difficult situation. Shido explained that he certainly understood Harold's aristocratic background and how he was used to servants, but there were no servants here and so he could turn to them for help as friends. But Harold advised Shido not to promise too much. Right now, after all, he and his company were too rowdy. But that only made Shido laugh even more, and he decided that they could definitely become good friends. Isla also decided to explain to the new recruit that he shouldn't be so cocky in this place, because he himself wasn't the nicest person to socialize with. After all, if he kept this up, he wouldn't be able to make friends and certainly wouldn't find a nice girl. But Shido immediately laughed and reminded the girl of her unwillingness to socialize with others. Isla instantly became angry and threw a fork at her friend. Harold explained that he could not be frightened by such a thing, because he was not interested in romantic motives. But just at that moment the lieutenant came up and, having heard part of the conversation, said that the guy who is already engaged does not need any other girls. This information shocked not only the young aristocrat, but also the trio of friends. Harold angrily asked Shido what kind of scumbag told him such details about his personal life. Shido at this point continued to be indignant and demanded more details. Shido, savoring the moment, began to tell me about the lovely girl who is the epitome of elegance and beauty. Harold ordered the lieutenant to shut up immediately, or better yet, explain how he knew about Erica. Shido just couldn't stand his curiosity anymore and grabbed the guy by the arm, demanded to tell the whole truth, because it was surprising for everyone to know about such a serious relationship of a young boy. Isla was distressed and lost hope of becoming Harold's girlfriend, and Robinson reassured her. The lieutenant, having accomplished his mission and enjoying Harold's anger, wished everyone not to quarrel and decided to leave the dining room. But the young aristocrat did not give up trying to deal with Kaido right away, although Shido continued to hold his hand. 2 weeks after appearing in the night order, Harold was invited to take the last exam, and he thought it was too strange. But the head instructor called the guy a special case because he was too strong and there was no point in training him further. The young aristocrat grinned and explained that he had realized this during the entrance exam, but it was a good thing since the instructor had noticed and realized it not too late. Despite Harold's insolence, the chief instructor was not upset and only promised to pray for the success of the new member of the knightly order. But the aristocrat thought that he didn't need prayers, because usually he was used to rely on his own strength. Leaving the office of the chief instructor, Harold breathed out a sigh of relief, because in fact he was very worried. Because of his forced manner of speech, he has too many enemies, and perhaps one day he will even be strangled in his sleep. And now his future was becoming a mystery. Despite his strength and experience in destroying monsters, Harold still didn't understand why he was suddenly announced the final exam. Though if he could manage it, he would be free and it would allow him to act without supervision. The next day, it was time for the last exam, and Harold felt too annoyed when his escort turned out to be a smiling LT. Kaido. Lieutenant Sakris was the one to take the exam. Junior Lieutenant Selim and Knight Lucas also took part in the exam, and everyone had to show their best. Harold was tasked to go into the wilderness with Kaido's squad, and he would have a list of monsters and their locations marked, and the goal was to destroy them completely. Since Harold had no further questions, he was ordered to start preparing supplies for the journey. The cheerful Kaido advised him not to slow down and to do everything as it should be done. The young aristocrat didn't like it and was especially annoyed by the joint hunt with Kaido's creatine squad, because he could have done the task himself without any problems. As a result, Harold tried to calm himself down and decided that he was just dwelling on the problems. One of the guys who was walking next to him asked about the new recruit's condition, because it might be difficult for him to walk in his armor. Harold, as usual, boldly asked for a healer if he felt sick from the heat. Kaido was always around and figured the recruit had been in similar operations before. Harold asked how Kaido knew this, for his awareness was too suspicious. But the lieutenant pretended as if he didn't understand anything. But the aristocrat asked not to play the fool, for he had somehow found out about Eric. Kaido continued to purposely annoy Harold and enjoyed when the guy insulted him. But at that moment, 2 huge ants showed up ahead, and apparently they were coming to this place. The huge monsters of the Angry Tree video, really, despite their size, were moving quite fast, and none of the knights expected to encounter them in this place. The commander immediately assessed the situation and ordered all the knights to prepare for battle, but he decided to leave the new recruit Harold behind. But that only made the talented nobleman angry. The commander explained that they didn't intend to encounter such monsters here at all, and so they would have to postpone Harold's exam until they could deal with this problem. The new recruit was outraged by this attitude, as emergency solutions should have been part of this exam. Harold stated that he could handle the monsters on his own, ready to continue his exam. The commander decided not to stop the aristocrat and promised to help, then ordered Lieutenant Kaido to take on 1 monster. As it turned out, the knights were not opposed to sending the young recruit forward and gave him a friendly pat on the shoulder, and advised him not to think about anything in the battle and try to move carefully. And if something went wrong, he could just run away. This group of knights pretended as if young Harold cared about them, and suddenly the aristocrat felt real gratitude for these guys. But now the young aristocrat felt responsible and wanted to deal with the huge monster as quickly as possible. Harold could feel the gazes of the knights behind him and he couldn't lose. Cautiously approaching the huge monster, Harold noticed how sharply it began to move its huge branches. Only at the last moment the recruit managed to avoid the blow and jumped aside. The knight who was watching the fight advised him to be more careful and to move and dodge as quickly as possible. But despite the dangerous situation, Harold knew that everything was going according to plan. The young nobleman carefully calculated the moment of the monster's strike and used the Phoenix Strike spell, with the help of which he managed to destroy the deadly branch. The experienced knights were shocked by such courage and ingenuity of Harold, and meanwhile the guy took advantage of his advantage and quickly climbed up the broken branch closer to the monster's torso. After getting as close to Ent as possible, the talented recruit used a magical flame blade, and in a few seconds the entire aggressive tree was engulfed in flames. This incredible victory was another confirmation of Harold's power for the experienced knights. After that, the squad of knights continued traveling through the deserted territory and destroying the monsters that appeared. In the evening, the team of knights settled down for a rest, and the guys decided to drink to the excellent work done and how successfully Harold had completed his exam. But this only made the new recruit resentful, for he was not going to celebrate his success. As expected of the knights, they liked to drink and always found an excuse, and Harold called them idiots and explained that even though he had destroyed the monsters, the exam was still on until they returned to the city. But that still didn't stop the knights from wanting to drink, and one of the guys promised to have a real victory celebration when they got back to town. It was hard for Harold to argue, because everything had already been decided for him and all the knights followed the traditions. While the knights rested and socialized, Lieutenant Sacris prepared a report on Harold's examination. The lieutenant praised the new recruit's strength and abilities, and pointed out how he was able to easily blend into Kaido's squad. All of the lad's abilities were perfect for serving as a knight. The lieutenant paid special attention in his report to the moment when Harold single-handedly managed to destroy the huge Ent with the help of his agility and magic spell. Sacris marveled at the report, for even he could not do such a thing alone. There was no doubt that Harold could in the future become the strongest knight in the history of the order, and his arrogant behavior was the result of confidence in his abilities. The lieutenant still thought about Harold's arrogance, because if it was really so, the recruit would not spend so much time with those guys he did not like. So deep down, this guy was completely different, and he got along just fine with Kaido's squad. The lieutenant pointed out all of these details of his relationship with the squad in his report, and finally decided that he had no reason to give this talented recruit a negative grade for passing the exam. The next day, the squad of knights set off for the capital and LT. Sacris was confident that they would make it back before sunset, but ordered no one to relax. And a few minutes later, Lucas noticed something strange and stopped. Lucas was one of the first to notice a strange dark cloud in the distance, and then the whole squad began to watch its approach. But no one knew what they would have to face. All the knights began to discuss the nature of the strange dark smoke, which in some unbelievable way moved along the planned trajectory. It could be a sign of a monster appearing, and Harold sensed the impending danger. After a few minutes, the knights still felt no danger, but watched with interest as the strange cloud turned red, and some even speculated that perhaps this smoke indicated the location of something important. LT. Sacris asked the town if he knew anything about this phenomenon. But the young aristocrat only advised the commander not to relax, because most likely this strange cloud can destroy everyone. As a result, the squad leader decided to find out the nature of this smoke, and ordered all the other knights to stay put and be careful. But suddenly a dark red cloud instantly approached Lieutenant Sacris, and Harold ordered to immediately lie down on the ground, but the commander hesitated at this point. And only thanks to the speed and agility of the young recruit managed to save the life of the lieutenant. And Kaido at this moment was confused and only watched everything that was happening from the side. No one understood what was going on, but it was obvious that the red cloud was extremely aggressive towards the humans, and the lieutenant escaped death thanks to Harold. The stunned lieutenant thanked the young aristocrat for his help, but Harold advised the commander to leave his silly gratitude behind and better deal with the safety of the squad. As a result, in a few seconds the mysterious cloud split into several parts and the entire squad of knights was surrounded. No one understood what anomaly they were facing, but everyone was ready to fight the unknown enemy. Harold attacked the first enemy with lightning speed and managed to shatter him with his blade. But as it turned out, his integrity of the enemy, and he took his former form without any problems. Everyone was shocked by the abilities of the unknown opponent, for no physical damage could be suffered by him. It was obvious that fighting with blades would not help, and they would only end up ruining their weapons, and the enemy's attack parameter was too high. The young girl, Knight Isla, was scared and didn't know what to do. Robinson immediately suggested trying to retreat, but that was foolish because everyone was already trapped. Despite the danger, the lieutenant understood that now it was impossible to give in to panic. Harold called all the frightened knights cowardly pigs, since they had time to stand around and talk idly instead of thinking of something. Then the recruit ordered everyone to move if they didn't want to die and use the Thunder Lance spell. But as it turned out, even a strong magic spell couldn't completely destroy the mysterious enemy, who instantly counterattacked with a better flame. The knights, meanwhile, decided that they could not leave such a difficult task to just one new recruit and prepared to fight, although they all realized that they had met a very difficult opponent. Kaido tried to attack the unknown enemy with a water strike spell, and to everyone's surprise it helped to destroy one of the monsters. Lieutenant Sacris realized the weaknesses of the enemy and repeated the attack with wave magic. But as it turned out, it only briefly slowed down the mysterious enemy, and it was still able to regenerate. Harold assumed that each of the enemies had a vulnerability to a different element of magic. The lieutenant praised the new recruit for his ingenuity, but Harold called him a dullard and advised him to use magic more often and look for the enemy's weaknesses instead of talking. Kaido decided to take Harold's advice and prepared to attack, while the lieutenant ordered Lucas to support everyone with defense spells in case they were attacked by monsters. Kaido used the air arrow spell, and Commander Sacris unleashed a magical pillar of flame on his opponent. At this moment, the Thunder Spear spell was used again. The powerful combined attack dispelled the mysterious opponents, but still the knights continued to be cautious and did not immediately believe in their victory. Still, Harold exhaled a sigh of relief. No one saw the mysterious opponents anymore, and the lieutenant inquired about the condition of his subordinates. As it turned out, everyone was fine and no one was even injured, which pleased Sacris. The lieutenant of course realized that all the knights were saved only thanks to the new recruit Harold, and if he had not reacted so quickly, the squad would not have been without losses. The first to die was the commander himself. The lieutenant remembered all Harold's words and felt guilty for his carelessness, because when the recruit had warned of the danger, he had carelessly gone forward, and therefore had not fulfilled his functions as commander. After a little thought, Lieutenant Sacris bowed respectfully and thanked Harold for his help, then apologized for the dangerous situation in which he found himself. But the young recruit advised the commander not to worry, because it was impossible to foresee absolutely everything, although in any case it was necessary to act much more carefully. The lieutenant promised to remember these words, and Harold at that moment earned the trust of another strong man. The commanders had never encountered monsters like this before and decided that it would be a good idea for someone to check the old archives and find useful information. New recruit Harold had to pretend like he didn't know anything either in this situation, but luckily everyone quickly adjusted. The aristocrat knew that the squad had encountered the dangerous phenomenon of the cloud of gloom. This horrible thing was born from just a sinister plan called the erosion of the entire continent. But Harold didn't understand why it happened now, because such clouds of gloom should appear closer to the middle of the game's storyline. But now it happened in the prologue of the story. At this point, it didn't matter when it happened in the original story, because the monster had always been in this world, and Justice plans had merely awakened it to life. Harold realized how little time he had left. For some reason, the events of the story had begun to unfold earlier than they should, and Harold didn't understand where the story had turned in a direction he didn't know, and now everything was unpredictable. And perhaps the young aristocrat was very relaxed, so he did not notice the decisive event. But from the original story, he knew that the elixir of miasma was created by one of the main character's companions. After that, the elixir was refined by the Sumeragi family and made available to absolutely everyone. This important moment, and also joining the Order of Knights, was confirmation that many details were missing in the game. And assuming that Harold himself largely determined the events, it means that he changed everything. But still, the young aristocrat tried to calm himself, because it was only his assumptions, and now it was not worth panicking before the time. To begin with, it was necessary to make sure that Justice's plan actually came into effect. The last boss of the game, Braveheart's Justice Froond, was a scientist, which even some people called a genius. However, for the sake of his crazy experiments, he was ready for anything and sincerely wanted to destroy the world. Harold thought about how he could determine the development of the plans of the main villain of this game. But at that moment, Lieutenant Kaido asked the new recruit what he was so passionate about. The good-natured commander recognized that the monsters were something incredible, but thanks to Harold they managed to destroy them. Kaido then asked if the young nobleman had ever seen such monsters before. Harold, of course, pretended as if he didn't understand anything, but Kaido advised not to joke about it, because the recruit immediately identified the vulnerable sides of unknown enemies. And this is almost impossible if you have never met an enemy before. Harold called it all an ordinary coincidence, and he thought it would be better to use it if there was such an opportunity, especially since everyone knows that fighting monsters isn't just about swinging a sword. Kaido couldn't argue with this reasoning and praised the new recruit for his intuition. This only made Harold laugh, who once again called the commander a pathetic brat, and advised him to remember who he was talking to. After all, every aristocrat had more talent in a single drop of blood than a commoner like Kaido. These words did not offend the lieutenant for a long time, and he began to laugh and call Harold a mean boy who is always trying to offend someone and look much older. Harold, trying to get rid of Kaido's embrace, was again generous with the insult, and such behavior angered the commander. But Kaido explained that he had only cheered the boy up a little by rubbing his ear. Harold mentally cursed Kaido because of his badly rubbed ear, and did not understand how one could behave in such a manner. Though of course Harold was just a talented kid to the lieutenant and everyone else. Harold didn't know how Kaido knew so many details about him, but so far he hadn't talked about anything else besides Erika, and that only made the other knights suspicious and Harold himself very worried. Lieutenant Kaido, despite his lighthearted attitude, still did not believe the new recruit's excuse. After all, his ability to fight an unknown enemy could not be a mere coincidence. When Harold returned from his exam, he found some free time for individual training and decided to start developing his abilities as soon as possible. But no matter how hard he tried, Harold's attempts to surpass his record in jumps and speed failed, and he ended up falling down and getting angry at himself. After losing a lot of energy, Harold decided to rest for a while, because he couldn't do things that were very easy in the game. This was very frustrating, because with such successes he would never be able to catch up with Harold from the original version of the game. It seemed to the young aristocrat that time was going too fast, and he never found a way to get close to the main villain of the game, Eustace, and of course save his life. In Eustace's laboratory should be in the capital, and according to the story of the original game, the mad scientist often visited the palace to report on his research. Harold decided that it would be easier for him to intercept Eustace at the city gates. But this idea immediately seemed idiotic, because Harold didn't know what to do after he met the mad scientist. And if he tried to attack him, he would be killed without a second thought. Getting close to the sleeping Eustace also seemed like a stupid idea, and no one could stop the scientist but himself. But it was unlikely that anyone would listen to the warnings of an ordinary child. After a few minutes, Shido appeared nearby and asked what Harold was doing here alone. But the young aristocrat asked exactly the same question to the curious lad. Shido explained that he certainly understood the desire to train alone, but why choose such an unusual place? Harold replied that he didn't want to attract the attention of various idiots, though at this point he thought he was discovered anyway. The aristocrat then asked the three knights why they had come here with wooden swords. After a few seconds, all three friends bowed respectfully to Harold and asked him to give them some swordsmanship lessons. The aristocrat praised the knights for finally realizing who they were dealing with, but he wasn't going to give lessons to any losers anyway. Shido recalled the time when they were attacked by a monster, and he felt absolutely powerless, and such behavior is unacceptable for a knight. And that's why he would like to learn from Harold's skill. Isla remembered how she too could do nothing and just stood by and watched while others fought the monsters desperately. And Robinson was ashamed of himself for suggesting that everyone run away from the battlefield. All three knights asked Harold again to take their time and teach them the skill of fighting monsters. Completely didn't understand what he could teach the experienced knights. After all, he was only using his knowledge of the original game. Especially these three friends are destined to die in a year anyway. Harold felt a strong national gravity for not being able to tell these friends about their future fate. The aristocrat didn't understand why he had become so sentimental and decided that he was grateful to these people for their concern. Gratitude was a strange feeling for Harold, and he had not experienced anything like it before in this game. Therefore, he wanted to find some way to save Kaido's squad, although he wasn't sure if he needed to do that. After a bit of thinking, Harold had already decided to take a risk and save the three good-natured adventurers who trusted him and wanted to be by his side. But to do this he had to make them stronger, and Harold suggested that all three of them attack him. But before doing so, the young aristocrat warned that there would be no mercy on his part, and if they wanted to become stronger, they should be ready to suffer, though such losers would most likely just run away. These words made the three friends angry and they decided to reduce Harold's self-confidence. Meanwhile, the headquarters in the Order of Knights apartment in the meeting room, the entire leadership had gathered to hear Vincent's special report on the prospective recruit. Vincent immediately explained that despite his young age, the recruit Harold was so strong that he could be put on par with any experienced lieutenant, and it had already been proven. After all, during the encounter with the unknown monster, everyone learned that Harold has excellent leadership skills. Therefore, it was decided to enroll him in the squad to increase his experience not only in training, but also in combat operations. Grand Master of the Order of Holy Knights Milstrom, after some thought, agreed with Vincent's plan, but admitted that he had some doubts about the decision. After all, perhaps they are in a hurry and Harold is still too young, because he is still too hard to give a message to his coworkers, so it would be a good idea to leave him to continue his training and teach him good manners. Vincent expressed his admiration for Master Milstrom's wisdom, but he still had one squad that could do a much better job than would happen during normal training. The master asked for more details on this plan. Captain Vincent recalled how during the entrance exam Harold had massacred all of his examiners and many had held a grudge against him ever since. Therefore, his co-workers chose to ignore him and not socialize. There are also reports of Harold provoking his fellow students and this has led to conflicts. So in such a situation, it is unlikely that they will be able to find those knights who can raise an obedient soldier out of him. The master assumed that Vincent was trying to place Harold in a squad where he would be treated without hostility. That was indeed the case and the captain suggested that the newcomer be enrolled in Kaido's squad. Vincent described LT. Kaido is a very open person and there was no other commander in the entire order who was so friendly and helpful to his subordinates. Moreover, it was LT, Kaido, who brought Harold into the Order of Knights, which meant that he should be the one to deal with this problem. It was also revealed that the members of his squad were freely communicating with Harold and had found common themes. Lieutenant Sacris remembered the moment when he personally saw their communication during the exam, but still remained silent. The master of the order still expressed his concern and didn't understand why the new recruit was acting so arrogantly, although it was certainly not appropriate to mock him. Captain Vincent took responsibility for the behavior of the knights and promised to punish those responsible, as well as not to allow any more non-statutory relations in his team. The Master of the Order of Knights believed in the captain's promise and promised not to interfere personally in these problems, and then proposed to return to the main topic of the meeting. The Master then asked for clarification as to whether enlisting in Kaido's squad would indeed allow Harold to become a disciplined knight and rid him of his aristocratic arrogance. Vincent asked to listen to what he had to say and expressed his confidence that it would prove to be an excellent way to develop the new recruit's unlimited talent and everyone would surely be delighted with the result. The Grand Master was surprised at how much the new recruit had surprised the captain with his talent and finally authorized Harold's enrollment in Kaido's squad. Vincent was pleased with the outcome of the negotiations and thanked the leadership for their trust. Just at that moment, the Minister of War and the Royal Army's overseer of the order, Harrison, entered the meeting room. He had already heard about the appearance of the promising newcomer and wanted to hear the details. Everyone was surprised at the appearance of such a high-ranking official, and Vincent did not expect anything good from this visit, and therefore immediately inquired what important business had brought Mr. Harrison here. But as he took his seat at the table, the observer of the knightly order was already aware of the topic of discussion and wanted to hear a report on the young recruit. Harrison apologized for interfering and then explained that he had recently been assigned a very important mission. No one understood what exactly the royal family wanted and only Vincent asked Mr. Harrison to tell him more about his important mission and perhaps he could be helped. As it turned out, Harrison had been given the task of guarding the borders. It wasn't too difficult or dangerous, but it involved a long journey, and as everyone realized, it was to the very borders. Master Maelstrom realized that this task would be too difficult for a capital city dweller, and suggested sending local people to watch over the borders. But Harrison immediately explained that they couldn't cope anymore and so they asked for help. Everything happens because recently in the Belties forest is turbulent, and to find out the situation the border guards do not have enough people. Captain Vincent was surprised, because he had not received any reports about the difficult situation in the area. Mr. Harrison pretended not to understand how this was possible and suggested that perhaps the reports had gotten lost somewhere along the way. But Vincent knew that the Belties forest was home to a race of star readers. It was a very ancient, but very small race, formed by centuries of power struggles. These strange people closed themselves off from the world and sought to shield themselves from the influence of mainstream culture. Therefore, getting into their territory would not be an easy task. Mr. Harrison talked about how they are trying to negotiate with these people, and of course they are not going to break their laws and will just try to fulfill their little interests. So there shouldn't be any problems with the star readers. All the more likely that the stubbornness of the local forest dwellers was probably exaggerated, and it would be ideal to send the very talented recruit that had been discussed during the meeting on this mission. Vincent asked Mr. Harrison to explain why this was necessary, but the high-ranking observer pointed out several reasons, one of which was that the recruit could not be sent on dangerous missions, and this mission would be just a normal easy reconnaissance walk, since no one was going to fight the forest dwellers, and since a reconnaissance mission can take a long time. But the recruit will bond with his comrades in arms. Mr. Harrison called this simple mission the most suitable for the young recruit's development, and would allow him to find out the situation on the border of the kingdom. But Vincent didn't trust the hypocritical official and believed that it wasn't that simple. All high-ranking members of the Knightly Order eventually resented Harrison's behavior, and did not understand what goals this cunning and secretive man was really pursuing. But Master Miltstrom did not want to quarrel with the representative of the royal family, so ordered to stop such statements and called them unacceptable for official meetings. No one wanted to argue with the master, and so everyone quickly fell silent. Harrison expressed his respect to the master for his principled position, and then reminded all present that as the main representative of the military class of this state he had the full right to give out such tasks and demand their fulfillment. And all those who do not like something in these rules better watch their statements. After all, rash phrases can easily harm the status of the Order of Knights, and the king will be forced to take drastic measures. Harrison then asked Captain Vincent if he had anything to say on the matter or to suggest another solution. Vincent was faced with a difficult choice and asked for some time to think about it. Harrison didn't care at all what his subordinate thought, and so he ordered the squad to be dispatched the same day as soon as they managed to negotiate with the tribe of star readers. That would take at least a month, which meant Vincent could think things over. As he left the night's meeting, Mr. Harrison advised Vincent to realize what a favor he was doing him. After all, this is a great chance to show the possibilities of the Order of Chivalry. A month later, the young nobleman Harold received a letter from Mr. Tasuka Sumeragi and had no idea what Erika's father wanted to tell him. But as it turned out, there was nothing serious in the letter, and the old Tasuka carefully made graphs of the efficiency of the new method of farming, and also wanted to know Harold's opinion about the future development of farms. Reading the letter, Harold realized that lately it had become too hard for him to interact with other people, and that's why he had left all his problems and worries to the wise Tasuka. And now everyone believes that it was the Sumeragi family who invented the new method of farming, and after that just decided to share the technology with the Stokes family because of good relations. Harold decided to send a letter back and ask Tasuka for more contracts before the rest of the powerful families interfere in spreading this unique method. Just at that moment, a messenger entered the room and handed over a notice that could have been the results of Harold's last exam. This interested the young adventurer, and he decided to read the letter. But before doing so, Harold thanked the messenger and said that even such mediocre people could sometimes be useful. This upset the messenger, but he, still feeling afraid, decided to leave the room as quickly as possible. And Harold eagerly began to open the letter he had been waiting for a whole month. The young aristocrat was sure that he had an appointment to a squad of knights in his hands, though it might not have been like that at all, as everyone considered him too unpleasant a coworker. Although of course the young recruit never cared about the attitudes of the other knights, and Harold was only worried that he might be excluded from the knightly order. But it remained to find out the contents of the letter. But what Harold read in the letter caused him the deepest disappointment and fear, because he did not expect to find himself in the situation that was proposed in the letter. The cheerful Lieutenant Kaido congratulated Harold on his achievement, for he was now an integral part of his squad, which meant they would always be together. Shido, Robinson, and Isla took the news to heart and promised that they would work together, but advised him not to forget how much more experienced they were and that he should show them some respect. LT. Kaido immediately offered to show the newcomer his place in the barracks, but Harold was so upset that he didn't even want to talk to anyone present. The young aristocrat thought that now his bad premonition during the exam was justified, because he would face mortal danger together with this doomed squad, and so it would be the end of his life for him. Now all he has to do is solve the problem and somehow save Robinson, Shido, and Isla, and of course try to survive in the squad. Of course, no one here understood what was going on with the new recruit, and they all assumed that he was just worried. But still Harold tried to calm himself down, because before the events in the Belties forest there was still a whole year left, and therefore he still had time to prepare himself and all the others to meet the unknown danger. But at that moment the cheerful Lieutenant Kaido announced to the squad that he had one more important news. And then he told how the Night Order had decided to give some units 5 days off next week, and his unit had gotten the opportunity to do the same. Shido was still incredulous at this news and asked the commander why they were being given such a long vacation, because usually such things only happen before something important. Kaido praised his subordinate for his cleverness and then said that after the vacation they were going on a long trek and so they would get a chance to have a good rest. Ilo was surprised and decided to find out how dangerous this assignment would be. The lieutenant decided that the assignment would not be difficult, but they would have to spend a very long time to get to the remote area. And then Kaido asked his subordinates for information about a place called Belties Forest, for he himself had never been there before. Harold felt a real electric shock at that moment, for he had not expected to hear anything like that today. And of course he didn't know why all the events of the original game happened so quickly. Settling in the common barracks with the rest of the knights, Harold made his fellow soldiers worried, who were distrustful of the talented recruit and even afraid of him. One of the guys, trembling with fear, admitted that his personal self-esteem had fallen below the minimum during the exam and now he had lost confidence in himself. But his comrade advised him not to worry and not to remember sad moments from his life. The guys continued to communicate and one of the knights tried to calm his friend and advised him to forget about his fear. And Harold at this moment heard everything and of course did not sleep. All that bothered the young aristocrat at this moment was his travels with his squad to the cursed Belties forest, where according to the main plot of the game everyone should die except Lieutenant Kaido. In the original story of the game there was still a lot of time left before this event, and the battle between the Order of Knights and the tribe of Star Readers in the forest should be the last one for the squad. Due to the intrigues of Imperial spies, conflict will erupt between the Order of Knights and the tribe. Therefore, both sides will decide to attack at the same time and this will lead to disastrous consequences. From the side of the Order of Knights, the instigator is the Minister of War Harrison, who specially sent his subordinates to the Belties forest. And the author of this terrible battle is of course Justice. War is necessary to mad scientist Justice for the sake of new experiments in guinea pigs, which he will use to achieve his insidious goals to destroy the world. In this fantasy world, people and monsters have a special power called the astral body, and thanks to this power you can achieve significant success if you learn how to use it. The power of this energy is affected by both heredity and grueling training. It is this power that allows people to use magical abilities and special combat skills. In other words, it is the usual mana in the game. Unlike ordinary people, representatives of the tribe of Star Readers have a huge supply of magical astral, and therefore the mad inventor wants to study this phenomenon. All this will be the cause of a terrible battle in the forest of Belties. As a result of Eustace's desire to achieve his goals, the entire unit of Lieutenant Kaido will die in this forest, and the mad scientist will continue his experiments and eventually get incredible power. Harold realized what a difficult situation he was in and did not even expect that his magnificent victory over the monster would lead to such consequences, and how to deal with it at all was unclear. Now in the original story there were many unknown moments and most likely other studies of justice could also accelerate, because it confirms the battle in the forest of Belties. All of these thoughts tormented Harold so much that he was able to fall asleep. The worst part was that there was no free time left to think things over and somehow fix them, and Harold felt completely powerless at this point. The next day Shido decided to visit Harold and offer him a walk with him, but as it turned out the young aristocrat had left in the morning and ignored his duty in the room. Shido and Robinson didn't understand how he could have left since they had made an appointment. But such behavior of a lone wolf was common and the friends eventually decided to find out where Harold had disappeared to. The worst thing for the experienced knights was that Harold left the location of the knightly order completely disregarding their charter, and this was the worst offense for a soldier. Meanwhile, the young nobleman rode his horse at top speed, sincerely hoping to change his fate, and the fate of his fellow soldiers, because he did not want to die. After a while Harold managed to reach the Sumeragi family's domain and everyone was surprised by the nobleman's appearance, for no one had expected him to return so quickly. Harold immediately explained that he had a very urgent matter and demanded to call Mr. Tasuk, as he had too little time for all the polite greetings. But Mr. Tasuka's subordinate apologetically explained that his master was away and would return in the evening, so Mr. Harold could go inside and rest. This answer made the young nobleman even angrier, but he decided to wait for Tasuka and asked to be escorted inside the house. The servant kept his cool and asked the guest to follow him. They could already hear the noise outside and couldn't figure out who had arrived uninvited. But it was Erica, who had already recognized Harold's voice. The aristocrat, alone in the room, was very worried because he was wasting precious time. After all, it was foolish of him to expect Tasuka to be home all the time and not do business. Even more so, there was no certainty that this visit to Sumeraga's house would make any difference whatsoever. Harold was desperate at this moment and felt like a cornered beast that couldn't find its way out of a trap. Just at that moment, a familiar voice sounded and asked for permission to enter the inside of the room. Harold instantly forgot all his problems because he knew who he was about to see. Of course, it was the beautiful Erica, and she couldn't ignore the appearance in the house of the person she wanted to help. And now she just looked at Harold with interest. Harold did not expect this meeting at all and did not want to talk to Erica because he had much bigger problems than his relationship with the daughter of the master of the house right now. The aristocrat asked the girl what she wanted because she hardly came just to see him and smile sweetly. Erica did not argue and explained that there are not always reasons for all people's actions. But still, the girl reminded who she is for Harold, and that is why, since he is her fiancé, he is the guest of honor at the Sumeragi estate. Erica offered to keep him company while her parents were away. But the aristocrat strongly did not want that and asked Erica to leave the room and close the door behind her. Although at this moment he noticed that the girl has not changed at all. But the girl refused to comply with Harold's demands, and since she was the daughter of the head of the family, she could not turn her back to the guest. Then Erica apologized, because the guest's visit was so unexpected that no one had time to prepare anything. But Harold ignored Erica's words. After a few minutes, the hospitable girl prepared fragrant green tea and decided to treat the guest. Erica, watching Harold, noticed that now he looked completely different. After all, the man she knew before would never sit looking down at the floor in the presence of strangers. Besides, his sudden appearance in this house raised a lot of questions. Erica was sure that Harold was concerned about some important matter and therefore wanted to meet her father. Then the girl offered to relax and drink tea. But Harold continued to remain silent and did not notice Erica, and only after a few minutes he indifferently inquired about the current life of his fiancée. Erica did not expect such a question and then tried to find out what had happened to Harold, but still did not risk talking to a man who was so upset. Erica decided that she had to find the strength to believe in this man, because that was the only way she could help him. And if she just decided to give him a helping hand, of course he would not accept it and would once again push her away. The girl stated that she was truly thankful for her life and never complained to the gods that she was born a daughter of the Sumeragi family. But Harold didn't believe the girl's words and thought that she was purposely given in marriage against her will, and that's why she couldn't be happy. But Erica called herself a daughter of the Sumeragi house who was raised by loving family and caring subjects and never felt unhappy. And to repay this kindness, she is even willing to cut out her own heart. Then the girl asked her fiancé if he was really so unhappy about becoming a husband to her in the future, and why he was so opposed to their engagement from the very first day of their acquaintance. She wasn't so insensitive that she couldn't see Harold's emotions and how much he hated her. These words made the nobleman think, because Erica had never asked anything like that before. But the girl did not stop from wanting to find out why Harold so easily accepts such a cruel reality. But the aristocrat continued to remain silent and merely replied that it was all because of people. Erica decided to praise her fiancé and expressed her admiration for Harold's strength, and then confessed how she had envied him many times and felt proud to be his bride. The young aristocrat was indignant and asked Erica not to bribe him with her flattery, for it was foolish. But the girl called it all real feelings, which she has kept for a very long time. And she knows very well how Harold follows the chosen path, with the help of strength, dealing with all the dangers and obstacles, and it causes admiration. Then Erica explained that no matter how strong Harold is, he should know that every person has his own limit. And that's why there are many obstacles in the world that can't be overcome alone. The indignant girl advised her fiancé to change his opinion of people, because he must learn to rely on others, and if he cannot do this, it will reflect badly on him. Harold was furious and asked the girl not to talk as if she knew him. Erica admitted that she really didn't know much about her fiancé, but he didn't know much about her either. The girl talked about the many people who genuinely want to support Harold, but he, because of his self-righteousness and stupidity, doesn't see it. Erica asked Harold to open his eyes wide and look around, because then he can realize that he is not alone in this world, and maybe then it will be easier for him to cope with problems. Then the girl told how her father and her favorite brother are always ready to be on Harold's side, and he should not forget about Clara and many others, people he just does not notice. And so one must believe that Harold will someday find a person to whom he can fully trust and even ask for help in a difficult situation. The girl finished the conversation and quickly left the room, not to show any more emotions, because she sincerely wanted to become a close person for Harold and always be close to him. Meanwhile, the young aristocrat, left alone, continued to think about Erica's words and for the first time in his new life realized that he could not cope with the problem alone. Harold couldn't forget Erica's words and constantly remembered how she advised him to trust people and accept help, because it was wrong and destructive to be always alone. Of course, the girl was completely right, and the only thing that the mountain has extracted is his strong body and knowledge of this world, and only because of this he continues to avoid death. After all, for the inhabitants of this world such knowledge is unavailable, and he can meet huge trouble if someone finds out about his secret. That's why he was always afraid of communicating with people. But now Harold realized that Erica was right about the limit of each person, and now he has reached his limit and can't move on alone. Then the aristocrat remembered that he had relied on other people before, on his helpers Norman, Zen and Jake. And of course he couldn't have saved Clara and her daughter or implemented the new farming method without the help of these people. Wanted couldn't fully trust these people because of the fact that they might have recognized him secretly. And most of all, Harold feared that because of his carelessness their behavior would deviate from the original, and that could lead to terrible problems. But now Harold wondered why he was only thinking about it now, after Erica had pointed out these points to him. After all, everything she had said he knew himself, but had been afraid to see it. And all this time since he'd come to this world he'd been trying to avoid death by helping other people, saving Clara, and creating vaccines. But in the end it was Harold who caused all the deviations in the original story, and now he is destined to end up in the Belties forest. And now that Harold was able to come to the Sumeragi family estate, he finally realized that he had found the answer to his main question and didn't understand why he hadn't done it before. Harold realized that trying to avoid death alone, which is real madness and means the help of other people, and is the most important answer he was looking for all along. But whether it is worth it now Harold did not know, because without knowledge of the further plot of the game he will lose a huge part of his power and will face unpredictability. Harold thought that perhaps it was too late, for this world had taken a completely different path. And now even the research of the main villain Justice is ahead of the events of the original story, and Rainer and the other heroes will not have time to become stronger. Still, Harold decided that he couldn't sit back and wait for his co-workers to die fighting the tribe of Star Readers, and so he must find an effective way to save them. All these thoughts made him feel the power leaving him and added motivation, so Harold decided to act immediately. He needed to save his co-workers and slow down Justice research. He also needed to help Rainer become stronger. It was obvious that failure would lead to death, so there was no point in being afraid, and Harold realized that death in this world would never leave him. Therefore, he should have realized this from his very first day in this world. The young aristocrat decided to do anything to avoid death, unlike the original story, and put everything on the line to get the best ending to this game. Erica's words became the very catalyst that made Harold realize that he is not really alone in this world and can rely on the help of people close to him. And now it was his only chance for survival. Harold only now realized that Erica always tried to support the person who pushed her away, which meant that this girl was incredibly kind and patient. And there was no need to be so rude to her to begin with. By evening, as promised, the head of the family, Mr. Tasuka, appeared, apologizing for the long wait before his guest, and why he asked what exactly brought Harold to his house. The young aristocrat explained that he had come to warn Tasuka about how he was going on a mission in a week as part of a squad of knights, and the destination was the Belties forest. Tasuka immediately realized that this journey would take about a month as this forest was located too far away. However, he didn't think that the new knight recruit's first assignment would be difficult. Harold agreed that at first glance it was indeed an easy walk to the border of the kingdom. But then the nobleman told the truth and explained to the old man that this easy mission would actually end in a terrible battle with a tribe of Star Readers, and this information made Tasuka surprised. The landlord asked for clarification on what exactly would happen during this mission, and how Harold knew about it. The boy immediately told how an insidious traitor has infiltrated the ministers, and it is he who plans to start a war in the Belties forest. The goal of this traitor is to capture as many members of the isolated tribe as possible to use these captives in horrible experiments. And anyone who falls into the hands of this traitor will surely die. Tasuka thought about the problem and then explained that if all this information was true, then it meant that the entire kingdom was in great danger because of the traitor. Harold realized at this point that it was very dangerous to involve outsiders in this matter, and if he wanted the support of the Sumeragi family, he needed irrefutable proof of the existence of this traitor. Harold admitted that he had no proof at the moment, but Tasuka still asked him to explain how he knew such confidential information about the traitor. Harold began by asking Tasuka if he knew the name Jifalt, but the old man only hesitated and pretended to remember. But Harold was sure that Tasuka had heard of the man. As it turned out, the head of the Sumeragi family had only heard some rumors about the main villain, and it was said to be a fairy capable of telling anything. But of course it was not at all what the aristocrat expected to hear. Harold called the old man a complete idiot if he believes the existence of fairies in this world, though evil people like Jifalt could indeed be called fairies because of their abilities. But Tasuka was already completely confused by the information and asked the young nobleman to explain if he really knew the person called a traitor. Harold praised the old man for his cleverness and confirmed his assumption. Tasuka actually knew that Jifalt had incredible espionage skills, and there is no information in the entire universe that this man could not get his hands on, for he is a first-class informant. But despite this, no one knew this secret person personally, and many could not even say with certainty whether this person was a woman or a man, because many believe it is just an urban legend. But if it is true, then Harold's information is more than reliable, and he has no reason to lie. In addition, his words about Jifalt sound so sure that he knows him personally. Tasuka had been surprised by the young nobleman's words and actions before, but now he had exceeded his expectations, and it was frightening to imagine what other secrets Harold might be hiding. Watching Tasuka's reaction, Harold was pleased with the result, because the way the old man was worried only told one thing: that Jifalt really existed in this world, and it remained only to find out whether it was a woman or a man. But by his strange appearance was difficult to say for sure, because the mysterious informant was such a secret character that he was too few detailed descriptions. In Bravehearts, Jifalt acted as a character who taught players the mechanics of the game, as well as telling them where to find various items. And more often than not, this character's lines had nothing to do with the main plot of the game. And despite the fact that this character did not provide important information about the passage of the game, he could help to find rare high-level monsters in the forest dungeons, and even a mysterious island in the middle of the sea, and of course the last floor in the dungeon of the main boss. Harold has seen this character many times in the game, and of course you can tell he is familiar with him. And now he can share the information that he got from the knowledge of the game's plot, hiding behind the mysterious informant and thus not revealing his main secret. Harold made up a story about Jifalt on the fly, but he couldn't even imagine seeing such a reaction from Tasuka. And now the young aristocrat was trying with all his might to keep a serious look and not to laugh. But the main thing was that now Harold could be completely confident in Tasuka's trust. So the boy suggested to his interlocutor to postpone the conversation about Jifalt for a while, and move on to the main issue. After the conversation with Harold, the head of the Sumeragi family stood in the courtyard for a long time and thought about all the information he had heard that evening, because it was unbelievable. The next day Harold was on his way with a squad of knights on a deadly mission. All the experienced soldiers noticed the sad state of the new recruit and joked about it. Everyone advised him not to worry about his first mission. Robinson and Shido promised to always be there for him and reminded him how cleverly Harold was able to destroy the monsters, so he had nothing to worry about. After all, they were experienced knights and had been on such expeditions before and knew what they were talking about. But Harold called everyone around him foolish optimists who annoy him, and then he reminded them how they themselves had failed to perform well against the recent unknown monsters, so they'd better look around instead of talking. Isla noticed Harold's terrible mood, but Shido advised me to pay attention, because he usually always acts like that. Shido even found a way to laugh at this and thought that Harold was just having a fight with his fiancée. Harold was furious and ordered the knight to shut up immediately, because it had nothing to do with his Erica. But Shido did not calm down and advised the new recruit not to be embarrassed by such topics, for everyone knows how he went to his favorite bride for a date before this campaign. Shido advised to pay more attention to his favorite girl in the future, and Harold promised to immediately stab the knight if he did not stop talking nonsense. The commanders took notice of the quarrel and ordered them to immediately shut up and move forward. Harold and Shido defiantly apologized to each other and calmed down the commanders. But the young aristocrat was still worried because he hadn't come up with any effective ways to avoid death other than asking Tasuka for help. Of course, Harold wanted to warn his fellow officers of the trap they were walking into, but he had no proof, and without it, it was foolish to try to explain anything. And all he could do now was somehow convince everyone to be careful, but everyone ignored those pleas. And the only one whose trust he could gain was Tasuka, who believed the tale of the mysterious Gifalt. During yesterday's conversation, Harold had explained to the old man that he didn't care at all whether he believed his words or not, but now he was willing to give him a chance to repay him for all that he had done for him and his people. Harold asked the old man to prepare for him the military uniform of the Empire within a few days, which he could pick up in the nearest city where his squad would stop. This request surprised Tasuka and he wondered why he would do this. Harold explained that he wanted to wear the uniform as a second layer under his knight armor, and if a terrible battle did occur, he would show up in the Empire's uniform hoping to reduce the tension between the opponents. After all, if a representative of the Empire suddenly appears in a battle between the Knight Order and the tribe of Star Readers, everyone will be confused, not realizing who exactly is the enemy. But Tasuka has warned of the deadly danger, for perhaps two opposing sides will attack him at the same time. And no matter how strong Harold thinks he is, he won't be able to deal with such a huge number of enemies. But the guy advised not to worry, because he is not afraid of some pathetic weaklings. Then Harold explained that it doesn't matter how many conspirators they gather, because all of them are just pathetic servants, and he wants to get to the masterminds of this insidious scheme and punish him. Tasuka didn't argue and asked for some time to think about everything he had heard during this conversation. Harold decided not to hold out any special hopes for the old man and explained that he could ignore his request or make another plan altogether. But in any case, he must not be late in providing the Empire's military uniforms, and Tasuka promised to do everything on time. The head of the Sumeragi family promised to make the preparations immediately, but then explained that of course he was not thrilled about sending Harold to his grave with his own hands. The young aristocrat suggested that the old man should do and think as he wished, for he didn't care about that at all as long as Tasuka didn't decide to get in his way and start interfering with his plans. Tasuka calls Harold a foolish, stubborn man who certainly isn't going to stop on his way to his goal. After all, the glow of his youth is simply mesmerizing to a grown man like him. But still he can't help but worry about the man who will become his son-in-law in the future. At such words, Harold was surprised, for the old man spoke to him like a father. Such kind-heartedness and care Tasuka was unusual, and Harold asked if the old man was angry with him, because they had already agreed to break off the engagement with Erica. But the wise old man reminded him of that letter, which said that such a thing was possible, but only if both parties agreed. Also, Tasuka promised to respect both wishes of the newlyweds, but it was a matter of the future. Harold didn't understand the old man's mood, because he thought that they had already agreed on everything about Erica. But still the guy decided that his fiancée would certainly be against the engagement, and in any case they would break up and in the end everyone would be happy. But Tasuka noticed the way Harold addressed Erica nonchalantly for the first time since he'd met her, bypassing the various formal titles, which meant he was finally calling his daughter what he should based on their relationship. This made Harold wonder, because he knew what he was talking about from his past life, but he couldn't believe that the real Harold could change his attitude and manner of speaking in such a way. Harold was almost certain that he had never normally called Erica even by her first name and had always been rude to her. Throughout their entire acquaintance he had avoided her, and it was no wonder. Harold could only in his thoughts think well of the girl, but in reality always said to her face only hurtful nicknames following the principles of his original character. The guy never thought about it for too long, but of course she knew that his behavior was unbearable, so it was unlikely that Erica, who was too vulnerable and kind girl, would ever forgive him because of such insulting words. But that was exactly what Harold wanted without thinking about their future together. But reflecting on his behavior and attitude that he showed to Erica, Harold decided to try and make some efforts to change in the eyes of people around him. Now being far away from Erica and Tasuka did not know how much his beliefs would affect the old man, and whether this wise man would give him a helping hand. After all, he too was in a very difficult position, and he would think of his Sumeragi clan first, not the guy who had insulted his daughter. Harold actually wanted very badly to stop the future battle and this whole expedition, but he had too little time left and he must do his best to prepare properly. Shido decided to sneak up behind him and scare the new recruit, but Harold immediately suggested him to get away, much to the experienced knight's surprise. Shido actually tried to distract his comrade and advised him to relax because he was too tense, but Harold, knowing the whole truth, simply could not afford it. After that, the young aristocrat began to call all his coworkers stupid jerks who always want to relax and forgot that tomorrow they may have to fight someone. But Shido of course didn't understand anything and wasn't going to fight anyone. Harold tried to explain that their patrol mission was along the royal border, and the suspicious forest dwellers who appeared in the report might well be representatives of a hostile empire. Shido had never imagined such a thing. But he took his comrade's words seriously, for the report did say that at least 30 people had been seen in the forest, and they might be scouts of the Empire. Still, Shido reminded his comrade of the number of their squad, which reached 200 people, and advised him not to worry. After all, even if they met the scouts of the Empire, they would easily destroy them. But Harold continued to escalate the situation and suggested that the information they received might not be accurate, and there might be many more enemies in the forests. This was certainly the case, for the whole squad was walking into a long-prepared trap. In the end, after some thought, Harold advised Shido and the rest of the knights to think about their future, because if they want to live, they should be able to respond to any challenges. Although the lives of such scum are worthless and they can continue to party and forget about caution. Isla, unlike Shido, took Harold's words more carefully and worried about the danger. Lieutenant Kaido, who had been convinced of the young recruit's abilities many times before, also sensed the truth in his words and decided that perhaps the future mission would not be as easy a ride as their commanders had promised.